Hey guys, we're doing Naughty Dog games.
Time to get naughty.
Yeah!
Naughty Dog.
Oh,
We haven't done tier list debates in 5 ever and some change.
Yep, that is
Yeah.
very true.
We're gonna be very naughty today.
Yeah.
Spicy minute.
You might.
You know, I just realized my intro for tier list debates is always me being like, "Hey guys, we're doing this."
No, because he's
you're-
always
you're
doing the
literally gonna be here
side
for
because
5 hours.
he knows we're going to be here for like 5 ever, and then we're
Yeah.
going to go back and watch it when we're cleaning up or working out.
Jill is how no one,
Yes, sir. We need to talk about Naughty Dog games for 4 hours.
you know, it is, like Noah suggests, this series is a big mistake, but we still do
Yeah.
it. 'Cause we're masochists.
We do it because we hate ourselves.
It is the second highest favorite show out of the 4. Well, 3 plus
yeah, I was
doing
gonna say-
random videos. Random
I was gonna
videos
say,
one.
What's the fourth one?
He's got tier list debates. He's got top topic tournaments. He's got
Race to
motherfucking race to wins.
And the random videos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude, like you're fucking loaded. Anyway, we're talking about 15 fucking games. Let's see how
Yeah.
we're gonna be here. For
But before,
No!
before we do that, I have to I have to have a message. So people probably realize that there was actually a tie for this upcoming tier list debate, and that was Naughty Dog games and Mario Mainline games. To honor the fact that they both won, I flipped a coin over, and whatever one we did, that we would do first, and then the other one would be picked as the next one. So next time there will not be a poll for tier list debates, because it will automatically be Mario Mainline.
cool.
Alright,
Actually, didn't we do a Mario Mainline game before? But then it got like,
it got corrupted.
yeah.
That shitty ass old computer of mine. But
Wait, you know,
anyway, we are done. We
What are
are.
we talking about? 240p was the way to go.
Jesus Christ.
Get on
Anyway.
with it.
Anyway, all right. So we're gonna go chronological order here. So Sean, just to let you know, Last of Us did not come before Uncharted.
Okay,
Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna wait till we. I just had this.
Last of Us came out before. Last of Us came out first, and then Uncharted 4.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
anyway, time to before we get.
I have the order on my thing, so you can just look at
Yeah.
my thing if you're confused.
All right. So let's start with familiar territory with Crash Bandicoot 1. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm kind of. I've been debating. I think we all put
I'm-
it in the same
I think-
fucking
I-
spot.
I-
Oh my god.
I think I'm gonna.
Put it in the same spot.
Yeah, I don't hate Crash 1. I remember
I
playing
like this
like.
game.
I remembered. Okay, so some lore for a lot of you TGMG fans that probably don't know this. Originally, John had an idea of wanting to do a series very similar to his Pokemon series, but with Crash Bandicoots, where we were going to play the original trilogy alongside the Insane trilogy. I was going to be doing Crash 1 OG, so that was a game I definitely needed to practice because I know how this game could be sometimes. And it was during that playthrough where I realized, you know what? As bullshit as getting 100% can be, game's actually not that bad. Game's actually pretty fun.
Yeah, so my
The
thing
thing
with
is-
Crash Bandicoot 1, right, and some call me Johnny, kind of summed it up best. On its own, the game's not bad, like, at all. Nowadays, I just play the game, like, not 100%. If I'm doing it
Yeah.
for 100% at this point, it's like I'm either putting in the cheat code from the PS1, if I'm playing, we're assuming it's the PS1 version, because Naughty Dog. But if I'm doing it that
This
way,
is the PS1 version.
yeah, no, I assume, I already know. So I'm just saying, like, as far as if I want to beat it 100%, I'm going to put in the code. If I'm doing 100%, I'm fucking bored, but I'm eventually gonna get tired of it. But as a whole, Crash 1 it's not bad. I mean, I like the linearity of it. It's just level to level. I like the fact that each level is pretty much like, like as you get further and further the Castle Cortex, you can see it in the background, like Castlevania type deal. I think that's actually a really good idea to game, and for its time, I can imagine Crash Bandicoot was like revolutionary as shit, but nowadays it's like
I wouldn't say it was revolutionary. It was definitely like a contested to Mario at its time, but It's still like a good game. I love its music. I love the music the most. The atmosphere of Crash One is probably one of my favorites in the series. Maybe my favorite, but um, um, I think I have the same feeling like how Noah feels towards Crash Four. Just if you, I think playing through the game normally as opposed to 100% is probably the better enjoyment factor.
Right.
I would personally say this game is kind of revolutionary in the fact that like Naughty Dog themselves basically broke the original PS1 to make this game work.
Sure
Because
did.
like
There's a video on that.
You know, yeah.
this game is super like high quality for the PS1. The graphics look fucking great, and the fact it's like no load times because it's hiding the loading between like the hallways, and just that idea is genius. And yeah, like just playing through the game without doing like 100% is a lot of fun. I think the thing that holds it back for me, even not accounting for the 100% stuff, is just the fact that the game on its own is rather basic, and it's it's the first one. It's supposed to be a little basic, but I feel like with them adding more to each one, and that's unfair to compare it to its sequels because there's always going to be more to add. But even just on its own, it's still a bit more of a basic, so it's more of the moment-to-moment gameplay. And it's not to mention the soundtrack is atmospheric, but I would like it to be a bit more catchy.
Something
Soundtracks
that
are
you
really
did-
catchy, but
Something that you say, Sean, I think it's going to be a huge pattern with all these games, is how Naughty Dog is a company that likes to push their games, like push the console to its absolute limits with their games. You brought that up here really, like a lot quicker, and I was going to save that for when we talk about like Jack and Dexter, but that is like a thing that we're probably going to be touching upon the most, like how much Naughty Dog are willing to like push the console in favor of their games.
Like
yeah,
Burger.
early PS1 era, yeah, they definitely said, yeah, let's see what Crash can do.
I think they got access to the code of the PlayStation 1 where a lot of developers didn't, and like I said, literally like broke that thing and made it like so their game worked because they had access to the hardware. I think it was something like that. I know that. I don't know the specifics of it, but I know like they had access to how the PS1 worked, and they were like, "All right, we're gonna figure out how to make this game work." Because if they would just do it straight, they would not have run. It would not have worked. Absolutely.
No.
So it's just really impressive. Like even just not stating for the game on its own, which is fun and has great moment-to-moment gameplay. Just that alone is super impressive. Especially since they were a small group in the beginning. They were like no one there. I think they maybe like had like.
They're like 30 employees. Like
Yeah,
they're
barely anybody.
It's not a AAA company like it is now.
No.
Mm.
So yeah, just super impressive
Yep.
overall, definitely.
If you want my opinion, you can go back to tier list debates from 2 years ago, or you can check out my reviews 7 years ago.
Copy and paste answer here. Got it. Taking the easy route.
I might sound a bit younger, but my opinions haven't shifted.
They really haven't. Like, I mean, I have a bit of like a sadistic pleasure going for 100% nowadays. It's not recommended at all.
It's honestly not even as bad as some people might make it out to be. There are only a few levels that really make it bad.
I used to think it was like the worst thing ever, but then I don't know. I think Crash 4 just made it worse.
Yeah.
Like
I've 100% in Crash 1 like 3 times.
Yeah.
It's just that
Yeah,
also like the
yeah,
Insane, I also feel like just the Insane trilogy just makes it a bit better. I know this is still the regular one, but like if we were to ditch this one and go straight to the Insane trilogy, then yeah, most of my problems with it are gone. So
And
Oh,
there's
yeah,
perspective on that too.
I've 100 the like Insane Trilogy version more times than I can fucking count, just because you don't have to worry about death, and it's like, well, you do have to worry about death, but it's
Only
like
the
you don't have to
colored
worry
ones.
about you don't have to worry about the colored gem deaths and all of that shit, and it makes it easier. I mean, do I still go back to Crash 1 just for nostalgia reasons? Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, and I'll get into that when we get into Crash 2 and 3 about like going back to those games and such. But yeah.
Another perspective is I feel like we shouldn't be skewed a little bit because I feel like a few times, at least I know on my end, that we've 100% of this game, it's when we're racing each other. But if you do it at your own pace, it's really not even that bad.
Hmm. I do prefer definitely just playing through this. I mean, usually I'm about trying to complete a Crash game, but this is definitely one of those Crash games where I do prefer doing it casual, like more than anything. I have actually 100% of the game before, and I'm satisfied with only doing it once. I don't have
Yeah,
to
same. Same.
But
I'm like, no, I've done it 3 times.
I do agree with like I think there is still like a charm to the first Crash. Like the sequels are definitely better, but I like the soundtrack. I like a lot of the level design. I think it has like this game might have like the most variety in terms of level design, at least in the original trilogy. And uh, I, I think it's doesn't play as good as the sequels. Like the movement's kind of sluggish and stuff, and it's kind of stiff in places. I mean, it's still definitely playable, and I do even with the Insane trilogy. I still go back to this. I did play. I remember playing through the original 3 games again when Crash 4 was coming out, just to like kind of like it's a hype to Crash 4. But yeah, I know it's not a part of this, but I do definitely like the Insane trilogy version of Crash 1 better. That's like the only time I would say that where Insane trilogy is definitively better than original is when Crash 1 is involved. But I still like Koji Crash 1 quite a bit. I do have like the least amount of memories with it compared to the sequels, but Crash 1's still a solid game, still a solid first game for Naughty Dog.
Can I ask a thing though? I honestly, well, not really ask. I actually thought you were gonna live stream this for some reason.
No, that was Top Topic Tournament.
Yeah.
It's just I remember the last one we did was live streamed.
Yeah.
I was just went through my phone and I was like, oh, I don't see a notification. Yeah.
Nope.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Crash,
I'm probably gonna steer clear from live streaming. I think I've ultimately decided it's not my thing.
Okay.
That's fair.
That's fine.
But yeah. Yeah, so we're done with Crash 1. Alright, time for Crash Bandicoot 2. 3, 2, 1, go.
How long did it took us to talk about Crash 1?
Still subjectively the same results.
Yeah. Pretty much. Crash
I-
Bandicoot 2 was my favorite video game of all time. It's been dethroned by a couple of games, but you know, it's still very, very important game to my heart. It's always a great time to pick up and play. And it's probably the most comfortable 100% completion in any video game ever for me.
I think I was hesitating between I was in debate if I wanted to put this in top tier or high tier, but I do like the game a lot, so I'm putting top tier. But the only thing I feel like that I was like hesitating a little bit, and it's honestly just a really nitpicky thing. It's honestly I really hate. I mean, Crash 1 has this issue too, but like for some reason I think I'm more bothered by it in Crash 2. But I think I'm more annoyed of the bouncing boxes being up to 10.
Grow up, Caddy.
That's the only thing that really holds it like that.
Are you serious? That's it?
That's the pettiest fucking thing I've heard today.
I mean,
I didn't put it on top.
I've heard of it being an annoyance, but I've never really
Like
just
when
heard
you're
someone
when you're used to like the new Crash 3 onwards being like up to 5, it's like to me going back to the old like with 10 is just annoying.
It's weird because I actually did play this game again.
Okay, so-
recently,
To be
like-
fair, in the bonus rooms, it can
This
be
game-
fucking annoying. I get
This
it.
game, this game could be a 10 out of 10, but I gotta bounce 5 extra times, 9 out of 10.
Yeah, when you explain it that way, then it just sounds dumb. In the bonus rooms, yeah, I can see it being annoying because there are bonus rooms that they just stack those fucking.
They stack those shits and it gets
Yeah,
annoying. I
dude,
don't
holy
like
shit,
that.
this is
It's
annoying.
not that bad. You're
It's
only
not that
bouncing
bad
for like an
overall,
extra
though. It's not-
3
it's not
seconds.
It's just an annoying. Like at the end of
It's
the
not
day,
a game changer for me.
like I have it on top tier. Call me your tits. Like it's just a preference. I prefer the newer, like less bouncing. God damn it.
So my thing with Crash 2, right? I really do love the amount of things that they change because if you look at a timeline or like some type of like what do you call it, retrospective of Crash Bandicoot and Naughty Dog interviews and such, it's like throughout the entire Crash Bandicoot like games that they made on the PS1, everything just got better. They just said, "Oh, we could do this in the last game. Let's do this. Oh, we did this in the last 2 games. Let's do this." I really like the fact that one, like the levels look different. There's more environments. There's more places to go. Other than like, yeah, I did like the linearity. I just talked about that for Crash 1, but it's like now we can be in the fucking outer space. We can go to temples. We
I
can go
don't
to
really
snow
like the space
levels.
ones that much.
I like
Why?
the jetpack.
I like space.
Legit-
But overall, I think Crash 2 is great. There was a point, I was kind of like on the backtracking a little bit. Cold Hard Crash is not as bad. It's still not great, but it's still not as bad than I originally said it was. But overall, I do think
people.
it's a great
I
game.
love how people give Cold Hard Crash a hard time when fucking. It's not behaving. It's the
Behaving?
other one. No, it's not
Oh, no.
behaving. It's the
Yeah.
other one.
Digging it.
Digging it. Yeah, digging it is easily the worst
Oh,
level
I
in the
hate
game.
digging it. I hate digging
Is
it.
That's-
it the one with the purple gem, or is that a different one?
No, that's behaving.
No.
Digging it's the one with the
Yeah.
split pathway that you have to go through both to get the box gem.
With the death platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like really some backtracking in Crash 2 is kind of annoying.
That's the only
think-
instance where I hated it.
I think the only other thing, I get it, we're not talking about Insane Trilogy, but we kind of are comparing.
No,
I
we're
think
not.
the one thing that I did appreciate, at least with Crash 2, is hey, you have a box counter. It's not an accurate one, so I'll tell you.
Shit, I just remembered that too.
You're
That
not
was
gonna
another
have
noise I
like
had.
you're not gonna have the box counter that says you have blank out of blank boxes. It's like you have this many boxes. Now, if you played the game a lot and you know like by heart how many boxes
It
level has,
doesn't matter.
yeah,
Except that
it matters to
does-
fucking wait.
it kinda
Are you saying it's
does.
not
No,
good, Mark?
it-
Is that what you're saying? Mark, I'm asking: are you saying the box counter is not good, or is that something that you're like, fuck yeah?
Mark.
Mark, he's talking
Wait,
to
that
you.
was to me?
Yeah.
Yes, that was to you. I was asking you: do you
No,
like
I
the
just
box
heard-
counter or no?
No, it's just like I just prefer like how again it's much like the bouncing thing. I just prefer how it was handled in the other games, where it's like at least as far as I'm aware of. Oh my god! Shut up!
It's a debate, asshole.
You're literally being more petty than I am. I just prefer one preference, and you're like it doesn't matter. That's how
No,
it is.
it doesn't matter.
It's just a minor shit.
What?
Oh
Why
my
does
God.
it matter how many boxes
of
you
course it's
have?
his
Because
favorite game.
by the time you get to the end of the level and you realize you missed a box, well, then you have to go all the way back or restart. So it doesn't matter if you know how.
It kind of does because if
No, it
you
doesn't.
like I said,
Doesn't-
if you look
it's
at the
like,
box
okay,
counter and you
correct
see
me
like,
if I'm
okay,
wrong.
cool, I have
Correct-
this many boxes, and I look and I'm like, okay, cool, I know how many boxes are in the level, and for
Okay,
some
yeah,
reason you
that's
fucked
what I
up.
was gonna say. I thought I was gonna say. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't decrease; it increases. So it's like if you don't know how many boxes you have in the level, then there's no way to tell exactly how many you're missing. Comparing to like the newer games where it does give you like, okay, there's 50 boxes in total. You got 30. All right, I know I'm missing 20 left. That's what they do in the first and second game before Crash 3,
Well,
right?
My argument. Well, Crash 1 doesn't have anything like that.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
don't
have
think
a
it
box
does.
counter at all.
But
Okay,
like,
It just tells when you miss at the end of it.
but in Crash 2, it
Yeah.
tells you how many boxes are left when you get to the end of the level, which
When you get to the end, yeah.
yeah, but like having the counter when you hit the triangle button doesn't really mean anything because unless you know to heart how many boxes you need at certain checkpoints, like some guides out there will be like, when you approach the first checkpoint, you should have at least 15 boxes at this point. You know, it's stuff
There are
like
guides?
that. Yeah, there are guides like that.
Yeah, Maka's guys from Crash 4 does that.
Yeah. Like, unless you look at guides like that, that's but even then, you in Crash 2, you may not know what the main counter is, but you can see how many boxes you have. So if you're looking at a guide, you still know how many boxes you've broken. So I
Yeah,
really
but
don't
it's
think
like, at
having
least,
the
like-
total at the beginning or whenever you want to see it matters. Because it doesn't change the fact you don't know where the boxes are.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like at the end of the day, I would still prefer having the box count as opposed to just taking a guess.
I mean,
You're
at
not
the end of the
taking
day,
a guess. You're
my
going
thing
through
is
the
for-
levels, breaking boxes, and then you're hoping you didn't miss any when you get to the end, and
for
it
a
tells you.
first-time player, it would be a little different, right? For Mark's case, I look at your case, I'm kind of like, dude. I think if you played Crash 2 enough, I can get on Noah's side a little bit. But for a first-time
I
player,
don't play Crash 2 that much.
for a first-time player though, or someone who
Okay.
doesn't play it that much,
You just
was
suck
still-
Noah's
it was
dick.
No,
still matter.
it just
No,
it doesn't
I'm just saying
matter.
It will still matter. It will still matter, but it depends on the situation.
How?
Right?
How would it matter?
Because okay, so if you don't play it at all, right, or you
Yeah.
haven't played it before, right?
Mhm.
Cool. I'm breaking boxes. I want to get 100%. If you're looking at
Yeah.
a guide, and you're like, let me see how many boxes I've broken. Okay, I've broken this many boxes, or
Yeah.
I've missed this many. Maybe I should go back. For someone who's played Crash 2 a fuck ton, it's
Well,
like
if
this
you're
shit
if you're
doesn't
if
matter
you're
to
using
me.
a guide, the guide's gonna tell you how many boxes are
Yeah,
on the
I'm
whole level.
mostly talking. I'm talking about just playing the game. I'm not talking about the guide itself.
Yeah,
then in
but I
general,
still
like-
don't think it matters because the way you
Hey,
play Crash.
I still put it on fucking top tier. It's
I
just a
know,
preference.
but like I hate this argument because it's pointless.
I didn't even want to go into this argument. It's just a slight preference.
It's a debate, asshole.
It's just you're yelling at me. That's like
Yes,
like,
because
oh my God,
it's
it doesn't
dumb.
matter, because I'm like, it is dumb. Like, move on with this shit. Oh my god.
It doesn't do anything.
And put it on fucking high tier just for that. Like, goddamn, it's still top tier.
Go
It's 'cause
fuck
it's his
I
yourself.
favorite
it's his game. I know it's his favorite game. Jesus Christ. It's just melee and it's annoying.
This man literally, like, if you have like a invalid or dumb argument, it's like, hold on.
It's not even a dumb fuck. It
is a dumb
minor
argument.
It's more like a nitpicky shit. Goddamn.
It is nitpicky shit, which is a dumb argument.
Your arguments in melee is worse. Fuck you. Moving
I
on.
mean,
Let's talk to Sean.
not really. I just said the game doesn't play good.
No, you're just garbage at video games. Sean, Eli, talk.
Who first? You or me, Sean?
I don't just fucking like a migraine.
So anyway,
God, we both actually like this game. Imagine a big game we don't like.
so I was debating if I wanted to put this on like S. I think I'll stick with A for the time being because this game improves in every single way from the first one, and like honestly, this is I started with 3 with Warped, and then I played this, and then I went to 1. I did kind of what Noah did with only he did it for Legend of Zelda instead, I don't know. I think like a few things hold it back a little bit from being S tier. Like I would say it's very much on like the cusp of being S tier. But there's a couple levels in it that I find more annoying than they're worth. Granted, that's the same for Warp, but I admit all of the nostalgic bias. And I don't know. Actually, fuck it.
That was quick.
'Cause I was in my head, literally the gears are turning in my head, and I'm still debating it. But I'm like, you know what? I'd still consider I was like, no, I'll put it on low S tier. Because there's only a very few things that are keeping this game back. Because I think some of the levels are just like a little if. But otherwise, like it feels so much fucking smoother than the first game. The level design is so much better. The music's fantastic. The graphics look even better too. We got Coco now. That's cool. We no longer have Tana, so I guess that's cool too.
I mean, she's just there. She doesn't really do much.
At least she'll come back.
And then we have new characters who become classics. We got Tiny, who's there as well. He becomes a classic. Brio's there again. He was there before, but now he actually does things.
Komodo Brothers and shit.
Komodo Brothers are, I would have called them classic. They're more of like
They're there.
They debuted it here.
They're the classic that deserve better.
they're
A lot of
classic,
things-
but severely underused.
when
And then
you really put it
Engine.
like that, though, Crash 2 introduced like a lot of staples, like Tiny,
Oh, yeah.
Engine,
I mean, yeah.
a lot of the crystal collecting. Like that's another thing too.
A lot
Yeah,
of things for the series started
Crash
here.
2, yeah, Crash 2 like pretty much solidified most of like Crash's identity from here.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And
a lot
both
of the
Crash-
crystal collecting.
Crash 2 and
Crash
3.
kind of did. Yeah, Crash 3 I feel like more a little bit.
Oh, I
Crash
guess
2
what
and
like
3 introduced the only good animal, but friends. Because the Warhog is bleh, and nobody
Yeah.
cares about Baby T. Well,
Yeah,
like,
everyone's gonna remember
my
Polar
favorite,
Forest.
my favorite story is whenever I bring up Crash to my family, they're always like, "Oh yeah, the polar bear. Oh yeah, the tiger."
Oh yeah,
And I
I just
I
thought
think
about
also
that.
like nostalgia also bleeds into me when I get into Crash 2 because Crash 2 and 3 and Bash, even though that's sadly not on this list because it's not Naughty Dog. Those were like my early on Crash games, and I just have the biggest amount of nostalgia with just playing those games.
Yeah.
Specifically, not being able to beat them on my own as a kid because holy shit, young Jeremy didn't have shit for brain.
I got into Crash 2 and 1 a lot later. I more so grew up with 3, Team Racing and Bash. Like, I got these games a lot later. So like I'm still somewhat nostalgic to them because I was still kind of because I was still pretty young when I got to play those games. But compared to like Crash 3, for instance, my nostalgia's a little bit limited with these two.
Well, this is like even with everything we got. I know this isn't a Crash Bandicoot list, but this is all in all honesty still my favorite Crash game. Actually, even with like stuff like Insane Trilogy and like
Yeah, you did. You basically you speedrun this game 100%.
yeah, I did. Shout outs to John. Shout outs
Yeah,
to
you
John
did that
for
in San Antonio.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
It was a lot of fun. But
That would have
yes,
been cool in CRT as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I absolutely. But yeah, I do absolutely love this game. Even
Beating
if I-
Crash 2 before you can make it to his flight.
Yeah.
Tells Baggage claimed that. Hey, don't yell at me. I just beat Crash 2 100%, Nimrod.
Nimrod.
But yeah, this is definitely when Crash got his groove going. Like I think the level design here is amazing, and like this is when the voice acting got better too. I know. We have Lex Lang now for Cortex, and I love Lex Lang as Cortex, but Clancy Brown is still
Clancy Brown's better.
Oh my
was
god,
not.
yeah, that was a thing. You got Clancy Brown Cortex. What Cortex was it for Crash 1? I know he did pass away recently.
Brendan O'Brien.
Yeah.
Clancy Brown will always be my favorite. Will always be my Cortex. But then again, Clancy Brown.
I like Clancy Brown as Uka Uka more.
I know, but Clancy Brown is like my favorite voice actor, so I'm biased.
Clancy Brown is.
I mean, I love
fantastic.
Clancy Brown too, but like,
Yeah.
he voiced two characters. I prefer one over the other, and I think his replacement for one of them does a really fucking good job. I was gonna say I would save it until we get to Twinsanity, but that's not happening.
Yes, Twinsanity is
So,
not
like,
Naughty Dog.
Now, to me, Cortex is like Mike Pollock to Eggman. It's like that is the voice actor for this character, and I couldn't imagine anybody else taking it.
Mr. Noah, I should kick your fucking ass!
But yeah, I think part of it is, I mean, it's not one of my favorite Crash games. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's probably in my top 5, if I'm being honest. But maybe it's probably nostalgia, but I do seriously still love this game even now.
Yeah, Noah, we all love
Yeah.
this game. We just don't like
Yeah,
to bounce
yeah.
too much.
I love the
Shut the fuck
soundtrack.
up.
I love the soundtrack. I love the level design. Love the level design.
Love you though.
Love the voice acting.
Love me too, Sean.
This has my. I know.
Gay.
Shut up.
We might debate on whether Crash 2 or 3 is better, but me, I just like Crash 2 just a little bit more, as much as I love Crash 3.
God,
in my opinion-
if Noah and I almost strangled each other for baseless arguments, I can't wait for the next one.
The Crash 2 versus 3 argument, it feels like that one gif from Road to El Dorado. It's just like both is good.
That's good, yeah. But yeah.
Oh, right, dude. Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
true.
I love that meme.
But like everything about Crash 2, from its like character models to the level design and its sound design, I love like the warping noise when you like enter a level. Even when
Oh
you like,
god, yeah, Crash 2 and Insane Trilogy neutered the fuck out of that.
oh yes, it's definitely.
It's way more majestic because Crash is looking like, oh, I'm excited to be here. Let's go fuck up some crystals. Versus like, hey, I'm just here, just popping in.
I love
eaten a barbecue for dinner.
I love the Insane Trilogy. As much as I love the Insane Trilogy, I do prefer Original Finch 2 over
That's fair.
Insane Finch 2.
I mean, I favor Crash 3 OG over Insane, but I think we already. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah.
even no matter how many times I play Crash 2, I still love it very much. Like I'll play through the whole game in an afternoon, as I have recently done.
If you love it so much, why don't you marry it?
He did.
Oh God! Wait, why wasn't I invited to the wedding?
Because you already went
No one
home.
was. He did it in his own.
I did. I already did. No, is that what you said?
Yeah. No, you already went home.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, it was in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Oh, you bitch!
It had a whole ass
Wait,
wedding
what are you
in
guys
San
talking
Antonio
about?
there.
What are you talking about?
Eli and Crash 2 got married, and Crash 2's pregnant.
Oh, that's gonna be an interesting looking baby.
It
Anyway,
is up to the audience to decide which game in the series it is.
Well, actually,
It's
if I was thinking about
no, it wouldn't be Crash 2 Rumble.
no, wait, it's Crash 2. Oh God, he fucked the huge adventure.
Oh, was it bigger than what you imagined?
Oh, this is moments where I wish this shit had webcam because I feel like my fucking reaction there was hilarious.
Goddamn.
Just the
He
oh
fucked the
God.
huge adventure.
No, he heard that it was the huge adventure, and then he found out it's European version, extra small.
He definitely did. Like with what he was doing to Crash,
Already, oh my God, why are you extra small?
with what he was doing to Crash 2, it really,
This isn't the huge adventure. What the fuck?
with
I
what he
can't
was,
even fit.
with what he was doing
tiny
to Crash
journey.
2, with what he was doing to Crash 2, his dick really went through a huge adventure.
Anyway,
disgusting.
let's move on to Crash 3.
Anyway, yeah, game that Eli's not gonna fuck.
Crash 3. 3,
Crash
2, 1, go.
Alright, I'm gonna say this right here. This is my favorite Crash game.
Yeah,
I
got you. Let me cook. First off, Crash 3 did everything. They were like, okay, Crash 1, Crash 2, we did this. Let's do this, and they just maximized everything. You can play as Coco. There's more vehicle levels, which I think they're the best. In my opinion.
I don't care if it's nostalgia, and maybe because of Insane Trilogy, like, kind of woke me up on this one. While they may not be the best thing ever, I do really enjoy the fucking vehicle section. I do like the animals, like
The OST is really good in this game. I like the different level tropes. I like the theme behind the story.
Also, can I say this? This game introduced the most objectively best character in the franchise, Dingo Dial. Motherfucking
Yep.
Dingalicious
Cortex. Orders. Sorry, I won't do the whole thing.
Dingalicious Dingo Dial debuted in this game, so that's why Crash 3 is.
And not to mention, like, Crash 3 introduced, like, a lot of staples as a whole. Like, this is where we got the actual staple Crash Bandicoot theme. So
Yeah,
you can
here.
hear different themes in other games, but that's the
Yeah.
theme. That's
You
the
also
thing
got
you hear when I think
power-ups.
Crash
Yeah.
Bandicoot.
Best
you
version,
think-
best
yep.
entrance.
You get the
We also-
power ups.
Oh God, the entrance is so good.
Baby
I love that
T. You did get the box counter, Mark. So there you go. If that tickles your fancy, I guess.
And no, you want to know what else tickles my fancy? 5 bounces.
You
No, it's
are
okay,
come on,
Caddy's
guys.
son.
No one's
Anyway, like another thing, power-ups.
Yeah, you get the fruit bazooka. You get the death
Useless.
tornado.
You're useless.
That won't return in Crash 4.
Did you say the power ups are useless?
Well, all of them except for the Death Tornado spin are useless. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the running is useless for relics. Yeah, gotcha.
fuck
I mean,
that.
yeah, there's that, but like that's for people that want to complete the game, and
Which is all of us. Everyone in this
all of
room.
us, but like not all of everybody. though.
My big argument is like with the
Fuck
power ups.
everybody.
The power ups are very situational things that you would only use in bonus rooms, or if it's like
Yeah,
Hey.
if we're being objective, there only 2 of the power ups are really good because Super Body Slam is just the body slam.
There are
little bit
boxes
better.
that can't be broken.
The double
without
jump
doing
is
They
awful
don't show up
in that
before that.
game.
The double jump is what now?
The double jump is awful in that game.
it. You're awful.
Yes.
for-
It is. It is.
I mean, if you're,
standard.
if
Most
you're
double
comparing it to
jumps-
other games, like
Yeah, most double jumps are
which isn't fair,
you
but-
are using that jump to like correct your jumps or just to get a little higher. Crash 3 is only just to get a little higher because as soon as you jump, as the moment you start going down, you can't jump again.
Well, I never
That's
really
true.
took the time to notice that.
I'm
It
trying to
is
think of
way
other
better in
gadgets.
4.
And the fruit bazooka is also kind of lame. It's cool as a kid, but like it's kind of lame.
I feel like at the point that you get it in the game is kind of like why bother? You know, it's like the last little power up, and the whole time you're like, okay, cool. I'm gonna use it for the situational levels, but it's like whatever.
For one of the levels.
Yeah, I was gonna say like they.
I mean,
feel
you
like
need it for certain.
That's what I'm saying.
things,
It's a situational thing.
Yeah, it's
all the power ups are
situational.
situational things. It's like you're not gonna be
the
like
Death Tornado
oh,
spin isn't situational.
well,
I was
except
gonna go
those two,
here.
right? The Death Tornado spin, the run.
Yeah, but the Body Slam and the Fruit Bazooka are definitely situational.
I think most of them are situational, except those two things that you just mentioned. But I don't know. I don't see that as a bad thing. You know.
It's not a bad thing. It's, more
It's
or
not
less
a
like,
bad thing, but like when people are like, why did Crash 4 not have power-ups? It's kind of like I have to go in and
No, I
be
don't care
like,
about that.
No,
Why
it's-
didn't
it's
it-
more the-
My complaint with Crash 4 is why does it have the fucking running? I hate mashing
No,
my buttons.
I would say it's the
granted,
promise
that's a
of-
fact, but like, you know, I'm just
With
saying.
Crash 4 is different though. Crash
Crash
has
4 's
more moves and well, he
Yeah,
does
Crash
have more
4 's
moves, but it just feels comfortable. It's like you're playing the game. You don't really need that shit. You don't need
Yeah,
the
Cra-
death tornado. You might need the
Yeah.
death tornado spin.
Plus,
You just get it with a mask.
Plus, Crash 4 is Crash 4. Yeah, like the mask already like do it for
Well,
you.
no,
Like,
no.
Crash-
What I'm saying is that people are acting like power-ups are such an important thing to Crash Bandicoot
A
as a
staple like in
franchise.
Crash 4, like in Crash 4, I don't know
Nice.
you need those.
No, I'm
Oh,
not.
yeah, we
I'm not talking about
definitely
Crash
need to
4.
tiptoe.
I'm talking about like if we got a new game and it didn't have power-ups, and people are like, "Well, power-ups have always been some of the biggest things about Crash Bandicoot," and then I'm being like, if you really look back, when you really look back, a lot of the power-ups in all the games are really situational or useless. Like
Yeah.
I love
Yeah,
Entrance,
but
but their brand new power-ups
Entrance.
suck.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was probably my biggest problem with Entrance.
What
Like,
power?
Oh yeah.
The super slide and the super jump.
Oh,
Yeah. I remember those.
no, I mean a lot of them are situational, but I mean it doesn't make or break Crash 3. Overall, I think where Crash 3 is its strongest is overall, and I'll constantly say this, Naughty
Variety.
Dog looked at each game and was able to say, hey, we can fix what we did in the last game or make it better. And I feel like this is like the pinnacle of Crash Bandicoot, at least in this era that Naughty Dog did own Crash or were able to make the Crash games. It is pinnacle, which is why I like it. You have so much to offer, and I already went over
I
all
wouldn't
of it.
agree with that, but like it is really damn good.
It's
But,
my
like,
I think
I would-
Pinnacle Crash is here, though, to be honest. At least
I,
in this
I,
era.
I would genuinely like replay Crash 3 probably like the most. Like I said, it's my favorite Crash game, and I don't think there was a point in which I almost gave it to Nitro Fields, but I don't know. I think there was a point where I just like went back to Crash 3, and I just remembered exactly why I
If that
liked
game
that.
had good. If that game had good online, you'd
For sure.
you'd
Yeah,
change
no,
your mind.
yeah. that
Oh,
would
if
be-
the game was still supported, oh fuck yeah, I put Crash.
I
on
think
this
even if the
is
game
Crash.
wasn't supported, I think if the game had good online, would have already been enough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
supported and online, but that's like too much to ask.
All right.
for.
No, yeah.
We got plenty of content, Jeremy. Let it go. We just want good online.
Yeah.
Hey, fuck. I mean,
Get off my
okay, I'm not
cheeks.
gonna be that guy who's like, I want Evil Crash and the twins and Madame Amberly. I'm
I
not
thought you were gonna
that
say.
fucking guy.
I thought for a second that you said you want Crash. Like, I'm not gonna be that guy that wants Crash and Evo or some shit. I thought you said Evo. And I'm like Evo.
Crash Team Rumble.
Yeah,
Crash for Smash,
Team
come
Rumble
on.
Evo 2024.
Well, Evo's going on right now as we're recording this, so
And nobody here cares.
Neat.
I care for the.
But anyway, Crash 3 to me, if you remember in my tier list debate 2 years ago, I put it at A before. However, and the reason I did that is because I think it's a solid game, great game, but I didn't like the vehicles, and I also didn't like the time trials, the relics, mostly because they're needed to get more levels, and most of those levels, no, 2 of those levels are just going back to older levels and
Oh shit.
getting the box gem.
Wait, can I suck Crash 2's dick for a second?
Sure.
I forgot that you brought something up, like how those relics.
Is Mark glitching for anyone else?
Yeah,
or is it
he
just
is.
yes.
Mark, you're a robot.
I thought I was having a stroke.
I heard
No,
it
you're
too,
not.
so you're not going crazy.
Yeah, no, I was just letting it happen because I thought it was on my end.
Beep boop bop. Could you
Yep,
still
you're
hear
good.
me?
You're good now.
All right.
You're good now.
Okay, so what I was saying, okay, you mentioned the relics being like the requirement to unlock the secret levels. I forgot in
Yeah.
Crash 2, like you had to find them and hidden in the levels, and the way they were hidden were actually pretty good.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
Like they were pretty creative. If I don't think there was one that was too cryptic, but you felt like a genius if you discovered one.
What are we talking
yeah.
about?
I was just sorry. I was just
secret
giving. I was
level
giving.
entrances from Crash.
I was giving Crash.
Oh,
Yeah, I was giving Crash 2
Like-
the old sucky suck before I go back to Crash 3.
Like, no, when I found out about that one in Hang 8, or, no, not Hang 8, the second level in the same
Air
environment.
Crash.
Yeah,
Air
Air
Crash.
Crash. The Air Crash, I was like, I can bounce on these, and then figuring that out was a fucking genius.
no, as
Yeah.
a kid though, when you're figuring that shit out, because you just look like this was when we didn't look up cheat codes. We just said fuck it, and then you just do it, and you're like, what the fuck?
You didn't say that you were a
The
kid. You didn't say that.
one I
As
felt
much
like
as-
a genius for was
I
like
like-
walking back through the polar bear level after getting chased by the giant polar bear.
I think that's
Yeah,
the
because
first
a lot
one
of
people
those
will
secret
find.
exits were just like, hey, what if? Like, you're just playing the game and it's like, I'm just gonna fuck around. I can walk backwards. Or what level? Or the level with the nitro crates. It's one of the digging it, or is it
Yeah, it's
behaving or
behaving.
digging it?
Behaving.
Yeah, you look at the nitro crates, you're like, those things aren't moving. And they're
Yeah.
properly placed.
Yeah, I didn't
Oh, I can
notice
go-
that as a kid. I actually had to
Also,
look that one up.
Yeah, like I had
That's
to
one-
think.
that's one
I had
thing
to
did
think like.
Crash 2
Yeah.
Crash over 3.
Yeah, and I don't think Crash 3s are that interesting because one of them you have to hit an alien sign, which I think is pretty cool. But then the other one is you having to get taken away by a pterodactyl when it's like I don't think that one is as obvious as say like jumping on nitro crates.
That's
because,
not
like,
obvious at all.
That one was very like, and plus you have to go into the skull route.
I actually
yeah.
found
What
one
is it?
back.
Dino?
Yeah, because it's like
Dynamite.
yeah, like because it's like there's no indication. You're always told to avoid the pterodactyls because if you touch one, they'll kill you. So then
Yeah.
one of them takes you to a secret. Yeah, Crash 2 definitely handles the secrets better.
Yeah, but like back to my original point is that like I actually had a change of heart with this game because like ironically Crash 4 of all games made me actually appreciate the relics because you can
Crash
argue
Relics are sharper than Crash 4.
not really actually they're not that bad actually. Like I actually like how they changed like the box arrangements and they actually give you Aku Aku's to be invincible for the first time ever. But that's an entirely different conversation. But like,
Yeah.
I always viewed I didn't like the relics as gateways to certain levels. Backhanded compliment to Wrath of Cortex. I liked how all the levels were brand new when you had to get the relics. Quality notwithstanding, but I like that idea more. So like I wasn't digging that, but like it really does feel like a different beast when you're rushing through the level, hitting those time boxes. So I did appreciate that more. Vehicle wise, I'm kind of the same as I was before. I still think the jet ski is used way too much and the motorcycle isn't that good, but like everything else is
Yeah.
good.
You can
Just
definitely
keep-
tell.
I wish there was
They're
more
definitely-
Ferrara level. I wish
They're
there was
definitely
more.
worse. They're definitely worse in the Insane trilogy.
Oh,
The
not
funny
even
thing
a
is-
contest. And that's where I hate it more. But if we're
Yeah,
talking about
like,
the
I-
original, I'm totally fine with it.
All the vehicles feel a lot better in like the OG. Like it's
Yeah.
I don't know what the
Especially the
fuck they did.
Yeah.
differently
No,
with that.
you know what's really funny? I will never forget about this interview. I remember there was an interview where they were talking about the motorcycle, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we could have made the controls better, but we wanted it to be authentic." I'm like, "Why?"
Oh my god.
Authentic to what?
Okay, you know, maybe
the
I wouldn't
original.
Be so upset. Maybe I wouldn't be so upset if they could have at least given an option to choose between having it be a bit more. I don't know.
It wasn't
Kinda weird.
authentic at all. The controls weren't authentic. They were shit.
Because, like, yeah, I was gonna say it
Well,
wasn't.
I mean, the
authentic to
original controls were kind of shit too. So,
But they were.
They
no,
weren't
but they weren't that
compared
bad.
to Insane.
They
Yeah,
weren't that
no.
bad.
well, the motorcycle I would compare the two. The jet ski is different though.
But even then, like, I guess, like, when you jump the ramp, I wouldn't say it was, like, I would still say that the...
I mean, yeah,
The
but
jet
that's
ski was
that. I don't think that has anything to do with control. I think that has something to do with like physics and gravity.
Probably.
Yeah, the jet ski felt fine in Crash 3, like OG. It's like
Yeah.
Insane, where it's like, okay, I feel like I'm having to really fight against the water, and I don't like that. I get realism and everything, but guys, this is a video game about a bandicoot getting fucking crystals.
This,
And
yeah,
it-
this isn't Resident Evil.
Trying to stop a
Jesus
mad
Christ.
scientist and a witch doctor mass from taking over the world.
Like Jesus Christ. But yeah, like I don't know. Vehicles aside, I still feel like it's no Wrath of Cortex. Even then, I don't feel like Wrath of Cortex is just as egregious as people fucking say. I might be fucking high depending on that opinion, but I don't know.
I love Rather Cortex. I'll die on that.
Not a part of the topic
Yeah,
here, but still.
I know. It's not the topic. Anyway.
Yeah. Sean, I'm curious to hear your take on Crash 3 because I vaguely remember when we did Race to Win. Crash 3 was at some point your favorite game?
Yes. This is also
Not anymore because the rest to win.
well. This is probably the first game I've ever played in my life. Because
No, it's funny.
when I was
I'm sorry. Crash 2 was my first video game. Hey,
Oh my god,
we're
you guys are
distant
so
rivals.
You guys are so
Shut up.
adorable.
But yeah, like when I was like 3 or 4, I got a PS1. I got a couple games, and this was the first one that I really played. And then I played through the series backwards, like I said. I got this and CTR. And then this was my favorite game of all time for a good amount of time, probably up until either a couple years ago or maybe in college, because that's when I started experimenting a lot more different games. But this has, to this day, one of my favorite OSTs in gaming. I do think the level design got better. Even putting away nostalgia, there are things in the game, obviously, that are very clunky. Like the vehicles, the motorcycle. I love the motorcycle, but it's not very good. It's more of like I enjoy it, but because I know how to play through it. I know how to play through the clunkiness, but it's super clunky. And then Baby T is neat as a kid, and then you realize no one cares about him because he doesn't do anything. And
useless Yoshi.
Out of
Kind
Egg
of,
plus
yeah.
Rex, right?
But I just honestly, this game has such a place in my heart that even if I have like my little nitpicks, or I understand like the nostalgia cracking, or something like, oh no, there's parts of this game that are like still very clunky. It's like I don't care. I love this game, and it's very special to me, even if it has been since dethroned several times as my favorite game of all time. But I do think it is better than 2. And not by a huge margin. I would add it's a very small margin. It really depends on what mood you catch me in, what I would say, whether it be like a whole point or like half a point or something. I don't know. But
The mood you catch me in is if I had to bounce on 10 boxes and I'll be like, fuck this game.
Shut
I'm
up.
gonna keep,
This is
I'm
going to be
gonna-
the whole argument.
I'm gonna keep saying that. You're right, I am petty.
We're going to get to Jack and Daxter.
And-
It's no Crash Bandicoot 2 where you're jumping on this main box.
and I do like the relics. I've always liked the relics. This is one of the few games that I feel like the relics do really work because they kind of change
ties
things
into
to
the
make it so the
whole-
relics work. Like the Aku Aku boxes and stuff like that to make it so you get invincibility in certain points, as well as changing out the layout, and then just I think the levels were kind of made in a way to kind of speed run, and there's very few levels in the game that feel punishing. Too punishing. Hello, High Time. But other than that, like they're really fun, and it's one of the few times where the Cortex boss fight is not
Dog shit.
horrible.
Oh, fuck.
It is
OST.
okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. By the way, OST, I know all the Skull Route themes are essentially the same. I fucking love those shits. And then this is the most evolved Cortex theme because it's got everything.
Yeah, I do like
Crash-
Cortex
yeah.
theme in that
Crash
one.
2 theme was great, but Crash 3 fucking goes in. Fuck the
Crash
slow
2.
theme from Crash
Crash
1.
2
Fuck
was still
that.
my personal favorite, but I do love all 3.
Alright. I might be the only one in this camp because everybody hates the insane soundtrack for everything. But I actually like
I like
the
that sound, alright.
insane
Not
version
true.
of Crash 3's.
Half and half.
You know,
Not true. Like I rocking that Dingo Dial theme from Insane 3. You know, so
the
I'm
funny
happy
thing
with
is,
it.
though, what I wish that the
Big
Insane
Red
Trilogy did, I wish the Insane Trilogy did what Spyro Reignited and Nitro Fuel did, where it's like, do you want to use legacy music? And it's like, that would have been great.
Yeah.
Reignite is just a better
I thought you were gonna say better art style, but that works too.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Well, Well, nowadays the art style compared to Crash 4, you know, you probably would want that, but in this prime, it was like, oh, this looks fucking great. Like,
Like when that new trilogy came out, I was like, man, this game's so fucking gorgeous. Its personality, I love it. I still like that, but it's like, you know, yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
found
early
something I'm
days,
annoyed
like,
right
yeah.
now.
What?
What?
The tier list missing the H from Naughty.
I saw,
whatever.
I saw that earlier.
Oh,
I just noticed that. I'm a little annoyed, not gonna lie.
So,
oh my
Naughty
god,
Dog-
the person who made this tier list debate, you go back to fucking first grade.
I'm not gonna be that mean. Holy shit.
No, I will. No,
That's
I
a
will be.
typo.
Fuck you. No, I will be. Fuck you. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm a writer, dude, and I make typos often, all the time, so it's fine.
Naughty
It's just a little
Dog.
annoying.
Naughty
I'll get
Dog,
over
we're
it.
like, not your job anymore. You're fired.
Not your job, dog.
Not your job, dog.
Not your job, dog. You're fired.
That's really funny.
Okay, Eli's
Yeah,
turn.
My roommates must
Okay.
hate me right
So,
now.
Why would your roommates hate you?
My neighbors, I mean.
Oh, yeah, fuck your neighbors, though.
Yeah, I won't.
Oh, okay, not literally.
What
unless
if
you're
they're
inside,
hot,
I guess.
though?
Anyway, Eli.
all right. So
That's the question.
I do very much love Crash 3. It's also in my top 5 with the Crash games. I admit to liking Crash 2 a little bit more just because I have a little bit more nostalgia for it than 3, even though I still have a lot of
Bias.
3 as well.
The fuck?
And also, there's some things
His
about
inner
Crash
demons
2
came
that
out.
with the like the warp room design and we already talked about the secrets. I don't know if y'all noticed, but Aku Aku stole Coco's voice for Crash 3 because like he speaks, but Coco doesn't.
Yep.
But Coco's.
You know, I thought you were gonna go some weird Mandela effect shit that Aku Aku voice act, like the person who voiced Aku Aku voice acted Coco in the last game, and I was like,
Well,
what the fuck,
Winkler,
wow.
rest in peace. You had a good range of voice.
Dude, rest in peace. though. But I still very much love Crash 3 for all the reasons y'all listed, with like the OST, of course, and actually I think Crash 3 has like one of the best level 1 themes ever, like with Toad Village. I love that music very much.
Oh yeah, gotta love Kick Kaboom, am I right?
Man,
Well,
you know what? That
also
ruins
using-
it.
Why Kekaboo? Oh, wait, why Kekaboo? Oh,
Because Kick Kaboom's theme is Toad Village.
you know what?
No,
Don't
no,
talk.
no, not the theme, but like the
No, like the theme of the level, like not
Oh,
the.
gotcha,
not the
yeah.
not
Yeah,
the
no, I was really hoping you would stop there so I can make fun of you and say, what an idiot, it doesn't have the same music.
Yeah, I don't hear Toad Village whenever I'm playing Kick Kaboom.
Why did you bring
good
up...
music? Actually,
You know what? Fuck you, Jeremy. Bottom tier.
Yeah. But yeah, like even though I do prefer Crash 2 a little bit more, I love Crash 3. It has great level design, and I like the design of the warp room, even if I like Crash 2's more. I like the boss fights and
I do think the boss fights in Crash 3 were better.
new characters.
Yeah.
Actually, I was gonna say something else about Crash 2 in comparison to 3. I feel like Crash 2 is a more satisfying challenge. It's like it's a perfect balance between never too
yeah,
hard.
Crash 3 is a little bit easier than Crash 2 is.
If it wasn't for the relics, Crash 3 would definitely be like the easiest game. I mean, I still think it's probably the easiest game in the trilogy, but like the relics are what makes it a pretty good challenge. But like if it wasn't for the relics, it'd definitely be the easiest by far.
Yeah, try pulling off a Daiki and get all the platinum relics. Tank and Den tried, and he nearly gave up.
But yeah, there's great bangers in the soundtrack, a lot of great memorable levels, and it's just Naughty Dog went out on a high. Well, actually, no, we still have CTR, but when it came to platforming Crash, Naughty Dog definitely went out on a very high note, and it still remains one of my favorite Crash games to this day. I actually do prefer this one over Insane just a little bit more, mostly because of the vehicle stuff, and I think the soundtrack sounds better. But yeah, the vehicles, I guess they're kind of mixed. I do like them overall, but I kind of like Crash better when it's more into platforming, but I still like the vehicles anyway. But yeah, Crash 3 is amazing. Great end to the original trilogy. Yeah. Love it.
And with that, let us go to the final game of the redundant. Because after this point, we'll be talking about new things. CTR, not Rumble or Nitrofield. Fuck, I hate life. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Hard to believe we live in an age where there's two CTO.
This is where Naughty Dog ended on the highest note.
I'm not gonna lie.
I might get a little flack for this, but this is the best game they made.
The most hilarious shit about this, right? I remember in an interview that they were saying like, "Oh, we want to just end the Crash Bandicoot series here, so we just made Oxide, or we just thought of a story that didn't make sense and people would hate it." On the contrary, that shit was genius.
Oh my god, I remembered that.
Oh my god, that was fucking great.
To the point where this might be my favorite racing game.
Let me
Like,
also say, like, the
I mean,
Triad
also-
racing games, right? Well, if you want to count Sonic Art, sure, that era is just sweet. But we'll say Diddy Kong Racing, Mario Kart 64, Crash Team Racing. Out of all of those, Crash Team Racing's winning. Easily.
Okay,
Oh yes.
okay, but Sonic Car was a guilty pleasure, if I'm being real. But
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no.
I mean, of the popular '90s kart racing games, I definitely say CTR is the best.
And that's not even biased. That's just being honest. When you
No,
look
no,
at the facts, right?
that's just a fact, because Mario Kart 64 is an overrated piece of trash. Fuck you, Watch Mojo.
Hey!
I wouldn't get that far. I would just say, like, over time, like, if you look at the games, right? People are still going to play those games. And I'll always say Mario Kart 64 is jank as well.
No.
It's kind of fun.
I'll even
That's
say
just my
Super Mario.
opinion, but I will
I
just
didn't
say,
say Super
overall,
Mario Kart was pretty basic as shit.
if I had to go back to one of those, I would choose CTR just because of what it offers. It's fan
Oh yeah,
service.
but you're
again.
not
That
a
era.
blind dick-sucking fanboy. That's why.
Yeah, no, I don't understand the Mario Kart 64 love. I think even as a kid I hated it, but let me explain. Like, there's a difference between, like, the feeling of the game, like, how both games feel and their gameplay. CTR, I feel like I have full control of my character. Everything just feels right. The items actually fucking work. And I say that because, you know, I'm used to how Mario Kart plays the newer Mario Karts way more than 64. But when red shells are like the most useless thing on the fucking planet, then it's like, and I don't feel like I have a lot of momentum in Mario Kart 64. So, and that's not how I feel with CTR. CTR, even the original, even today, with Nitro Field in existence, the original still plays really good. Like, at first I was gonna go. I thought by going back to the original, it wasn't gonna hold up a candle compared to Nitro Field. Nitro Field is better, but the original is still pretty fucking fun. Like,
For
Yeah.
a PS1 game, it looks really good. It's
not just
really
for a
good.
PS1 game. I would still say it's a good game today. Like, if Nitro Field was Thanos the way out of existence, this game would still would still hold up just fine. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, and I think it's just again how it controls and the fact that it, you know, I guess with the exception of Koala Kong and Brio, it had nearly everybody from the Crash series that we've known. So it's like, I don't know, there was just something about like it's just how it plays primarily. It may be they only fuck Baby T. It's like I mean like it just because people, I feel like the only reason why people like can get turned off by this game is because we have boomers that look at this as a Mario Kart clone and then just immediately get turned off.
heck no.
But I think this game is way more fun. If you actually utilize the PlayStation, like I almost called it the boomerang,
Boomerang.
the multi-tab.
The boomerang. Oh, you
It's
bastard.
like four-player CTR, also pretty fun. Like,
Yeah. Even
Again,
if the graphics take a shit, at least the frame rate's consistent.
I don't understand like the interview with Naughty Dog saying that they purposely made this, like, wanted to end the series here, so they purposely made the story and shit. Like,
It was
shit,
because of terrible work conditions under Universal, I think.
yeah, but they accidentally made they accidentally made a masterpiece. God damn it, Naughty Dog is so good. They accidentally made a good game. Also, Naughty Dog terrible work.
Okay, never mind.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Naughty Dog terrible working conditions. Man, haven't heard that in a while.
You know, I was gonna say,
Well, it was under
they didn't
Universal,
even.
not them.
They tried to fail and they succeeded. You can't say the same about nowadays, though.
No, it's, well,
They could
yeah.
try to they could try to fail and succeed.
They tried.
We'll get to that
It's just overall though. It's just the thing with like this game, and then like playing through the game. I can say this being a single player at heart growing up because nobody really wanted to play the same games as me. Kind of sad, but as just me playing by myself in the game, I still had a fuck ton of fun compared to playing Mario Kart 64.
Yeah.
And I like that game too. Growing up there, like,
I'll be
playing the
honest.
5 and 6.
I'll be honest. I'll take my bias out for like 20 seconds. I think CTR has a better adventure mode than Diddy Kong Racing, and unlike
That's fair.
Mario Kart ever, at least it has adventure mode for the single player offering.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
and that's the thing.
That's
Like,
that's the one thing I feel Mario Kart is missing nowadays. Just give us an adventure mode. And
Yeah,
I think it's
like-
actually.
Like, it's so bad that we praise DS for its mission mode, because that's the best we're gonna get.
You know, honestly,
yeah,
I
that's pretty good.
Fuck,
you know,
right.
honestly, this entire conversation reminds me that I need to punch my friend because everything that you're, everything that I'm sorry. Let me explain.
this whole conversation reminded me I gotta be violent as fuck. Like,
So look, if you need a reason to punch people, I can help you.
No, I don't need. Okay, no, I just remembered every.
I really like this conversation, but you remind me, I gotta go shoot my neighbor real quick.
I gotta go give a name. This just reminds me. I gotta go fuck my neighbor's wife. I'll be right back.
No, escalation. Let's go.
Because I remember, like, my friend wouldn't shut the fuck up about this, but like everything that I'm hearing about with Diddy Kong Racing and Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing had the adventure mode. Oh, CTR also copied Diddy Kong Racing, and I'm like, I swear.
I mean,
God.
it does have.
I know it technically did, but like, if I first of all, I don't think that should take away from the enjoyment of the game.
Oh, it
Secondly,
doesn't. But I was gonna
Those
just say
adventure
they
modes are
did.
completely fucking
They
different.
did use
Yeah.
one of the levels from Diddy Kong Racing as a testing ground. Because
Yeah,
like
I do.
Crash
Crescent
Cove looks
Island.
exactly like one of the tracks from Diddy Kong
They
Racing.
copied Crescent Island, yeah.
Yeah, Crescent Island. Yeah,
Yeah, but
I love Diddy Kong Racing.
yeah, but I was gonna. Yeah, we know you.
I'm sorry for you,
I
Eli.
compare with myself in this game.
No one likes
I
Diddy Kong
CTR
Racing
over
DS.
CKR more.
I've never
It
played.
controls better, okay? Leave me
I-
alone.
It does control better.
I've never played either of them. I don't care.
Hmm.
But no, like I just remembered like the conversation as a whole. But CTR, I'll take it over Mario Kart. But still a fun game. I will still come back to it to this day. No, you tried to fuck up, but you didn't because you were a good company then. But
So
But
I'm
Tigers
gonna.
were the-
I'm gonna go really quick. CTR is a great game. I put it over Crash 3 because its vehicle sections are way better.
wow.
So no, I would.
But no. But like, yeah, I like CTR. CTR deserves to be really high on everybody's tier list because comparing Mario Karts, this is just me speaking, but like I'd rank CTR over a good majority of them,
I think it over like any of them.
I
No,
put it
I-
equal to
which is
Double
very
Dash.
impressive for a 2000 game,
I
2001,
put it equal to Double Dash.
1999.
1999.
1999.
2000 is Crash Bash.
Like, because when you really think about it, right? Like, if you made me an offer and was like, what would you rather do? Would you rather sit down and play Mario Kart DS multiplayer, which at this point I've done it enough to where it's just like, that's fun. Or would I rather play Crash Team Racing with the fucking multi-tap and get 4 people playing? Yeah, I'm probably going to choose Crash Team Racing.
I'm gonna put I put Team Racing and Nitro Field over all the Mario Karts. Call me biased. I don't care.
I would put Nitro
Yeah,
Field
like
over
Crash
all the
Wars.
Mario Karts, but I don't know about the original overall Mario Karts.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I'd equal it to like Double Dash. Like, if I'm saying like it's better than Double Dash or
Oh,
something
okay,
like
yeah,
Mario Kart, then
I
it's-
forgot. Yeah, no, Double Dash has the land shit, so maybe I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one. I don't know.
I'm gonna start getting on this because this game, first of all, is the best Crash game in my opinion. It was honestly the first one to overthrow 3. Second of all, one thing is, since college, I would revisit this game every couple months, beat it 100% with all relics and everything on all 4 save files with different character classes. Wipe the file and then do it again a few months later.
Nice.
damn.
Every single year. I stopped doing that about a few years before Nitro Field came out, and then I haven't done it since. But I would do it consistently.
I thought you were gonna say, and I stopped doing it in that game and started doing it on Nitro Field.
I mean, I've done a little bit on Nitro Field. I've beaten on the Switch, I think, on all 4 save files, and then on the PS4, I have 2 save files.
So, so you classify yourself as a huge CTR fan. Have you done the Dead Trials yet?
Dude.
No.
I mean, I've done Oxide.
So,
no, Dead Trials.
Big story time. Like, us talking about crashing racing just made me remember a story, right? So, as a kid, I lost the game due to time. It was my dad's copy, right? So, I was like, fuck. I'm looking at YouTube videos, looking at GameSpot videos. Like, I want to play this game again, right? And I ordered the game off of Amazon. My dad was like, okay, cool. We got a PS2. Just get the game. I remember vividly the copy I got from either Amazon or eBay did not fucking work. And I was so sad.
Oh my god.
Oh my shit. It could only play 3 tracks. And every single time I went to another track, it would just take forever to load it. My dad did everything to fix that disc. He would, we got this imitation something put on the back of a disc. We were rubbing alcohol on it. We did whatever, resurfaced it. It just would never work. And that was the most saddest thing. And by the time we borrowed my uncle's PS3, we got Crash Team Racing. I played that shit for hours. Oh my fucking god. To this day, I'm still fucking upset with the person who sold that copy. It was like, oh yeah, it definitely works. 3 tracks, dude.
You shouldn't have bought it from them. You should have robbed it from someone.
I still have my original copy. The only unfortunate part is I can't beat it because once you beat Oxide, the game freezes.
I just have it on
That's really sad.
Man, Naughty Dog really did want the game to fail.
So what do we do to beat Oxide? The PS1
Well, I mean,
explodes.
I can technically beat the game. It just doesn't show the final cutscene.
Oh, just skip it.
Oh no, it's just the game will literally freeze.
No,
so you
I
can't see it.
think once you beat Oxide, that's when the game freezes.
So yeah, like once I beat Oxide and it goes into the loading screen will freeze.
He said the Terra Vermin won't beat. They can't beat me if they can't. If the PS1 isn't gonna work.
They can't beat me if the game doesn't load.
They can't beat me if I break the shit out of the PS1.
So yeah, I still have my OG copy.
He turned the loading screen into a parking lot. He was able to enact his plan after all.
And not to fucking mention, right? This is kind of something for Crash 3. That fucking opening where they're breaking out of that damn box. Crash Team Racing. Oh.
Yeah.
Start your engines. That shit was
That's
fucking
another thing I miss about the remake versions. They don't have like the intros like that anymore. Well, actually, no, they had it in a Nitro, but they didn't have it for Insane Trilogy.
Yeah, they had the Nitro Field, which is nice. It just feels less crunchy though, but that's a
Cortex doing that shit at the beginning is better than Uka Uka. I'm just putting it out there. Or the voice of Cortex doing the whole intro where they're busting out of the crate.
Yeah, a smashing glass from the past.
No, yeah, it wasn't as cool. It was nostalgic and adorable when you see it on Nitro Field, but then it's like it's not as raw when like Cortex was saying like,
yeah.
Oh god, it was fucking raw. It's like,
No,
bitch, we're gonna break out of this crate and we're gonna annihilate your PlayStation.
Yeah.
Okay, well don't do that. That costs money.
Not a lot of money, but money.
Did you just say you had a lot of money?
No, I said not a lot of money, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say I have a lot of money. I'm like, oh, really?
No, I'm saying PlayStations are cheap nowadays.
Damn, okay.
Yeah, didn't Kevin bought one in fucking San Antonio for like $50?
He bought
Yeah.
2 of them, I think.
2?
He bought 2. I only thought he bought 1.
Yeah, I thought you
Mine
only
bought
bought
2.
one.
He went back.
I thought he got 2. I think he got one for himself and he got one for Lily.
I think so.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the PlayStations are easy consoles to collect for nowadays. It's Nintendo who are like, yeah, you want this GameCube game? $90. Bitch, what?
You want this GameCube game?
$90? That's not that bad.
You want this GameCube game? Give me your house.
I mean, for GameCube games now, it's like
Oh,
they started to get
games. I
triple
thought you were talking about the full console. I'm like, that's not
no,
too bad.
yeah, $90 GameCube isn't bad, but the games, bitch.
Oh, yeah. They're good.
Yeah, that's a different story. I thought you were talking about the console. I'm like, $90? That's actually pretty good.
No,
Yeah,
Double
that's
Dash is like $90 or $100 something, depending on what inserts you want.
I've seen that. Ugh.
Mario Party games, just as disgusting. Well, they're not bad now.
We're getting off topic here. So,
Yeah, but off topic.
is there anybody else want to talk about CTR before we start getting to the new
one more
stuff?
thing. One more thing. No, I do make my mind. I think I do like this version of CTR more than Mario Kart in general.
Which one?
This one.
All of them.
Which Mario Kart? Like all of them?
All of them. I gave thought about it. I think I just enjoy CTR overall more because, like, maybe this is just me not really playing a lot of Mario Karts at the time, but I don't know. I think I just prefer the way this one plays, even over some of the newer ones. Yeah, like I'm giving thought of it, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think that's much. It might be a hot take, but you know what? I don't care. I like CTR more.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, fuck Mario Kart.
Well, I cannot wait to get into Jack and Daxter. My God.
All right. I don't think Sean spoke. I don't think Eli did. I'm gonna get water.
I'll keep. I definitely do really love CTR. It's probably and actually, no, I sunk a pretty good amount of hours into it, but only after I got it on the PS3 digitally. Like I never really owned it for myself for the longest time, but yeah, to this day, I still think it really holds up really well. I would also argue, just like Mark, I would argue it might be better than most Mario Karts, if not all of them, because like the controls just feel really satisfying, and like I love the character roster, and like I like the tracks, and it's just
Beautiful.
it's a solid adventure mode. Yeah, it really is great. Like I debate with this. Like this and Diddy Kong Racing are probably my favorite racing games, and like it's just an IP that I really enjoy. Of course, but I think that's part of the reason why I love Crash Team Racing so much, because I just love Crash Bandicoot in general. So it's just like it pretty much gives you a essential kart racing experience, like tight controls that feel very satisfying to master, and like a great roster, like great use of the universe, great use of Crash Bandicoot lore and locations and stuff. Like great sound design and music and everything. It's just Crash Team Racing is amazing. It's just the Naughty Dog definitely went out on a high note with Crash. They tried not to, but they did.
Yeah, no. I think I was actually thinking while you were describing like the level locations and the lore, I was thinking to myself, like, this every single track is just ripped from some type of location from the Crash games. I have to think, like, the only one I think Mystery Caves is kind of a weird one.
Mystery Caves.
Kind of sort of the prehistoric levels.
Kind
Mystery
of.
Caves could be Mystery Caves could be some of the underground sections in
There was
the
meant to be
forest.
Koala Kong's
in
track,
Crash
actually,
1.
back in the day.
I was thinking like kind of the temple levels from Crash 1.
Well, I was thinking it could be like the secret underground areas in some of the forests in Crash 1. It could be something like that because you sort of
Honestly, it looks like it kind of looks like the bonus round sections of the prehistoric areas.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I got temples like the ruins from Crash 2, pretty much.
Yeah. And Coco Park is just Coco. Like we can't get past it. It's really the music that is ripped from like Crash 3, 2, or Theme a little bit.
But they obviously made a level straight out of the sewer levels from Crash 2, and
Oxide Station is really the space levels.
Cortex Castle is basically like a slippery climb from Crash 1.
Engine Labs is the lab, or like, what level is that? Heavy Machinery, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Heavy Machinery.
And can't think of anything else. Yep, Polar Pass.
Oxide Station could be like the space levels from 2. Well, not space levels, but like the space station levels. And stuff.
Wizard Bluff, Dragon. What the fuck is Dragon Wise, actually?
Good question.
I know where Dragon Mines came from. It came from Hell.
Koala Kong boss fight.
And speaking of hell, Jack and Daxter.
I bet.
What's the hell this game?
More territory. I know this would be great.
All right, so basically, Sean and Eli are going to take a backseat on this one, and the Amiibos are going to be primarily talking.
I'm gonna go lay down for a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome to the Amiibos section. No, the rest of this segment is actually going to be in Amiibos and not going to be in Noah's channel. Just this segment.
Oh, fuck that. I ain't doing that shit, but anyway.
That'd be a lot of editing to do on his end.
Alrighty. So Jak and Daxter Uno. 3, 2, 1, go.
I just went ahead and put them all.
Yeah,
Like
I saw
my-
you.
Never played
All
thing.
right.
So I'm gonna
So
go ahead and just go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
story time for me. This was
You
the
met,
second.
Why do you always have to talk first?
Oh, I minimized. Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
This
I
was
want-
the. Is it good now? It's good now. This
Yeah, I
was the
see it.
first Jak and Daxter game, or the second that I actually played. Because I just remember when we had our PS2 in the house, my uncle had like a fuck ton of games, right? I played Jak and Daxter. Had no idea, didn't make the connection as a kid that Naughty Dog, Crash, Naughty Dog, Jak and Daxter, same company. I just remembered in my head, like, this feels like Crash. I like this game.
Yeah.
I think the main thing that carries Jak and Daxter for me, and Mark, I think you might have mentioned this when we did this for me, bros. I don't want to sidebar off of that, it's a different thing. But I really like the fact that it's a collectathon, like Mario 64, Banjo Kazooie. I think that's what I like about Jak and Daxter, the precursor of Legacy, a lot. And looking back at interviews of the game, seeing like how Naughty Dog were in their early years with the game, I like the fact that they took the PS2. They didn't break it, I don't think, like the PS1, but they took that and
No, they broke it. They broke it apart. They took his cheeks and. No, I'm joking, but like,
yeah, all of that.
I feel like I know what you're going with this one.
Yeah, I like the fact the one selling point of the game. There's no load screens.
Yep, that was what Sean mentioned in Crash 1. So I was really I was surprised that he brought it up that early because I was mostly thinking about that with Jak 1. Jak 1 was where I felt like, I'm not saying that they didn't push the PS1 to their limits, but like I primarily knew about it with Jak and Daxter on the PS2, with them trying to create a world where they couldn't, where there would be no loading screens, and that doesn't just apply to Jak 1. It also applies to the others, to Jaks 2 and 3 as well. But
yeah, but it's more prevalent in Jak 2 and 3
Exactly.
because of the doors, But in this game, it's like the main thing that they wanted was for the player to be able to go from the start of the game and the end of the game, and then see where you started.
And it's
that's
also
the coolest shit.
It's also how they hide the loading. I fucking went on a voice. I went on an accent for a second. It was also how they disguise the loading. Like when you go to places like Misty Island, they play like a little cutscene when you're going to that location. That's how they're able to disguise some of the loading. It's like to me, it's stuff like that. I also like part of what I also mentioned in Amiibros that why I love this game so much. It's just a peaceful game. It's kind of how I also feel with the Spyro the Dragon trilogy. I did like a little favorite game quiz, and Jak and Daxter and Spyro were like work days or stressful, like stress-free games, like games where you just want to tune out and just play a peaceful game. Jak and Daxter is that game for me. Along with Spyro. So if I ever want to play a game where I just need to relieve some stress, Jak and Daxter is the perfect game for me. I feel like that's the reason, and because it's not such a punishing game like Jak 2 is, for instance. And
Jesus Christ, I can't wait to get into that shit.
And I don't think it's like as brutal, and like I don't think it's like too easy either. Like I think it's just a perfect blend of I think it's just a really good collectathon, and on top of Naughty Dog trying to push the game into like not really having any loading screens and just being like a solid game of its own is why I do, and also nostalgia because I played this game so much as a kid. That's why I say Jak and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy is not only my favorite in the series, but it's also one of my favorite games alongside Crash 3, as far as Naughty Dogs are concerned. But I always revisit this one. Like I always have a good time revisiting Jak 1. I'm glad that this was the game that kickstarted our Amiibros channel, which is funny because it's because of Jak, Sly, and Ratchet, like 3 potential PlayStation mascots.
Gotta love the Precursor Basin, right, Mark?
Yep.
No, I think the other main thing is, this is a great thing to kind of bring up while we're getting to Jak and Daxter. This is when I think this is one of many Naughty Dog games that has a collection or multiple collections. There's multiple ways to play it, right?
PS3 version.
Technically, all except for Last of Us have collections.
Crash is the only one who doesn't really have a collection of his own. Other than Insane Trilogy.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Crash had Crash had a brief collector's edition which contained. This is the one that I had. It contained 3 Team Racing and Bash. And
Yeah,
if you want to go a little bit further, there's another one where it had Nitro Kart, Twin Sanity, and Tag Team Racing.
I remember that one. I had that
remember
one.
too.
But no, like I mean, like it's like a dedicated one, like the Jack and Daxter collection on PS3, which I think a lot of people have been saying is the best way to play.
I think so. I look back on it. It looks the best.
I know the PS4, like why it's not as good.
No,
they updated that too.
PS4. Okay, the PS4 version is literally just an emulated PS2, like the emulated PS2 on the PS4 hardware. The PS3 version is actually an HD remaster. So if there's any version you can play, like I would recommend, it would be the PS3 version. But of course, you would have to get an older console. So whatever is most convenient with you is probably the best way to go. The PS4 version is not bad. It's still good. I just think that the PS3 version looks better.
Yeah, if I'm going to play the PS2 version, I would just play the PS2 version.
Exactly. Whatever's most convenient towards you. Personally, I would recommend the PS3 version, but I get it, you know.
Yeah.
Going back to older consoles might not be for everybody, but
Yeah, it's
Another
all preference
thing-
at the end of the day.
Another thing to kind of just talk about too is like the story is as simple as it gets. Like we're gonna get into Jack 2 and 3 where the story is like a complete
complicated.
shift.
It's a Jack 2 and 3 have like a whole. I have a whole conversation regarding the story of Jack 2 and 3. I kind of like the simplicity of Jack 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the simplicity was funny until Naughty Dog realized, okay, kids are adults and teenagers. That's who's mostly playing the PS2. Maybe we should change the shift from it being like a Crash Bandicoot-like game to maybe GTA. That's when the story just completely shifted.
Baby's first GTA, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah. Until we get that Simpsons game anyway.
and that's a topic of its own.
I think it was Hit and Run, I think it was called. Like,
Yeah,
I
it was
think-
hit and run.
I think that was a GTA clone, so yeah.
Yeah. But no, overall, I love Jack and Daxter. It's a game like what Mark said. I can always go back to that shit. Just, I think I beat it in a day once. Just like not even 100%ing. I think I just beat it in a day. So I was like, fuck it. And yeah, like the game just gives me Crash Bandicoot vibes, and I think that's what sells it a lot for me. Is that it's an easy transition if you're used to Crash Bandicoot a lot, and that's like your safe game.
I also find it funny that I mentioned that Jack and Spyro were my two safe, like my peaceful games. Those 2 games were primarily my sisters. So I find it funny how much those games are like a very peaceful game. Wow, my sister plays a lot of peaceful games because she also plays Harvest Moon in The Sims. Damn. Anyway, yeah, Jack 1. One of my favorite games ever. I love it. I would come back to it all the time. I would do like 3 playthroughs of it of Amiibos if I could.
Yeah, if only to redeem yourself from Precursor Basin, then.
Are you gonna get on my ass on that?
I mean, no,
It's already been a year.
we did already, and it was funny.
I've already learned from my mistakes. I'm not doing that shit again. Anyway, Noah, your turn.
I'm not as passionate with Jack and Daxter as you guys are. Between the PS2 mascots, it's probably my least favorite of the 3.
Boo.
Not to say that I don't like it at all. It's just that, like, Sly Cooper is the one I grew up with, and Ratchet and Clank was that, like, it's like where have you been all my life type of game series.
Yeah. I actually feel that way for both Sly and Ratchet. I kind of grew up with Sly because I had a friend that was really big on Sly, but Ratchet I only played the first one. So Ratchet is definitely the where have you been my whole life type of game.
Yeah,
That was me with Spyro.
I mean, yeah, it was so bad that like I marathoned almost every single game in the franchise, and Ratchet and Clank has a lot of games.
Dude, that was weird to me. Like, despite me being a huge PS2 kid back in the day, and I still love the PS2 to this day, somehow Jack and Daxter escaped me. Like, same with Ratchet and Clank and
It
Sly
happens.
Cooper.
I think it's because
No,
the PS2
that was me
so
with Sly
big.
Cooper, Eli. Don't worry.
I think it's because the PS2 was just such a big console that like even the heavy hitters got buried. Because like I remember like Some Call Me Johnny talking about the PS2. He missed all 3 of the big PS2 games. So
I mean, I still had the PS2 Crash games, and I still had Tekken, and there was a bunch of other PS2.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to how successful the PS2 was. Like, it's a juggernaut. It has a bunch of games. You're bound to miss
I
something.
think it might have been like the
Yeah.
largest library of games I ever had. I don't know. Maybe the Switch might take it now. But
No,
Definitely.
for me, definitely it was the PS2. I remember having a bunch of PS2 games. PS2 is my favorite console.
I
to this
mostly
day,
had a
I'd
lot
say.
of Crash, Ratchet and Clank, Jack. That was my stuff. I hate I missed out on Sly Cooper. Not the topic at hand, but I hate I missed out on Sly. More Jack and more Ratchet and Clank. It was mostly Sly I missed out on a lot, so I hate that.
yeah. So it also didn't help that my first and only exposure to Jack for a long time was a demo for Jack 2 on a demo disc.
Demo for Jack 2?
Oh,
Yeah,
I know what it is. Wait, it wasn't the game itself. It was like a trailer, right?
No,
Oh, it was
the
like a
game.
PlayStation Underground disc or something?
No, I'm pretty sure it was a demo disc.
Because like I remembered one I had a demo disc and it had a commercial for Jack 2 in it.
No, I'm pretty
That was
sure
what
I
I-
played a demo of Jack 2, but maybe it was a trailer. It's been a long time. So, like, I didn't pick up Jack and Daxter until when I got my PS3. I just put all my money onto Sly Cooper Collection 4, Sly 4, and PlayStation All-Stars. So, like, when PlayStation All-Stars, and I'm looking at Jack and Daxter, and I'm like, oh, yeah! I think I remember playing a demo of that a while back, and then I got the Jack collection. And I really liked Jack 1, Jack and Daxter 1, rather. I think it's so weird to me because it's so radically different from the other 2 games.
Yeah.
But, like, as somebody who really loves 3D collectathon platformers, and when you really look at it, even though it was, like, the hype at the time, there really wasn't a lot of good ones, you know?
During that time or just for the PS2?
Yeah, during that time. Because, like,
when did
you
this
know,
game?
like, 64,
This game came out in 2001.
Banjo-Kazooie, I didn't really like Tooie.
At least in that era, that generation. I mean, Sunshine wasn't out yet.
I mean, Spyro was more kind of became
Yeah,
a
there was
collectible.
Spyro, although back then I only played the second one, and...
the second one.
3's a good game. I don't know about 1. I think 1 is pretty weak.
I will say the one thing I do commend Jack and Daxter for, even though it's like dramatically different from the other games just because of the tone of it, I think that's what makes it good is because it's a very easy game to get into.
I think that's what, I think that's what definitely stands out. Like I think Noah brought this up with the Smash games that each game like has their own identity, and then to me like Jack has its very and like same with Mario Kart Double Dash for instance, but like Jack 1 to me has like its own identity, whereas the other 3 kind of share something similar to each other.
Yeah.
But like Jack 1 will always have like its own uniqueness to it.
And it's like, I would tell anyone, to be honest, it is a no-brainer. If you're wanting to get into the Jack and Daxter series, yeah, there's not a lot. But I would definitely say, cool, just start with Jack 1. It's going to be dramatically different than the other games, so be prepared for that. But
I would say definitely start with Jack 1. I just think it's a better, but it's spoilers. I just think it's a better game overall, and it's an easier game to get into because while Jack 2 probably gets you into the tone of what Jack goes into the future, it's not an easy game to pick up. We'll get to that when we get to Jack 2.
my god, yeah. But that's gonna be something I'm gonna talk.
I don't know. I don't know. If that's a good enough segue to it, but yeah.
Maybe one of these days I'll try this series out because I do have them available to me on my PS4.
They're good games.
I did try Jack 1 for a little while, but I don't know. Maybe I just got wrapped up in it.
If it's your first time playing, I'd recommend. You know, I don't even think it would really matter for a first time player. Like
I would say Jack 1.
I always go to the PS3 version because that's the version I like. But
I've already said this before. Whatever is most convenient towards you. Personally, I would recommend the PS3 version because it looks the best. But whatever is most convenient to you, it doesn't really matter. The Jack and Daxter trilogy is still fun even on the PS4 version, which in my opinion is the weakest version, probably.
it's just a nitpick to some people who played the game for a while, but for first timers, it's not even a fucking big deal.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. Any final thoughts on Jack 1?
Not really. I think it's just a really solid game. Definitely
Alright.
give it the A tier. And getting eaten by the plant was scary as shit the first time.
I didn't even know you could do
Oh
that.
my god,
I
that
remember that was
was
what we
great.
talked about. I was like, what the fuck?
If there's one type of death that always makes me uncomfortable is being eaten alive, and to see that
No.
happen out of nowhere just spooked me.
No, it was the fish for me, dog. It's the heartbeat so sudden.
Oh yeah, the fish suck too,
I mean,
but like
yeah,
yeah.
like I would say that too because like the fish, like the plant was just sudden, but with the fish, there's actually there's a music to it.
There's build up to that shit. And that, oh my god, it's so fucking scary. Not to mention, as a kid, like whenever you just die, the game just freezes, right? Like you die and it's like whatever. Like the lurkers were really, they were cartoony, but at the same time, whenever you got that freeze in the game that kill you, it's like, well, fuck.
Also, I guess one more thing I want to mention. I love
Daxter?
it when I love Daxter. When
Daxter was just a comedic relief of the entire. He's a comedic relief of the entire series.
He's alright.
I mean,
I think I like him a lot more with substance than just being the annoying guy.
with who being the Norman guy?
Daxter.
Oh, well.
Wait, what?
You say you like it with Daxter being the annoying person?
No, I like it when he has more than just being the annoying guy.
You cut off.
cut off.
You cut off.
Fuck you! Okay.
God, Jesus.
I like Daxter
think
when he
what it-
has stuff to do than just be the annoying guy.
Oh, okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, I agree with that, but it's like, what I mean by that is that, like, I love it that when you die, sometimes he talks to you and just says some of the most random bullshit you could think of. A lot of references here and there, and it's like, I like that a lot.
In Jack 1, it's a lot more often. I don't think it happens in Jack 2.
In Jack 2, it can happen. No, wait, or was it Jack 3? It was one of these two. It can happen
In
sometimes.
Jack
but not-
3, it can happen sometimes.
Yeah, I don't remember it I don't remember it happening like much, if at all, in Jack 2 because I think Jack 2 they were like, okay, we're gonna start being serious. Jack 3 was like, look, we're gonna be serious, but we can also have a little fun.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Speaking of Jack 2,
Yep. 3, 2, 1, go.
So isn't Jack 2 considered like the weakest?
It's the most controversial.
That depends on who you talk to. I know people that say it's their favorites. My sister is one of those people that say that Jack 2 is their favorite. There was a point it was my favorite. I know a person that says it's their favorite game of all time. And I know people that also hate the shit out of this game.
Yeah, it's a very controversial
It's
entry.
super divisive. I understand both sides.
I'll speak from both sides too. So as a kid, right? Like I said, Jack 2 is the first game I played, and holy shit, difficulty curves out the ass, bro. So this game, right? It's mission based. It's a lot different than Jack 1, where Jack 1 was like a collectathon. This game is more mission based, like Grand Theft Auto, where they're telling you go here, do this thing, talk to this person, meet this person, do that thing. Multiple missions at once, right? You would have missions at a time where they're like very cryptic about what you need to do. Some of them were difficult as fuck. The number one mission, it took me years to beat it. Mark, you remember the one where you're in the strip mine, and then you have the jet board, you have to throw
Oh, yeah, you have to throw the bombs.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that you could get higher with the jet board, so I always ran out of time. I could never beat that mission, so I was stuck
Yeah.
there for years. The other ones that were really difficult, there's so many. Oh my goodness, there's probably a top 10 hardest Jack and Daxter mission.
There are, but I'm gonna be a defender of this game for a split second, and it's personal experience of mine. This is the game I played the most out of the three. I know I talked about Jack 1 being the one that I would replay the most, but growing up, I was more fond of Jack 2's setting and the gunplay, so I've replayed that game more. And I've replayed it so much like with what we were just talking about with Crash 2, about the difficult segments not being so bad, or the box count not being so bad if you played the shit out of the game. Unlike Crash 2, I played the shit out of Jack 2, that I actually don't find a lot of the missions that are considered the hardest that bad anymore. Like, there's one with the docks where you had to fight an army of Crimson Guards that is often considered to be the hardest one, because there's a bunch of Crimson Guards, and you land on the water, there's a bot just ready to kill you instantly, and
I remember that one.
And
That
unlike,
was tough, too.
usually when you swim too far, the robot gives you time to swim away. While it's not as tense as the fish from Jack 1, it's still still intimidating, but and if you even touch the water, you're just fucked. You can't jet board because you might bounce into the water and you'll instantly get killed the moment you touch it. Also, there's a bunch of like I hate this. I'm not fat phobic, I promise you, but there's a lot of fat asses in the fucking way. But I got around to it because you use the Vulcan. Forget what it's called. The blue gun. The Vulcan
barrel.
The Vulcan barrel. That's the best gun to use in that scenario. You always get, and if not that, then the blaster is good. You always get some degree of ammo the moment you kill a Crimson Guard, but they die instantly when you shoot them with the Vulcan barrel. Scattershot's good, but again, blaster and Vulcan barrel are the best ones to go by. I don't know. There are some. I'm not undermining the difficulty of this game. It could be pretty bullshit. I think the best way to talk about Jak 2's difficulty is trial and error. And I usually hate trial and error. That's why I could never get into like Dark Souls. I just hate it. But and again,
baby, there's one learn. Okay, gotcha.
What?
I mean, if we're being honest, Crash Bandicoot's trial and error.
Yeah, I know, but like I grew up with Crash Bandicoot. There's a bias to it. I know.
Excuse us.
No, like, cause like I know Dark Souls. I just got bored of it, but like with Jak, like I don't know, like because I would consistently play Crash and Jak, like their trial and errors don't bother me that much. And I don't know. I guess the more I kept playing Jak 2, the more I got adjusted to some of the bullshits. And it's reasonable in some areas because there's like one mission where you have to destroy like a bunch of I almost said nematodes, metalhead eggs. But if you die, it doesn't restart the counter, so you can still continue them from where you last left off. There are some that are. It's kind of tricky. Some of them have checkpoints, others don't. Some of them continue with where you progress, others don't. You start over from the beginning. It's kind of weird. But I feel like if you do replay this game, there's a bit of an appreciation that I have with it. Like, I like some of the platforming segments. While they're not that bad, well, they're not as many as Jak 1's, for instance, as it focuses heavily on, being a mini GTA. Again, very no load times. An absolutely interesting world to explore. However, I think my biggest, besides the difficulty and sometimes the inconsistencies of checkpoints, honestly, those are not really my biggest complaints. Not even the escort missions. My biggest complaint is actually the driving. And more specifically, when you're racing. I hate the class races, and I hate racing Errol. Errol is, like, I remember, like, my friend got so pissed off at racing Errol in particular that she had to, like, find a speedrunning trick just to cheese Errol because she was that pissed off against him. And
I'll agree with like the vehicle stuff, and I like kind of getting into like why I think I prefer Jak 1 over 2. It's just how you like travel between areas, right? Yes, it's mission based, so you're gonna have to go from point A to B to C back to A to do this other mission. I get that, but my thing is with the vehicles, I think it's just monotony, and I think that's one thing about GTA a little bit where I'm kind of like doing stuff in between the worlds is the fun stuff, like in between traveling, like I'm on my way to this mission, but there's this thing that I can do. With Jak 2 is like I don't really get that. You can get the golden precursor eggs with the little missions from Crew or Torn or whatever, but that stuff's boring. They're fetch quests to me. I don't really like that because I know at the end of the day I don't really care to get the secrets unless it's something that's probably good.
Yeah, I don't go for the optional stuff in this game.
So like traveling with Jak 2, I'm kind of just like, there's no point. It's like I prefer just a collectathon. Like I prefer doing some like let me go collect something here. Okay, I hate this fucking area. Fuck spider caves. Let's go to Snowy Mountain. Let's go do something else. Like bouncing back and forth versus like, hey, this is the one thing you have to do. You want to go do something else? Sure. But it's like, what's the point?
I will definitely say like. I still thoroughly enjoy Jak 2 for what it is. I do like that Naughty Dog had the balls to just take what is essentially like a cartoony, like a very like peaceful like franchise essentially, and just put guns and drugs and death and boobs and everything like for mature audiences. It feels like it's no exaggeration. The Shadow the Hedgehog of the Jack and Daxter series, and this game came out before Shadow the Hedgehog. But
Oh boy,
It's
that's
literally a cheesy, violent video game.
it's
That's
funny that
literally
you
what it
brought
is.
up Shadow the Hedgehog, but I'll save it for Jack 3.
oh yeah, tell me this. You told me the story, but go ahead, take it.
No, I'll wait until Jack 3 because that's the actual game
Oh, okay.
that happened.
But yeah, I like Jack 2 a lot. I understand some of the issues, but I think my issue with the racing is probably more prevalent than the issues I have with the checkpoint. It's a high tier for me. I'd replay it whenever I get a chance to. It's probably I just find it's just an enjoyable game for me. Like I think the gunplay is good. I think the story is okay. I forget to talk about this, but I want to go more in depth with how I feel towards the story when we get to Jack 3 because I feel like the stories of Jack 2 and 3 are kind of all over the place.
They are.
I
I mean, it's a
Yeah,
complete
they're-
shift
it's
in
not
what we
kind of.
originally had. It's a complete
Yeah.
shift in what we originally had because it's
So,
like
I guess, like-
Jack and Daxter was like, hey, here's the problem. He's orange as shit. Okay, let's go
Okay.
get the problem fixed. Jack 2 is like, so I wouldn't say the story's all over the place, actually, when you put it that way.
I guess it's more towards. I guess it's more like okay. I guess that's more towards Jack 3, but like Jack 2. Okay, spoilers. Jack 2 is a time traveling story, so everything takes place in the future. But here's where I feel like it gets all over the place. Jack, you meet your past version of him, but it's a kid. So Jack is actually from the future who travels to the past with Samos to continue to be raised and become. You know the heir to Mar, the heir to Mar, which Jack 3
Jack 3.
almost fucked. Well, Jack 3 almost fucked that one up, but you know it's a little. When I say it's all over the place, it's like it's not just a traveling story. You're technically going back to where Jack originated. It's not like you go to like see an older Jack. You just see a kid version of him who travels back into the past, and it's like there's a lot of like circumstances. Time traveling as a whole is just a fucking mess in general, unless you're Back to the Future. Like. You have to take into account the fact that the entire thing that happens with the metalhead still happened, but it has to happen with a past version of Jack, which is technically a future version of Jack. But an adult
About it
version,
though, that really doesn't involve with the story until the climax. So it doesn't.
well, it's still there because you still meet a present Samos in the middle act. You just don't know that the meat kid is Jack until the end.
Yeah, and that's where, like I was saying, like the story is like yes, it is all over the place from
I
the
mean, yeah, okay. The time traveling is where it's all over the place, but for the most part, you're focused on these freedom fighters, the underground, trying to take out the metalheads and take down Baron Praxis.
Yeah.
Sounds like what?
It sounds like Sonic's Sensei.
Yeah. If we're focusing on the underground storyline and their conflict with the metalheads and Baron Praxis, it's interesting. Hell, if you even go to the storyline between Baron Praxis and the metalheads, where you actually find out that they're supplying them with eco, so they're like, they're negotiating. It's like, honestly, I know we were just talking about Barbie being political, but Jack 2 was also pretty political too. So it's like it's a dictatorship with Baron Praxis, but they're also in war with the metalheads. But they're still supplying weapons to each other so they can attack just enough for them to like not seem. I don't know. Like there's a whole shtick with it. It's interesting if you really dive into it with the relation with Baron Praxis' relationship with the metalheads. And I don't know about you guys. I didn't see the twist of Core. Well, okay, I didn't see it at first that Core was the metalhead leader this whole time. But now I look back on it and the hints are right fucking there.
So the thing with me is, whenever I first played the game, again, it took me years to beat that jetboard level, right? So somewhere along the way, I did come across cutscenes of the game, and when I did see it, I was like, because the thing about it, I played Jack 3, and I never beat Jack 2. I just immediately jumped to Jack 3, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we destroyed Core." I was like,
Jack 3 spoiled it too. Yeah, Jack 3's like,
"We
yeah.
destroyed Core."
The old man.
Yeah, I played Jack 3 before 2 for a story that I'll talk about later. And I was like, wait, who is this guy? Wait, we destroyed him?
Yeah, and then you play the game and it was the old man this whole fucking time.
Yeah, no, and especially, I don't know anyone that played Daxter before the Jack and Daxter games.
No,
Yeah, shout out to you, but especially if like that's your prequel to Jack 2. Like, so there you go.
Did that game even come out before Jak 2? Or...
No, that game came out after. That game came out after the whole trilogy. I think that game came out before.
Then what's the fucking point?
It's a prequel to capitalize on an IP on a handheld system. Like, I don't know, the PSP got some weird games.
Yeah, well, it has to be better than fucking Secret Agent Clank.
Did we made the list? Did Dexter came out after Jak X?
I don't think so.
Might came out
Alex
before.
matters.
Yeah, size
Dexter's
matters. Is okay.
2006. Jak X. Okay, no, Jak X came out first. 2005, 2006. Yeah, Jak X came out first. Alright, yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
Dexter
overall,
came out for the entire trilogy.
my final stamp on just Jak 2 in general, like placing it and everything. For first timers, so like Eli, how you're saying like you might want to get into Jak 2 or just the Jak and Daxter series, just be prepared for difficulty spikes in some areas for a new player. It's gonna be like an easy mission, and then you're gonna be like, "Why the fuck is it so hard in the beginning?" Now it's easy for a while. Now it's just hard.
I feel like part of why I like Jak 2 so much is because of how much I replayed it. I think Jak 2 has the weird effect. I think first time players might not like it that much, but I think if you replay it, it's one of those games where if you replay it, you might like it more.
I'm just picturing like it's like a Grand Theft Auto-esque kind of thing where it's like mission 1, steal an old lady's purse. Mission 2, steal from like.
Okay, Jak 2.
Damn, Jak, you're a bad boy.
Jak 2 is not that edgy. Calm down.
And then the thing about it, the story isn't. It's not, in my opinion, like a reason or like something to add on to the game as far as like rating it. It's definitely in arcs, the way like it's explained whenever I looked at a retrospective for it. It's like, hey, so we start off with, sweet, we're helping the freedom fighters and we're helping we want to meet the Shadow. Cool. Now we meet the Shadow, and now
to get there.
Now we meet the Shadow, and it's like, okay,
God,
cool.
I'm sorry. I need a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
So many cutscenes where it's like, we want to meet the Shadow. No, do this thing. We want to meet the Shadow. Do this thing. Just, oh my god, I got so fucking pissed at that.
No, fucking Torn is a dick. In the beginning of the game, it's like, oh, you want to meet the Shadow? Oh yeah, go turn our water back on. Like, bitch, what?
I swear, I swear there's like 7 cutscenes where he's like, Jack's like, I want to see the Shadow. No, do this thing.
You know, I love that mission you were just talking about, Jeremy, with the water. I love the cutscene that led to that prior, because Daxter's is drinking.
Woo, dirty ass hero sure makes
I love that Jak 2, even despite, you know, its edginess, has some humor to it. But yeah,
not to mention, they completely gloss over the fact that Torn's a Crimson Guard. It's like, you were a Crimson Guard?
Well, not just Torn, but Ashlyn Praxis as well. Like, as also the Underground, who's like not only a Crimson Guard herself, but the daughter of Baron Praxis herself. So it's like these two came from, like, were working with the big bad boy himself, with old Clancy Brown. Yes, Clancy Brown voice Baron Praxis. You know, like,
it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Especially when he gets angry. Which is almost every time.
But anyway, Noah, I see your Noah's placements. I want to hear it. Let's. This will probably be an interesting.
Honestly, it's something you've already heard before. It's the difficulty spikes. Well, it's not even the difficulty spikes; it's the lack of checkpoints. Because I can handle. Here's the thing: I can handle difficulty spikes. In fact, I actually like it when games like this get harder, even if it's out of nowhere. My problem is when they can be pretty long, give or take, and there's like no checkpoints. Like, I can't stand games where they have like the mission is decently long and no checkpoints. Because, like, if it's hard, like Jak 2 can be, then if you fuck up, you gotta start all over again. And yeah, I'm sure if you play it enough, it'll be fine. But like those the
thing is, like, it's also weird because like some levels are like that, but not all of them. Sometimes you get some levels that are like that do have checkpoints, and they will put you in an area that's reasonable from where you're at. But then there are others that just don't do that, and it's inconsistent. And
The
if
one
they
thing I
did-
remember is the tank mission where you're trying to break into the what is it, the tower, like the prison tower, or whatever.
Yeah.
that you're in. Like I definitely remember running from the tank, and then that shit just you could be at the end, and then it's like, oh, you fucked up.
you fucked up once. And one of the things, and it can even hit you as you're trying to destroy some of the things you're trying to destroy, and it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
the bombs actually like tear down the tower or whatever because it's about to self.
What and another thing, yeah, like one thing that comes to mind is some of the platforming segments, like, and the sewers, like for instance, like they barely have any checkpoints. A lot of the escort missions don't have checkpoints. But then one mission with the fucking suits has checkpoints. So it's so weird. It's inconsistent. Like, you know, like again, I would say if you can, like I said, if you played the game enough, you'd pretty much already see it coming. So I think there's a bit of an appreciation for Jak 2 by replayability. But first time, you're gonna get frustrated the fuck out of this game.
Yeah. And I
I'm
think
not
the
gonna lie,
problem
dude.
for me, the problem with that logic, you have to be invested with the game to
Yeah.
want to put yourself through
I
that.
was fortunate that I play like Jak. Like my sister was not only like the Jak and Daxter person in the house, but I was also interested in Jak 1 and 2, like the Jak and Daxter trilogy as a whole. So I did play it enough times for me to understand it, and I've also seen so many videos talking about the difficulty of Jak 2 that I've just prepared.
Who did it? Jay's reviews, somebody.
Somebody, but I don't care. But like, I prepared. I'm more mentally prepared of Jak, like the difficulty shit with Jak 2. That it's like, you know, I guess it just doesn't come off as that bad for me anymore. But yeah, again, it's like what Noah said. It's an interest that you need to have. Like, if you're not interested in the game after your first time playing it, which first impressions are probably the strongest opinions you can have. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I feel like Jak 2. Yeah, that's why Jak 2's funny, because it's like Jak 2 is either considered someone's least favorite of this trilogy, or it's their favorite. It's no in between.
Not to mention, like I get it. You only use this thing, I think twice. I don't like the mecha suit in this fucking game.
I don't really like it either that much. I don't really like it. And I don't really like it in Jak 3 either, but you know, we'll get to
I
that
prefer
one.
the mecha suit from Wrath of Cortex, to be honest, and that thing's not even fucking
Oh
terrible.
god. Well, that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah. Honestly, the reason why I wouldn't put Jak 2 in D is because I like the characters, the story, and Haven City.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's another reason why I can't fault Jak 2, because as much as I say that I like Jak 1 more, I did find Jak 2's characters and settings more interesting.
Yeah.
And that's a big selling point with the Jak and Daxter franchise as a whole. The characters like completely sell it. Like the story, albeit for a first timer, you're trying to wrap your head around it and get everything. Again, it's in arcs, but it's the characters completely sell it. Like I
Yeah,
like it the first time Jak and Daxter meet Crew, and Daxter's just like, holy shit, he's fat as fuck.
Yeah.
I like it when Daxter and what's the girl?
Can I say this? The reveal that Kira was the girl that Crew was telling you to meet to be sponsored in the class race. They did not do a good job hiding the fact that was
Thank
Kira.
God. Thank God
Yeah.
you said that, because I thought you were
No,
about
they
to
did.
say, oh, I didn't know. I'm like, it was so fucking obvious.
First off,
It
like,
was
if you
no,
play
unlike
that one, like you know her voice.
yeah, you remember? Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't hide her voice whatsoever.
And then fucking Jack, he's like trying to flirt and shit, and it's like, dude, come on.
No,
I
and
think
then-
this
Like,
game
and-
involved on the Jack.
And I like that Kira didn't know it was Jack because Jack was talking because he was a
Yeah.
mute. And it
I
wasn't-
love
it
that
wasn't
attention
until-
to detail. I love
Yeah,
that.
it
Oh
wasn't
my
until
God.
Daxter started talking that's when she recognized that was them. And then it's like, you know, I did like their dynamic in this one because Jack is obviously, you know, he was a sweetheart in the first game, and here he's kind of like fueled with darkness.
You know,
Literally.
actually, I got a complaint.
Yeah, go
For
ahead.
somebody who loves to talk, why didn't Daxter talk at all before that point?
Yeah. Why didn't he wasn't the one flirting with her?
No, he
Yeah,
used to flirt with Kira
you
and
just
Jack
you just
White,
saw a
but then-
curtain of woman's silhouette. How did you not say anything?
Yeah, and he didn't know it was Daxter for some fucking reason, even though she sounded the same.
She didn't know it was Daxter until he said something after one of the
Yeah,
missions.
because she didn't know it was even Jack either because Jack was talking. He didn't talk in the first one.
They capitalized on
Also,
that shit
Kira,
so
you
much.
rude little shit. Somebody's talking to you. Get out from behind those shower curtains and
Yeah.
talk to them.
No, yeah,
They
that,
capitalized Jack being a mute. That is one thing to talk about with Jack 1 going back. Jack's a fucking mute. So, like, I think that's, like, it's falling into, like, the Link Legend of Zelda thing. Like, the hero is supposed to be, like, an image of you. They're not talking, so it's your thoughts. Fuck that. Jack, I'm gonna kill Praxis.
You know, I love that that's the way they break the ice.
Baby's
of it
first
being
words, Dada, Mama, I'm gonna kill her Praxis.
Originally, Daxter didn't mind it. He was like, hey, shut up. I gotta get you out of here.
You know what? That's good. Just wait till we get out first.
Wait, we need to go one last topic before we go to Jack 2 that I completely forgot we didn't talk about. Dark Jack.
Dark Jack?
Like, we never talked about Dark Jack. Yeah, the Dark Eco Field Jack.
I don't know. Yeah. Dark Jack, to me, was like, oh, that's edgy cool. And as I'm older, I'm like...
I'm going to be honest with you. I thought Dark Jack was so useless.
It's way more useless than Jack 3 once you see all the powers that you have.
Light Jack was way more useful than Dark Jack in Jack 3. But it's like...
Dark Jack is... The teenage, oh my god, that's so cool.
That's sort of how I feel towards this game.
The thing overall with like Dark Jack, it was a thing introduced in the beginning. Like, oh my god, he has dark eco powers. He can't use his regular eco powers from Jack 1. Got it. But the number one thing with that was, okay, cool. Now you have your dark powers. You have to charge it up. Also, you have weapons. Also, you have your regular abilities, so it's like, I forget that I have Dark Jack sometimes.
No, I forget, not because I don't remember I have him, it's just because I don't think he's that useful comparing to your other abilities. Compared to your guns, I think Dark Jack's, like, the only thing that Dark Jack has in store is clearing out a horde of enemies with, like, a slamming move that he has, and that's it.
Which is his level 2 in All-Stars.
Yeah, and, like, that's it. I would not use Dark Jack afterwards, and it doesn't help. It doesn't help the fact that like once you use Dark Jack, you have to start collecting Dark Eco to be able to use them again. And again, if you die, restart from that place where you probably need a Dark Jack to clear up all the horde. And now you got to use all your guns. Like Dark Jack to me was only used to like clear like a group of metalheads, and that's it. Like just a one-time like strong use, and then go back to pew pew.
Yeah, plus once you use the Dark Bomb, it's like you're all out of Dark Eco juice anyways.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a one-time use and that's it. I don't know how he, like, I don't know, like, he's not, I wouldn't say he's situational, I would just say he's useless. But yeah, no, that was just it. I just remembered that when we were mentioning Jack's first words to his mama, Daxter.
Jack Tres.
Jack Tres. Let's go.
Alright, Jack 3. 3, 2, 1, go.
I also want to say before you say anything that I'm going to kill Praxis is the only fucking thing I know about Jack 2.
That's nice.
So I put this game in mid-tier, and it's not because I don't enjoy this game, nor do I think it has some improvements to Jack 2. I just think that Jack 3 represents it as the type of sequel, the if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of sequel, which isn't bad at all, but part of, like, a lot of what makes Jack 2 so fun for me, the missions, the story structure, and while it's technically still there in Jack 3, it's just at a much smaller pace. Like, Jack 3 feels more of, like, an expansion to Jack 2 than, like, its own game. The only thing that I think holds up were Light Jack and some of the gun power-ups, and, this one place. Spargus.
Mm-hmm.
But I just liked navigating Haven City in Jack 2 better than navigating Spargus and Jack 3. Haven City is just a fucking mess because you're in a war with the metalheads again.
And the KG this time.
Yeah, the Crimson Guard working with the metalheads.
The KG robots to be
exact. Yeah, exactly. Because like they're kind of like a mixed thing now. But Jack 3, like, it's weird to me because, like, I do enjoy it, but I feel like a lot of the things I like about Jack 2 is missing in here. It's not as punishing. I feel like more people might enjoy Jack 3 than Jack 2. It's not nowhere near as difficult as Jack 2, except maybe the final boss, but that's a whole nother conversation. But, you know, it's way shorter than Jack 2. I find it, like, it's way shorter than Jack 2. So, and maybe that's probably better for pacing, but to me, like, story structure-wise, like, Jack 3 just didn't really nail it to me. there are some key moments like the death of Deimos, Jack,
Yeah.
and it's revealed that Jack's father, like that's actually my favorite scene in the whole game because
Yeah.
Deimos reveals that he was looking for his son this whole time, and as you remember, Jack is from the future as well. So, and you saw that little kid. You find out that you find out that that little boy was Deimos' son. Jack was his son, and he didn't know, and he died not knowing that he was just talking to his son.
It's
So
Vader.
It was
Wait.
it really got to, that was like
Whoa,
probably the
whoa, back up. Did you say
Mhm.
that Deimos didn't know that Jack was his son?
Yeah, no, he didn't.
not when he died.
Are
no.
you sure?
No, it's
No,
Because like
positive.
there's a scene, there's a scene where he tells Jack like, "Hey, didn't your father ever teach you
no,
this
but
and that?"
that,
And he's like, "I never knew my father." And Deimos had
Yeah, but
this.
that's
No,
not
and
it.
then Deimos was shook because it's like
He was-
interesting.
yeah,
I never
he-
knew my
he-
son.
I thought he was shook
No.
because he knew.
no,
No.
because when he died, he gave him the amulet that the young Jack was wearing to tell,
No.
and he was telling him to find his son.
Yeah, no, but like I took that as in like being a little bit cryptic about it, like not
Well,
being
even-
not
I
telling
don't-
you I'm your father, blah, but more of a
I mean,
Hey.
I would have preferred. Like, I think if that were to be the case, I don't see how Deimos wouldn't be vague about it. Plus, I don't think he knew that Jack
but
came
like
from the
but
past.
no. Well, my argument is why would he go help out Jack to the point where he dies if he didn't know that he was
They
his
had,
son?
they had a strong bond. They were bonding. Like
I
their relationship developed.
I don't
over
know.
the
I think I may have taken their story differently, but like
Like, no, like they definitely did have that father-son dynamic, but he didn't know that Jack was his actual son.
yeah.
But either way, like so, those are like the Deimos stuff. Is
I don't
probably
know
the
if
stuff
I
I
agree
like.
with that though, but yeah.
I mean, like there's never really been like an interpretation whether he knew or not. But like either way, but that's still some of the stuff I liked from Jack 3. The stuff that I didn't like is unironically the stuff with Haven City. Like, for instance, Kira has like no dialogue, or maybe like she says one thing in this in this game, and she's not like, at least Kira was like just the main love interest in Jack 1, but she was still helpful in that one. In Jack 2, she has a slightly more prevalent role in the class race. And Jack 3, she's just there. She's literally just a token girl, and even then, she's not even the token girl. She, like, the love interest switched from Kira to Ashlyn, which is weird because Ashlyn is Nora Torn's love interest,
It's weird, but like
and Ashlyn is also older than Jack. Like, Jack is still a teenager. Ashlyn is in her 20s. So it
Yeah.
gets a little bit weirder when
I
you go
mean-
into that.
I mean,
Yes, I like Ashlyn more than Kira too. I know.
I like Ashlyn more, so I
I do like Ashlyn more than Kira too, but it's weird. Anyway, and
Look,
and it's all.
hey, with that goaatee, I'm sure Jack can get some cougars. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, really guilty as a teenager.
And like, okay, so besides that, Errol is somehow alive, and he's a cyborg in this one, and he's kind of the main villain of this whole thing. He went from being like a character that just wants to beat Jack, and like he's like the rival to Jack, to just being like this dude who wants to destroy everything with the metalheads. And like, and it's such a whiplashing character. You never knew how he survived in Jack 2, or how he even got his cyborg augments in this game. It's so strange. And then on top of that, actually, here's another one, and this is mixed. I don't know how you guys feel about this. The precursors are ocelots in this game. So Daxter was basically, when Daxter became an ocelot, he was basically blessed. Some people are mixed about it. I think it's cute. I don't know how I feel about it overall, though.
I am neutral towards it.
Yeah,
it was a what the fuck to be sure, but like, I definitely don't think I hated it, but like, I don't think I was.
I don't think I hated it either. I just didn't think it was.
I definitely
bizarre,
wasn't. Whoa!
Yeah, no.
You know?
I was mostly like just like the typical Jeremy
Yeah.
That was literally my reaction. I was like, what?
I was like, okay.
Not
And
to
then-
mention, it was interesting during that time. Like Jack just randomly goes, "Oh my god!"
Oh
Like,
my god. Yeah, so like on one end it's cute because it also like ties into the first one a little bit, and it kind of makes Daxter being an ocelot a little bit better. But it's also kind of weird the fact that it's like this mysterious figure, like the precursor is just a bunch of little furballs.
vegan turns into one. I call him vegan.
I mean, yeah, he is a vegan.
It's Vader.
Vigor turning into one is nowhere near as bad as forcing this bitch that Daxter was flirting with into one without her consent.
Oh man, feel bad for her. She got damaged.
Yeah, and then I think my last really big complaint, and I think it almost fucked the storyline a little bit, is that back then we were under the impression that Jack was the heir to Mar, not Mar himself, and that was something that they almost fucked up. I don't know if they ever like tried to. I don't know they pushed back on it, but by the end it was first of all, Damus named his son named Jack Mar, so it's a little bit confusing because are you still the heir of Mar? Are you just named after him? But then the Ocelot thing, with the Ocelot thing, they were going to go back in time, so it seemed like he was supposed to be the Mar, and even Ashton says it, but then he doesn't go back in time. So it's so weird. Like they could have, I don't know.
All right.
Well,
So
I time out. I actually have a legit answer for the Mar thing. It's kind of like some of the Zelda games where their parents would call their kid Link, hoping that they'll be the hero of time.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
But it's like, but the way Ashton said, "Wait, Jack is Mar, the Mar," it seemed like he was the Mar this whole time, and it's like, what? I don't know. It's like I feel like the message behind that was so, if not convoluted, not really clear enough. If the Damus thing wasn't clear for you, I think this was the least more unclear to me. But I do.
Big thing with Jack and Daxter as far as like story in that department. This is where it kind of gets all over the place.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I still like this game. It's still fun. I understand why people would say that this is their favorites. Because if you like the aesthetic and characters, if you like the tone and the characters of Jack 2, you'll probably, but you just don't like his difficulty and inconsistency of its checkpoints, you'll probably like Jack 3 more. Mm-hmm. But I just think that Jack 3 is just a weird game to me. I enjoy it because I enjoyed Jack 2, and it feels like an expansion to that, but I also feel like it takes a few slight notes that I just don't really like as much as I like Jack 2. But I feel like this is just I feel like, again, I played the shit out of Jack 2, so I'm used to, like, its structure. Jack 3 is probably a better paced game. I almost said film again. But I think I think of the trilogy, it's probably the one I like the least.
Cool. So kind of get into, like, everything, because, fuck, I've been, like, building over everything.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I've already finished everything I have to say about Jack 3. Light Jack is pretty good.
Alright, Jack 3, as a whole, right? I played this game around the same time I played Jack 1. I think we had like all of them, but it was like I played them in a weird order. Again, could never beat Jack 2. I got into talking about Jack 3, how I could never, I didn't understand how they killed Core, because I did beat Jack 2. I was like, okay, they killed Core for some reason. He's just an old man.
Poor guy.
No, but like getting into Jack 3 and watching Square Eye Jack's review of it, I can agree with one thing he said, that they looked at Jack 2 and heard, oh, it's too hard. Let's make Jack 3 easy as shit.
Yeah, Jack 3 is a lot easier than
this
Jack
game's fucking easy. You get so much shit.
I think
Jack is a good defense mode.
Ooh, Light Jack.
We have Dark Jack, which you don't use as fucking often. Again, it's a situational thing. They pop it up in the arena to show like, oh, yeah, he's got dark powers. Use them if you want to. And then you get upgrades, you get all these different things. By the end of the game, all your weapons are back with upgrades to those weapons.
Yeah.
Like Peacemaker that you get in Jack 2, that motherfucker could be a supernova by the end of the fucking game. That's a screen nuke.
Oh my god, you're right. I almost forgot about that one.
As a Ratchet and Clank fan, I actually kind of like that.
No, I liked it too. They were fun.
If you're into Ratchet and Clank, I think you'll really love Jack 3 for its weapons and the different...
Oh yeah, I do love Jack 3.
Exactly. So, for Jack 3, I put it higher than Jack 2, and the reason why that is, I feel like it's more tolerable. You know, easy is okay, but you can limit yourself to the things that they give you. You don't have to just use your weapons all the time in certain scenarios where it's like, oh, I have the supernova. Bang. You could just literally tame yourself with the things that you're offered, so it's not as easy as a game that you make it out to be, right?
I'll give it this. The final boss can be pretty difficult, but I feel like it's also because I think the bogeys you drive in Spargus kind of control like ass. And it's leading up to Jack X, you're gonna know a similar pattern. I really don't like the vehicles and Jack and Daxter in general, so it's like you're gonna see. I think that's a little foreshadowing how I feel towards Jack X in general. But
But
Yo,
yeah,
yes,
overall, like getting the final boss, getting that a little later, it's another conversation. Just because driving through the desert was something that I just didn't like. Again, this is
I
getting
didn't like it
into
either.
this is like again getting to traversing between missions and shit. Jack and Daxter, I like collectathon. Okay, cool. Your mission is to go somewhere in the desert, have fun. I'm like, bro, fuck. Like, I gotta drive all the way out here to this bitch. Then it's like, I can't remember just because this game is easy. Someone please refresh my memory. If you in missions, if they fix it with the checkpoints,
Yes.
or is that
Yes.
Yes.
I haven't played the game in a while. I have to remember. Yes,
They did.
So,
They did. They're way more generous in this one.
yeah, the most of the desert missions that you have, like, oh god, I remember one. It was like, hey, we have artifacts, go get them. It's like, whoa, by the way,
Oh yeah.
how
How about the one where you had to like escort a bunch of animals into their fucking huts, like in their homes?
Oh yeah, it's Daxter, and then it's immediately after it's like, oh, drive further into the desert because you have to go to the ruins.
And you had to kill these metalhead rhinos, whatever the fuck. Like it's.
Oh my god, yeah, I did not like the desert missions. I understand the shift in tone was, and then the story, dude. The story at the beginning just baffled me a little bit. Like first time playing it, I get it because I did beat the game, but it's like, okay, we saved Haven City. Actually, fuck you, Jack, because you fucked Haven City. It's like,
No. They said fuck you to Jack because he helped Crew. Like, because
Yeah.
Crew. Okay, so there was a point. Jack was helping Crew for like a good portion of Jack 2,
right.
and him helping Crew. That's like there was something that happened that they were able to like allow the metalheads were able to get themselves inside the Haven City, and because Jack was helping Crew, they blamed Jack for partially allowing the metalheads to still enter Haven City. So even though it wasn't really his fault, he was still helping Crew in a lot of cases.
Spoiler alert, but not really, because we already went over a lot of spoilers for Jack and Daxter. You do battle Crew towards the end of Jack 2. You do have
Yeah,
a
but
boss
they
fight
don't know
with him.
that. Or if they do, they don't care.
Yeah, but the thing is kind of like towards the end, Crew's like, "Oh, I sold you all out. Fuck you guys." He sold everyone out to the metalheads, and that's where everyone's getting the assumption like, "Oh, Jack was in on it with Crew." Like,
Also, can I just say, Jack getting banished is also kind of a bullshit storyline because Ashlyn is the one in charge, and they never really, and like Vika is the one where he reads off like the whole shtick of Jack being banished into Spargus, but then like when Jack comes back to Haven City, Ashlyn was like, "Fuck you, Vika, I strip you of your power just cause," and it's like because we're in favor of Jack, so it's like. It's almost like him getting banished wasn't necessary unless there's more to it that we just didn't get to see.
Well, she did say that she tried, but how much she tried, we don't know as a player.
Well, I'm just going off of headcanon at this point. Because, like, I'm thinking more of the lines of just because she's kind of in charge doesn't really matter when it comes to, like, the general public.
Yeah, yeah, it seems like it's more so that's what led to his banishment, but we never got to see it is the problem.
Because, the top brass could defend you, but, like, if, like, everybody, all the citizens thinks that you did this thing, then you have no choice but to pull out the gun and shoot you.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And plus, like, gameplay mechanics-wise with Jack 3, it's a lot different in Spargus and Haven City. The one thing about being in Haven City, at least in Jack 2, it's like GTA, right? You have a star system, except you don't see it. Because if you kill a lot of just random people walking around, the Crimson Guard will get on your ass.
I mean, like, Haven City and Jack 3 is just, like, you're already going to be in danger, like, normally, because it's already a war. Like, you're going to be seeing some of the KG death bots.
Well, I'm saying, like, as far as, like, gameplay-wise, at least Haven compared to Spargus. With Spargus, it's like, you can battle the people there because it's outside of Haven's wall. So, like, it's either live or die, right? The control-wise is completely different, and it was way more comforting.
I love when you punch someone in Spargus, they just shoot you back.
Yeah, facts. In Haven City, it's like, if I punch a Crimson Guard, it's like, on sight, every fucking car, every, like... sensor gun is like popping up. It's like, hey, you committed a crime. Fuck.
Yeah, it's GTA basically.
No, like Jack 2's like little star systems. Like you do one thing wrong, you immediately go to 5 stars.
Yeah, that's kind of
that's true.
That's kind of how that story was presented. You kind of were a fugitive.
Like, oh my.
You could have
goodness.
spat on somebody and they would call the fucking airstrike.
No,
But if you
tap the car, if you love tap the car in Jak 2, it was already 5
No,
stars.
no. It's if you love tap a Crimson Guard's car. If you love tap
Exactly,
that,
like-
and it's like you can punch a civilian and it's fine, but if you do it a second time, then you're fucked.
No, it takes a lot for
Just
you
like
to,
GTA.
yeah, it takes a lot for
No,
you to.
GTA a cop needs to see you punching
No,
someone. You can
I played GTA 5 recently. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, 5 maybe, but San Andreas and 4, you can punch as many people as you want. As long as a cop doesn't see you doing it, it's all good.
Fuck!
Don't get caught.
I'm playing the wrong game.
Yeah.
No, but,
Um,
overall, like I do like Jak 3. Still, I think Jak and Daxter, the first one, is really good. It's just a game I can always keep looping back to. Mission system-based games are easy. Difficulty spike for Jak 2 makes it probably the lesser. I still like it a lot. But Jak 3 is, it's fine. If you want to go in and play the game a little bit different, I think the cheats are a little better in this game. If you want to go at
Yeah.
get the cheats. Not to mention precursor orbs are easier to
I think Jak 3 had the funny. Jak 3 was it Jak 3? I think it is Jak 3. I'm thinking about probably has the funniest cheats. Is Jak 3 the one or
the big
correct me
head
if I'm-
cheat, yeah,
Yeah.
this game.
Okay, I was gonna say correct me if it's in all 3 of them, but I believe it was Jak 3.
This game had big head cheats. It also had vehicle
Oh, wait, no,
cheats.
Jak 2 had that too, because I remembered I was teabagging Baron Praxis' dead body as a big head Jak.
Oh God, what?
Oh, dude, I'll show you the video later. I recorded it and I posted it on my Facebook. It's like I'm proud of it.
Right.
The only thing cheat-wise I know about Jak and Daxter, any of them, is I know that there's a cheat to get rid of the goatee.
Is the what cheat?
The cheat that gets rid of the goatee.
That's that's so unnecessary. Like,
Yeah.
That's the only cheat I know.
there's
Not
also
because I
weapon
like it, but because it's so what the fuck.
There's also
Alright.
weapon cheats too that you can get that can expand. I think it expands your ammo or your spread or something. It makes your weapons better. So there's weapon cheats. If you wanted those that can actually benefit your gameplay. So that's something. And there's also the vehicles. Like you can get those and get a certain amount of precursor orbs. Which, like, why don't we just get them regularly? Like, but
Yeah, but Noah, this is your favorite Jak and Daxter game. Tell us why.
It is. Well, honestly, it's mostly because...
Oh, right, the story.
Well, it is kind of the story. Like, I think the story... I was the most invested in Jak 3's story. And I'm also very impressed with Jak 3's gameplay, I'm one of those guys that hates desert levels. Absolutely cannot stand them. But, I didn't mind driving in the desert. Like, I actually was having fun with the racing controls. And, there was no bullshit checkpoint system this time around, so I was able to enjoy the game to some extent. But, like, I just think I really like Jak 3 because I think it was what Jak 2 should have been in terms of gameplay for me. Like, I don't think... It's mostly the checkpoint system with Jak 2.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know. It's just, like, I felt like Jak 3 was kind of a cozy experience. I gave a shit what was going on. And Aisling is better than Kira.
did you call her Allison?
Ashlyn.
I just
Ashlyn,
did
yeah.
a Google search of both of these characters, and so that's your type.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Aisling is definitely up your alley, Sean. But yeah, and we didn't even talk about this, and you'll probably disagree with me. I think Jak has the best design of the three.
I mean, I like his design here.
It's probably the most iconic. I feel like because it's used in later
I don't know.
PlayStation games.
I don't know.
It's
If
used in All-Stars?
Oh wait, I
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
know.
it was used in All Stars.
Yeah, I need to look back on it because I was gonna say I thought his Jak 2 design would probably be the most iconic, but then I'm thinking about probably use more this Jak 3 look.
How about that Lost Frontiers design, huh?
Go fuck yourself.
Honestly,
Thank God.
it wasn't that
Thank God.
bad,
Yeah, but everything about that game is garbage. Thank
Yeah.
God that game is not a Naughty Dog game because we would have been here for 2 days.
but yeah,
Between
like,
this and Last of Us Part 2, we haven't even got to that game yet.
You would have been here for 2 days. Fuck you talking about? Man, we've been talking to the wind.
yeah, but no, Jak 3, I I just really like it. Like it invested me in all the right places. I took more from the Demos stuff than Demos. Yeah, I'm not good with names, especially for stuff that I'm not really common with.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, Mark. It's with a K, right?
Yeah. I took. I think that's probably why I like that more than most people, because I took it in a different direction. And that boss fight with the precursor robot was pretty fun.
Which one? Oh, the one where Vigor's like,
Yeah,
I
Vigor's like,
control
fuck
the
you, Jack.
precursor.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that boss fight.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun one.
Also, unpopular opinion, everybody hates Vigor. It's not that I like him, I like how much of a fucking asshole he is.
I don't really care for
All right,
Vigor.
listen here, vegan. It's Vigor. Yeah, whatever.
So
Yeah,
it's kinda
like-
like people hate Handsome Jack.
No, Handsome Jack has...
No, Handsome Jack is actually like a good villain. Vigor
Yeah.
is just there. Like Handsome Jack is like
okay.
Handsome Jack is a villain you actually like to detest, and he's done fucked up things that make you hate him. But it's what motivates the player to want to take him down. Vigor's just annoying. He's just there.
These creatures are the great precursors, and I want to be like,
I don't know, I just really liked how fucking pathetic he is, but tries to come off as badass. And when he actually pulls it off, it makes you pissed and you want to beat his ass. Like, his little speech after Deimos' death, Jack's reaction was like most players' reactions.
Yeah,
Turn into your dark self and pretty much curse him out.
yeah, no, like I think that's probably the one time I'm like, okay, all right, fuck this guy.
Daxter even was like, fuck this guy. And Jack's like, wait, what the fuck? You're serious? You want to go down into the great depths of the
Yeah.
precursors?
You don't like going down there. It's like, yeah, but you're hurt, and I don't like that. So
No, even when like the precursor robot fight, like Daxter's looking pissed at Vigor, like this guy fucking sucks. We gotta fuck him up. If
Yeah.
Daxter's serious, that means the guy he's got to be a bad guy.
But yeah, it's mostly the fact
I
that
mean,
he
to
took
be fair,
Jack away
he
from
did
Daimos.
banish them in the middle of the desert, so...
He banished Jack. Pecker and Daxter just tagged along.
Yeah,
Also,
but, like, Daxter likes to
just
think
remembered-
he's, like, Jack's second half, so in a way, he got banished too.
I
Yeah.
randomly just remembered Seam and the monks too, like for some reason.
No scene and awkward places of your mother. You don't want to know. Jack,
We
Jack-
didn't talk about all the characters. Like, there's Onin, there's Pecker, fucking.
there's only so much we can really say about those characters. It's really Jack and Dexter, and I guess some of like the other ones like Torn, Kira, Ashland. Those are the guys that matter.
Yeah. It's so funny
Anyway,
that Jack kissed Ashlyn before kissing Kira, and that's like the running joke for all games.
And
Yeah.
like Daxter's face, he's like, hell yeah, cheat on her.
Hell yeah. No. Daxter's a real bro. He wants Jack to be with a good woman, so he kept cock blocking him for the last 2 games, and then he finally found the one. It's not canon, but like, he's the ultimate wingman.
It's not canon, don't worry. Anyway, before we move on to Jack X, do you want to tell your story with Jack 3?
Oh, yeah. So, me and my cousin Cody, well known at this point, we went to GameStop, and I remember I bought Shadow the Hedgehog, and he bought Jack 3, and we were, like, comparing the 2 games, because it's very comparable, only quality's different. But, like, this is really funny because of that story. Rest in peace, like, Goku. Good man. But, like, he made an animation where like, Sonic wants to get Amy off his back, and Jack is, like, the bartender, and Shadow's like, I can take care of your problem. Let's go, Jack. They fucking murder Amy, and, and Shadow's on meth, and Jack's on something to become Dark Jack. and he's just fucking like, you said you could trust me though, but you said you could trust me though. Oh, fine. Great. Now grab a chainsaw.
The video's called Sonic's Biggest Mistake. It's one of the
Yeah.
best videos out there. It's like after I saw it, I couldn't stop watching it.
Yeah.
What the
When he actually passed away, the creator actually passed away?
Yeah, he passed away.
Oh, that's so sad.
That is sad.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and he's around my age too, which
Oh, shit.
yeah.
Yeah,
Rest in peace, Slick Goku. You made a lot of great content.
You made one of the best videos ever made.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's move on with Jack X. 3, 2, 1, go. Haven't played it,
Jack
so it's
two.
all YouTube.
So, this is a weird one.
Can I season, please? Because
Why do you talk
gonna cook.
Why do you have to talk first all the time?
Yeah, why do you sound like a...
Fuck out of soapbox. I don't want to get on a soapbox.
Okay, fair. I mean, okay,
You've been on the soapbox for 5 times in a row.
Fine. Here, you get the fucking dial soap. Then
Okay.
Get on the soap.
Okay, first of all, why are you talking like a chef? Secondly, no already beat me to it. You wanted to go first on every Jack game. I had to roll the Jack 3 one for a second. Besides, I don't have a lot to say about Jack X anyway.
Put some pepper and salt on it.
Okay. I don't have a lot to say about Jack X. It could actually be a bit higher. I just don't... It's just like the last time I played it, I really didn't like how it controls. And I don't know if it's the CTR player inside me, but I just really... bless you. I just really don't like how it... Okay, you can also say bless you to a cough.
I was gonna say thank you. All right, fine, fuck.
No, you were too busy bitching at me for just saying...
No, I wasn't bitching at you. I was just saying that was a cough.
I know what a cough is. You're welcome, bitch. Anyway, Jack X is like an interesting mix of like the racing games, like the racing. It's basically Twisted Metal. If you like Twisted Metal, you might like this game. I just didn't like how it plays, and I think the story is kind of garbage. It's like
I disagree with that.
Okay, the story is hold on. The story is Crew's been dead since Jack 2.
Yeah.
So, and this time they're like hosted like a little, not a funeral, but like a memorial thing for him. And it's with her super hot daughter. And somehow...
Oh my god.
Yeah, she is fucking banging.
She's fucking smoking hot. And
Anywhere.
Is that why the story sucks? Good-looking fat ass daughter.
I had to say this because Crew's...
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, that's an interesting looking apple.
I had to say this because I had to point that out because Crew is an ugly ass motherfucker. If you thought it was weird that Palpatine fucked someone in Rise of
I never realized that.
Crew got laid, man.
No, time
Okay,
out.
now I have to look this up. I have to look this up.
Oh, look at his legs. How did he fuck?
What the fuck?
How did he fuck? Where is it? Is it underneath?
Oh
all
my
that
god,
bag?
he's hideous!
Now look at his daughter.
What is his daughter's name?
I don't remember. Hold on.
Just say Crude's daughter.
Rain. It's rain.
Whatever you do, don't look up Mortal Kombat Rain. You get a different Rain.
No, fuck that. Where the fuck is his Where's his power cell underneath all that baggage he's carrying? Like what the
How the fuck did that make that?
She's gotta be adopted, dog. Come on.
There's no way
No,
he
it
fucked.
She
comes
takes after her
from
mom.
more from the mom. Yeah.
She takes after her mom.
No, she took everything after her mom. There's nothing about the dad.
Jesus
The
Christ.
entire time, Dax was like, "Ew, Crew's daughter. Fuck, she's gotta be ugly. God damn, she's banging."
Anyway, and then continuing on with the story, like
How does
it's
that make that?
continuing on with the story is that like the whole plot is that he somehow was able to spike their drain, and so that in about like 24 hours or so, all of them, supposedly including the daughter, but spoiler, the daughter's poison was never poisoned. Actually,
no.
was it ever poisoned? Actually.
It wasn't
no.
poisoned because at the end of the game, they played the last few messages from Crew saying like, "Hey, just pour yours a couple of seconds after theirs, and then
Oh,
you
that's
No, not pour, drink. Which means Jack was never poisoned, because he drank
No,
it
but-
last.
I believe the way it was told, it was that hers was the only one that wasn't poisoned. But
No,
anyway,
it came from the same bottle.
I know, but either way,
But in the end, Cruz said if she poured a few seconds after or before, or something like that, that she would.
oh yeah, I guess Jack wasn't really poisoned if we're going by that logic. But either way, it was supposed to be that everybody had the exact amount of time to win the Grand Prix to get the cure, to get an antidote that they somehow have for some reason for this moment to cure them of this. It's kind of situational, kind of dumb, but that's about all I can say about the story.
It's a video game story.
You're a video game story.
You gotta understand it came from the same company that made a racing game where the alien was going to turn the whole planet into a concrete parking lot.
Hey, that's a banger story. Fuck off.
Oh, you fuck off.
You fuck off. What you mean?
Ladies, you can both fuck off.
Like a cockroach coming from space to destroy the planet?
Fuck
That sounds
off
like...
Mark, because he's your favorite.
What you mean? Fuck this guy.
You said that I'm not your favorite because you're an ass.
Oh, Jeremy's not my favorite either.
Well, you have to pick one of us.
Oh, I have to pick one of you?
Yeah, one of us. Pick right now, bitch.
Shit, I need some help.
So y'all were talking about what's her name?
It's definitely not Jeremy.
Yeah.
Kira.
You're right. How did that make that?
Anyway, I didn't play this game, but I did watch the cutscenes, and honestly, for a racing game story, I thought it was pretty good.
You thought what?
I'm pretty
For a racing game story, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, for a racing game, it wasn't bad. It made sense. There's a purpose to race. I feel like at the end of the day, that's always going to be the story in a racing game.
All the characters were the characters, Yep.
I
thought it was...
I will say, it has potential to be higher on my list. I just need to I do want to give it another chance, maybe when we actually record it for Amiibros sometime, maybe 3 decades from now.
I actually want to play this game.
Because,
Square Eye Jack says that this game is slightly below CTR, and I don't agree with the man and everything, but that makes me really want to play the game.
The thing about it though is I really want to play multiplayer on it, and the only way to do it, you can do it, but you need the multi-tap, right, to do more than 2 players.
Is it actually? Hold on, I have the case. I feel like it's only
actually
2 players.
no. I think it's only up to 2 players.
I was gonna say I think that game is only up to 2 players. I have the case. I'll look for it in a minute. Yeah, keep talking. I'll be back.
But overall, my thing with Jack and Jak X, right? The funny thing is, I always thought this was going to be the trend. Naughty Dog's going to have a racing game after all their fucking franchises. We didn't get Uncharted Kart or The Last of Kart, so that's not going to happen.
I mean,
I actually love the idea of an Uncharted racing game, though. Not gonna lie. I think
it could work, but it would just be a regular racing.
It's only 2 players.
So the thing about it with Jak X, I like the story. If you're playing it as a single player, right? The story's got a lot going for it. There's a lot of unlockables, and just like Crash Team Racing, it does go back to the Jak trilogy, the legacy, level areas. You get the race in Haven City, Spargus. I forgot the name of the city, Crash City.
More Crap City. Anyway.
Looks better than Haven. But there's a lot of locations from Jak 2 and 3 specifically that you get to go back to. I think you can unlock Daxter by playing Daxter and having a save file and connecting to the PS2. That was a thing, I believe. And you can unlock Ratchet and Clank. I won't say there's another character you can unlock. Young Jak from Jak 1. The character roster, so it's deep. Which I think that's what I like about Jak X. Now, yes, I ranked it lower than the trilogy. And that's just because once you beat the story overall, I feel like there's not much to do other than just maybe make more vehicles and just go back and play the game, whatever. It's a regular racing game at that point. But I've always wanted to try this multiplayer so fucking bad.
I do want to give it a try. I might enjoy it. It might be a bit higher, but yeah.
It's a really good game. And the shitty thing about it is you can get this game on PS4. I think this is probably one of the only Jak games on the PS4 that is fine. I think it's fine. I don't think it has any issues at all. I think I've even seen Jak and Daxter aficionados go oh yeah, this game's alright to play. But the multiplayer feature's there, but you can't do it, which pisses me off. And it's kind of what the fuck? Like, if you try to go to multiplayer, they just completely boot you out of it, which is... I prefer, if you're going to play Jack X, play the PS2 version if you got a homie or someone to play it with.
Wait, that actually happens in the PS4 version?
Yes, you can't do multiplayer in the PS4 version of Jack
What the
X.
fuck?
I heard about that. It was so weird.
No. Do you know what sucks even more?
So,
Like, because of emulation problems, you can't even play multiplayer on, like, through Parsec.
Yeah,
So-
I think me and Noah tried it. Like, you can't
Yeah,
even
we
do it.
tried it, and, like, the bottom screen was just gone.
okay, so I did some Googling. I guess I should have looked at the box. But apparently this game also had online and LAN support.
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Fuck
how many
LAN Double
players-
Dash.
How
LAN
many
Jack
players
X, let's
up to
go.
LAN, though?
That's a good question. How many
I imagine it's like at least 4.
players can play?
Like, I've never heard of PS2 LAN before. What the fuck?
Oh, I knew it exists. It just, I never
There's
needed it
nowhere that
because
talks about it.
Up to 5 players.
On Jack X LAN?
Online multiplayer, up to 5 other players. Both modes feature the same. Let's try LAN.
How
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
even do PS2 LAN?
I mean, just have to use wires and multiple TVs and consoles.
Well, I need to.
But then if it's like up to 5 players, does that mean 3 PS2s?
Yeah, probably. Like, fuck, I would bring my PS2 in a copy.
I'd bring my
Next year.
PS2 just to see that happen. Holy shit. Off topic still, but fuck. See, if I would try that mode, it would sell it for me, but I don't want to rank the game based on that because that's not fair. Like, it's kind of like, oh, I didn't try this feature, so it's ranked lower for me. It's like saying, like, oh, I never played multiplayer, so it's ranked lower. It's like, no.
I don't know.
It's
When
just-
you
I had to look more into it, but apparently online is up to 5 players. And PS2 Online, I believe, is still ongoing. It's still able to be played, but I need to look into the LAN stuff.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious.
Well,
Yeah, I'm looking
you have
it
to
up,
understand, Jeremy, when you actually experience the LAN. Because, like, I remember when we talked about Mario Kart Double Dash in the tier list, we none of us brought up the LAN play because, it's something we didn't talk about. But since we did play it on the trip, we're acting like it's the best fucking Mario Kart.
I looked up. I found a Reddit post of Jack X at a LAN party of Jack X. For some fucking reason, it was giving me a warning of a not safe for work environment. I'm like, it's fucking Jack and Daxter. Calm down.
Not safe for working environment.
It's not safe for the children.
Yeah, I'm looking at the box art and it's saying like network adapter 2 to 6.
Yeah, I have it right here too. 2 to 6 network adapter. Okay, well, we can give it a try on a TGMG stadium in the future. As a matter of fact, I'm actually gonna bump Jack X a bit higher on mid tier. I'm gonna get rid of my low tier placements.
Shit, I'll do that. Oh my god, that's cool. No one has fucking done that. That's interesting. Jack X.
Nobody
online?
does anything LAN.
Yeah, and everything's all online, man. Halo was where it was at with LAN, and then everybody just stopped and gave
Well,
up.
actually, no. There's people who've done it. They've done it through
People who don't matter, people that are not amiibros.
Damn.
Anyway.
Get off your own fucking high horse.
Also, you can if you have a Ratchet and Clank save file, you can play as Ratchet.
Yeah, no, I mentioned that. Like, Ratchet is one of the unlockable characters. The character roster is very expansive. It's no.
Expensive or expansive?
Expansive.
I said
I
expensive.
heard
It's no
You said
Hot Shots Golf
expensive.
4. I said
I
expansive.
heard expansion. Almost
I-
like filter.
No,
It's no,
I'm pretty sure it's
Hot Shots Golf
expansive.
4, but
yeah, I'll bump Jack X up to mid tier. There's actually
I
some
also
potential
love-
in this game being pretty
I also
fun.
love the fact that if you connect Daxter to the PS2, you can get the Daxter Mobile.
yeah, that's also a thing too. There's a
Okay.
Daxmobile. There's other stuff too that you can unlock. I think there's a Naughty Dog vehicle actually.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a Naughty Dog vehicle. How you unlock it, I completely forgot.
Hey, okay, no, this game has some fucking charm.
Yeah, no, it has content. It's just it's very obscure how you get it. Like
It's
you need.
obscure, and then the stuff is very limited in the game itself because, like I said, the surface, what's winning is the story mode. It's very.
I think if I was looking at it from the PS4 version alone, might be a low tier, but mid tier.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
definitely, but it's a mid tier. It's definitely like mid tier at lowest on the PS2.
Yeah, if you want to play the game and just experience it, the cheap way out is probably, well, they're both going to be cheap regardless. But if you want to just experience it, you can get on the PS4. Accessibility is whatever is easier for you. But if you want to know the best way, I would probably say PS2, especially if you got a friend or somebody you want to play with.
So, but anyway, if we move on to the Uncharted stuff, are Eli and Sean ready to awaken from their
I
coma?
can join for one of these.
For only one,
Yeah,
which one?
you
Is
got
it
me
the
for two of
First
them.
game.
Oh,
You got me
damn.
for two of them.
All right.
You got,
All right,
you got
so-
me for them all.
Okay, so this time it's me and Noah and Eli primarily on this one.
Yep.
I'm just rubbing my hands together right
Alrighty.
All right, and
Uncharted
I'm excited to
1,
talk about this one.
3, 2, 1, go.
I hate this game. I actually really. I'm gonna go. Sorry, Jeremy. After this, you can go first.
I don't have a lot to say about Uncharted 1 anyway. This is
Okay, I
I
don't care if this is a hot take. I hate this fucking game.
I hate this fucking game too.
This is easily the worst Uncharted game, and I will even say that it is actually a bad game. Why do I think it's a bad game? In 2020, during the quarantine era, I actually started to revisit all the Uncharted games, but I wanted to do something a bit different. I actually wanted to play them on the harder difficulties. I wanted to see how well they fared up. Uncharted 1 is probably one of the most frustrating games to be played on the harder difficulties, and it's mostly based on the damage output that the enemies do to you. The enemies do ridiculous amount of damage to you in Uncharted 1. And I know what you're thinking. Well, that's what happens when you play it on the harder difficulty. They do more damage. I played Uncharted. The rest of the Uncharted games were not this brutal. Like, the moment you get spotted by an enemy and they shoot you and you have no cover whatsoever, you're going to get fucked regardless. And there's multiple bad enemy placements in Uncharted 1. There was one point where you have to go... You're below a wall, and there's stairs for you to go up. There's enemies below and enemies above. You don't really have enough to reach the enemies from above, so you probably should go up the stairs. But if you go up the stairs, they're shooting you while you're climbing up, and the damage output is so ridiculous you'll be dead before you even get up there, or you'll probably be on the verge of dying once you get to cover. And Uncharted 1 AI, that's also, the aiming in this game is awful. Like, the other games improve on it, and it especially, and for instance, like, blind shots have, like, no, like, at least, like, blind shots in the other games has, like, some sort of, like, you know, aim, I forget what it's called,
aim support, aim pot, aim assist.
Reticle.
No, the little thing you see when you're aiming, I forget
Reticle.
Reticle?
Reticle, I think it's called.
what, that thing. You get none of that. There's at least like a small one if you're blind shooting, but in Uncharted 1, it's not there. You're literally blind shooting. And also, some of the enemies are fucking stupid as shit. Like, when I say stupid, I don't mean they're actually dumb or incompetent. I mean their animations is dumb. Some enemies are just flailing their AK-47s like madmen, and they're still hitting you, like, without even an effort to hit you. Throwing grenades is a bitch on the PS3 version more so than the PS4 version.
Yes.
They fix it in the PS4 version, but on the PS3 version, because PS3 at the time was jerking off to the fact that there was motion on the controller.
The motion controls, oh my god.
If you try to aim with the grenade, you had to aim it with your fucking controller. It is a goddamn pain in the ass. And because the Nathan Drake collection I had, I felt like was so bugged on my PS4, I couldn't play that version. So I played the PS3 versions first.
The Nathan Drake collection version is
Yeah.
definitely the way to play the
Oh
first
yeah,
one.
definitely, especially the first game. But it's like, for fuck's sake, unlike Jack X, where I would encourage you to play the oldest version, Uncharted avoid the oldest version because it is easily a miserable experience. And even then, playing the PS4 version, like besides throwing the grenade, everything else I still had an issue with this game is still present here. And it's like, compared to the content you get in the later games, either way, it would still be the weakest game in my eyes. But playing it on the harder difficulty makes me realize how much of a miserable experience this game really was. Like, I was having a shit time with this game. And I wanted, the amount of times I wanted to quit and just never play this fucking game again. And it's like, I felt like the experience, like, taunted me, because even though my friend played through this game on normal, I still saw like the shit game level design, the shit enemy placements, and the ridiculous damage output, even on a normal playthrough. And it's like, I feel like this game, because you play, and I feel like sometimes games should be encouraged to be played on a harder difficulty, to get a proper experience of like, or at least a better understanding of how level design and enemy placements work, or just true difficulty in general. And I feel like because of it, I can probably confidently say that I think Uncharted 1's a bad game. And the story itself is not bad. It's fine. It's a simple story, but compared to the other games, no fucking contest. The sequels are better. But I really hate this game. I don't know if I could really say if it was even a good game for its time. I think it's aged poorly. I really don't like this game.
Yeah.
It's the most negative Uncharted.
I agree with almost everything you just said. The harder difficulty thing, it doesn't matter to me. I don't usually play harder difficulty games, or at least choose the hardest difficulty. But like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's a game I hate more coming up. It's pretty obvious which one. But like in terms of a gameplay experience, I think this is the worst Naughty Dog game.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, the funny thing was, I almost bought it when we were in San Antonio, but Mark was like, "Oh my god, no!"
Oh my god, get away from it!
No, but I don't have a lot to say. Like, I would say Uncharted is where I'm the most like tapped out as far as until we get to 4. I have a lot to say about 4. That was like 4 and The Last of Us Part 1 of my first PS4 games, but Uncharted 1 I first experienced through the Nathan Drake collection. That's how I experienced like at least 1. I didn't complete 2, and then I played a little bit of 3. But for 1, the most I can say, I never really experienced the PS3 aspect of it, but I don't really have much to say about it. Like, I thought it was fine. Like, it's not above Crash Bandicoot, that's for sure. But it was fine enough.
Fuck no. No.
It was fine enough for me to play it at the time for the Nathan Drake collection. I don't really just have much of a lot of comments on it, but this is one of the ones I completed next to Uncharted 4, which I'll have a lot more to say.
I know this part is irrelevant now, especially when we start talking about the Nathan Drake collection, but keep in mind that online play was not a thing until Uncharted 2. So the only thing that this game really had was the multiple ways you can replay the single player, like looking for the treasures and stuff. So to me, replayability was limited in this one anyway.
Now,
And like I said,
I think at the time of this, I think all the Uncharted games, the online is the servers are already down, or they stopped supporting the online.
2 and 3
Yeah,
servers are down.
Yeah, 2 and 3 are gone. Last of Us is fire. Last of Us, no. Well, 4 is still going. 4 is still going. Last of Us's PS3 servers went down, but the PS4 versions are still active.
I didn't know. I thought Uncharted 4 online was.
No, Uncharted 4 is still going. I played it like during pandemic.
Nice.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
But like, I would have known if it got shut down because like when they shut down Uncharted 2 and 3, that was a big deal at the time. It was like when they shut down original.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. It's like Uncharted 4 multiplayer in 2023 is intense.
Yeah, no, even Last of Us still has its online stuff in the PS4 version. But yeah.
I mean, I'll talk about when we get to Uncharted 4, but yeah.
Yeah. Sean. Oh wait, no, Sean and Eli.
You go.
I mean, okay.
You got more to say than I do.
So I feel like I'm kind of cheating with my placement here because I'm kind of more going off of the Nathan Drake collection PS4 port since it's been quite a while since I played the original PS3 version.
I mean, to be fair, I'm putting my Jack X placements based off of the PS4 version. I haven't, like, I mean, I played the PS2 version, I have the PS2 version, but all the online and the LAN stuff that's PS2 exclusive, I haven't played enough to the point that I'm leaving it in low tier for now. And this is technically really the PS4 placements. PS2 placement would be higher.
I think it's fair to judge something from your own experiences. So
Yeah.
Because I never played the Nathan Drake collection, so, that's my experience.
Yeah, so like my
first
Jack X
game.
placement is my current experience with the PS4 version. Like going off of memory, I didn't play it that much on PS2, and then the time I did play it on PS4 on both versions, I just didn't really like the gameplay. There is more to offer on the PS2 version, so it could be higher, but for now I'm leaving it at low tier, just because I just don't really like how it plays that much. But yeah. So it's fine if you're going about the more recent version. I would even tell you that if you were to play Uncharted 1, play the Nathan Drake collection.
Play Nathan Drake, yes.
Don't play the PS3 version. The PS3 version is worse. So much worse.
I mean, I was able to beat the PS3 version a few times at least. Like,
Yeah, okay.
at least
I was able to beat it on hard mode, but I still wanted to fucking die.
I mean, it's of the first 3 games, it's definitely the most difficult one. I don't know how 4 compares, but yeah, the first game is definitely probably the most difficult game.
In my, I don't want to jump too much ahead, but in my opinion, there was only one perfect experience I had with an Uncharted game. Only one out of the 4 I had a perfect experience with. Some of the other ones I had an issue with in some shape or form, but there was only been one where I was like, mwah, all the way. But we'll get to that one when we get to that one.
But I do remember kind of not really getting into the 6-axis controls with the PS3 version. Like it was just.
Lying.
It was just confusing. But yeah, I didn't. I said I didn't really get into it. It's just like.
And if you did, you were lying.
Yeah. I'm not lying. I didn't get into it as much. So.
So stop
I
lying.
definitely remember. I definitely. Shut up.
Oh no, you get defensive there, little Larry Lancelot.
Okay, so. Lost my train of thought. So I definitely remember like several moments playing the original PS3 version where I get stuck like for a while, and I was playing on like the easiest difficulty I could play on because I'm pretty sure original Uncharted 1 didn't even have a very easy option. It just had like easy.
Oh right, the Explorer mode.
Well, yeah, but even like PS3 Uncharted 2 and 3 had very easy, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but Uncharted 1, yeah, I know what you're talking about. They added, it was called Explorer mode, if I'm not mistaken, where it's like...
Yeah, they put that in the Nathan Drake collection, yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I think that's a stupid name for the collection because that would kind of imply that's all the Uncharted games that Nathan Drake is on. That's not true because Uncharted 4 is not a part of that collection.
I mean, to be fair, Nathan Drake collection came out first before Uncharted 4.
Yeah.
I would have understood your argument if you would have mentioned Golden Abyss. Then I would have understood your argument better.
It's the same as like Sly Cooper. Like before the PS3 collection came out before.
My name for it would be the Secret Harvest. I think that's just a better name for it. Better ties into it. But anyway, even with like 6-axis controls, I did still enjoy the first Uncharted pretty good. Like I definitely enjoyed the story and the characters. I mean, yeah, even story-wise, it's still the weakest one. But like Nathan Drake, Elena Fisher, and Victor Sullivan, they're like some of the best protagonists in any video game franchise to me. I love all 3 of them. They're great characters, well written, well acted. Love them in all 3 games, and it definitely shows even in the first game. And I remember,
even though the first game's ugly as fuck.
Yeah, I was actually going to point out their animation. They looked ugly in the original.
That means same thing. I was getting water.
No worries.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I guess it's been a while since I've seen the PS3 version, so I wouldn't know. But I remember I did get invested in the story, even though like my first experience with Uncharted was a demo of Uncharted 3. And then I see like I play Uncharted 3, and then I'm like, oh, this is actually really cool. This is really cool. This is set piece really cool, and these characters are cool and stuff. And then it's like, oh, it's made by Naughty Dog. They made Crash. Yay! I should try this series out. So I was like, before I played this game, I should play the first 2. So I played the first game, and then there's like that scene where Sully gets shot, like towards the beginning.
Yeah.
And that actually kind of took me by surprise, even though I was already spoiled that he was alive because, again, I already played a demo of Uncharted 3, so he was definitely alive then.
You didn't know that.
Yeah, and
They did another one in Uncharted 3. They did another fake out death.
they did another fake death, yeah. That was a bit more effective.
Yeah, definitely. Because that one at that point, I was like, oh shit. Well, I guess if you didn't know if he was alive, they could both be oh shit moments, but I don't know. But, yeah.
But like even I do think that the story is still a pretty good one. Definitely not as good as the later games, but like still like even with the villains, like I don't think I'm gonna have too many hot takes when I say the villains are definitely weaker in terms of like characters than like the heroes are in Uncharted,
I mean, yeah, but
especially in the first game.
I mean, yeah, but
With the exception of Eddie. Eddie Raj is really entertaining, but like
I was
Gabriel
gonna-
Byrne and Navarro.
Oh wait, are we talking about just Uncharted 1 or just like the Uncharted series in general?
I mean, I was saying in general, but I was saying especially Uncharted 1, like the villains definitely
I
don't
was-
really stand out.
I was gonna say Lazarevich really stands out as the best villain. Like he actually has. I mean, probably should wait till Uncharted 2, but
Wait till Uncharted 2, yeah.
yeah, but like I don't know if I agree with that one. Like at least for that one villain. Actually, Uncharted 2 in general. But yeah.
I mean, Eddie I thought was a lot of fun, but like Roman and Navarro.
Yeah, Eddie was fun, but like he wasn't really like to me any like all that importance really. Like
That's right, Eddie Raja.
yeah, he was fun, but that's all I can really say. Like he was. That's about it.
I love how quotable these games are. But I could quote a lot. I could quote a lot of them for like hours. But even with the dated controls and stuff, like even with Uncharted 1, there's also some quick time events, which a lot of the games. I'm pretty sure the sequels don't really have as many of those. Like sometimes you have to like press a circle button to dodge certain things in Uncharted 1. Even there's like I think another problem that the game had that you didn't mention was the enemies tend to be, I think the correct term is bullet sponges, where like
Yeah.
they take like a full, you empty like
Oh,
a full,
you know what?
you empty,
yeah,
like, a full
that's
clip
true.
of the enemies and they still don't die.
Yeah, that was yeah. That also added to a factor.
Yeah, like they definitely fixed that in the sequels as well. I don't remember how bad the aiming was. I mean, they definitely made the aiming better.
The aiming was definitely bad. I was mostly complaining about the blind shots where there's absolutely no like. I just for the life of me can't like. There's no sights. Like there's like absolutely nothing you can use. Like at least with the other games, there's like a little bit of it. I'm looking this up. I don't remember what the fuck it's called. Give me 1 second. No, keep going. No, keep going.
But like, yeah, I'm definitely more forgiving of this game, mostly just because of me not having experienced the original PS3 version in a while and just having the Nathan Drake one to go off of. But even then, I still think that like this laid the foundation pretty well in terms of like the characters and the exploration and like again with the characters, all their chemistry and stuff. It's just
I'm just gonna call it aim sights. I don't care.
such like memorable lines like all around, especially from like the main three heroes, Nate, Sully, and Elena. Just love them. And like I've always do have kind of a soft spot for Uncharted's gameplay. I do like the whole cover-based shooting thing that it's got.
I mean, I like it. I just don't like it in this game.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I don't disagree with you guys when it comes to this being like the weakest Uncharted game, but I just think it still holds up decently well. Yeah, that does have some frustrating moments, definitely. I don't blame y'all for disliking it. It's just like I still think it's a good starting point for the series.
Yeah.
And I probably, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I think it was more. It's about the same as the first Crash Bandicoot, I guess. Maybe just a little bit more for me. I mean, I do have it in a tier above the first Crash Bandicoot, but man, I guess it might be a better first Uncharted than I don't know.
Before we continue, Jeremy, you're not asleep, right?
No, my mic's muted.
Okay. I just don't want to like have a moment where we don't hear from you in a bit, and the next thing you know, we either don't hear anything or we hear snoring.
No, my mic's muted. Like I can mute it because it's a tap. So
Okay,
I'm
don't
not gonna
follow
really. I beat. You wanna know what's crazy? I beat Donkey Kong Country 2 in the Spain that we're doing this.
Nice.
Wow, we're having a speedrunning contest between Eli and
No,
Jeremy.
I'm actually about to 100% it. So
Eli 100% Crash 2 in San Antonio before he had to make his flight. So,
but yeah,
You know what?
once we get to Uncharted 4, then I'll have more to say.
yeah, just
That was
okay.
my
As long as you don't fall asleep, that's what I was mostly referring to.
No, I'm wide awake, but I'm gonna mute again. So think.
All right, have fun.
I'll go quick. It has been a long time since I played this. I didn't even beat it because it wasn't even mine personally. But from what I remember, I enjoyed the story and characters. As a big fan of like Indiana Jones and like treasure hunting and adventure and stuff like that, who played a little bit of like Tomb Raider and such. I remember really liking the aesthetic. And the Uncharted games always like appealed to me, but I just never ended up reaching out for more. I don't know, like I eventually want to sit down and play all of them. Because I didn't even play like a super ton of this game, but I played enough to get like a good idea. And then I've also seen like the cutscenes and story and such, as well as some from the other games, but not like a ton of it. I remember liking it. It was a solid good.
You mentioned Indiana Jones. You mentioned, like, I remember we did talk briefly about Indiana Jones. Yeah, you'll definitely like Uncharted. I've also had that comparison too. That's why I really like it.
I should point out I've never really seen any Indiana Jones, and I still
You
love
should.
this
They're
series.
very, very good.
I mean, like if you like Uncharted, you'll probably really enjoy the original
Oh, yeah.
trilogy.
I would recommend 1 and 3.
1 and 3 are the best.
Easy.
1 and 3 are the best for sure.
Easily.
Isn't three the Last Crusade?
Yes. It is Raiders of the Lost Ark and Last Crusade. Both are
Yeah,
fucking amazing movies.
Those two are the best ones for sure.
After we watched Raiders of the Lost Ark, because I did actually see Raiders of the Lost
Oh, good. I love those movies.
Raiders
Yeah,
of the
like,
Lost Ark is definitely one of my favorite films ever made.
I grew up on those, and like it was just like the aesthetic of that. It's also partially why like Tomb Raider appealed to me as well.
Yeah,
Different direction.
I watched those films recently in preparation for the 5th one.
Yeah,
Nice.
I heard the 5th one it exists.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is
pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's my opinion of like the first Uncharted. I remember it being good, but it's been a long time.
But so if we don't have anything else to say about Uncharted 1,
Uncharted 2. 3, 2, 1, go.
so side spoiler, this is the perfect Uncharted game. It's also my favorite Naughty Dog game.
Yeah, I knew
It's one of my favorite games ever made. It's, in my opinion, the best Uncharted game. Out of the 4, the only Uncharted game I thoroughly enjoyed from start to finish, going through the game on hard, was this one. This one was perfect. I think first of all, I think its story was perfectly paced. Because
Yep.
Uncharted 2, one of the things I didn't like about Uncharted 1 is like you're stuck in that jungle throughout the whole entire game, and it gets boring after a while. Uncharted 2,
I can,
you go
I
through
can,
you go
I can
through
understand
different.
it.
Yeah, Uncharted 2, different countries every time. The aesthetic is different each time. You start learning a little bit more about, what would eventually lead to the stuff in Shambhala. And the villains. I was mentioning Lazarevich being like a stand-in character of the Uncharted series. Like, I think he can rival some of the main characters. But I also forgot this one fucking dude. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Flynn was also a good one
Harry
too.
Flynn, yeah, I love both Lazarevich and Flynn.
Like Lazarevich had has this eminent presence that genuinely it's more like a Shao Kahn presence if anything. He's not just a dictator. He's like a warmongering person. Like he wants to create. He wants power. Like he wants so much, and even to the point that. And the thing is, like, even Elena, who would try and like get the juice of him, like he's well aware of her, and it's like, oh my god, like there's everything about this character is perfect. I think the story structure is perfect. I think how each of the characters is perfect. I love Chloe. I love Elena. One of the few love triangles I can actually get behind. I don't know if it's a love triangle. Elena and Chloe don't fuck, but you know.
It's what people think love triangles are.
Yeah, it's like I do think about that. It's one of the better handled love triangles.
This is off topic, but whenever I hear love triangle, I just think of the anime Defrag where they're going in circles, going love triangle, love triangle, love triangle.
Really, I think about Legend of Korra and how they fuck that up.
Fucking the blonde one. It's been a while. The blonde one just kept slapping the other guy's hand.
I love her face. She's just slapping his hand. Like, no, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Yeah, exactly like that.
So funny. Sorry,
Anyway.
continue.
But yeah, no. Story structure, character-wise, I already enjoyed this game. Best villain. Gameplay-wise, I think this has the best gameplay. I think it's a major improvement over the first one. I know 3 and 4 try to implement some things like, with combat and the grappling hook, but I'm gonna explain why. I'll talk about those like when we talk about those games. But I think Uncharted 2, because it doesn't have like anything like that, it was just an improvement over the original. Is why I feel like I can get around. Is why I like it more. There isn't like so much difference about it between Uncharted 1, other than being an improvement. There's no new gimmicks in its gameplay. Everything works effectively, and the difficulty, it's actually how a game should be in its difficulty. It's not suddenly difficult or difficult from the beginning, or like Jak 2 where it's inconsistent. It gradually gets difficult. You start, you're starting to do like some stealth missions here and there. Then you get into some gunfights. Maybe you can get some, kill some enemies along the way. And the level design is perfect. The enemy placements are great. Not a lot of enemies are flanking you a lot, and that's another complaint I'll get to in the later 2 games for a minute. But like, it starts off simple, even on the harder difficulties, but it eventually. Did Noah die?
No.
You stopped sharing your screen. I got scared.
No. Fucking Internet Explorer fucking blew up.
Oh, okay. As long as you can still hear the. As long as you can still hear the.
Now my phone's going off. Now my
going
house is on
wrong.
fire.
And oh my god, why is there a golf club? And why is there a golf club here? Anyway, yeah, I think it's once you start easing into like the gameplay and its difficulty. So it starts off a little bit easier, and then you start dealing with some dude with armor and miniguns, and then you start dealing with the creatures in Shambhala. They are actually there's a consistent difficulty through and through. It progressively gets harder as you go on. It's not brutal in the beginning. It's not bullshit at all. It's like it has that perfect sense of difficulty, and that's something that I love about Uncharted 2. And on top of that, online was fucking fun. I don't know how many of you played this, but co-op arena is the best thing they've ever added in an Uncharted game. I wish they brought that back. I wish they had something similar to it in Uncharted 4. But, like, for what we had for this game, I think, in my opinion, probably having the best gameplay. I just think, like, everything about this game was just more perfect than anything. So, in my opinion, Uncharted 2 is the GOAT, basically.
So, I don't know if it's actually, I know what my favorite Uncharted game is. It's not this one, but it is certainly up there. I do definitely love Uncharted 2 quite a lot. It's definitely an improvement over the first game. Like, just in pretty much everything, like the gameplay, the story, the set pieces, all the locations, the characters, like Lazarevich and Flynn. Maybe not necessarily my favorite villains in the series, but they're certainly up there. Like, Lazarevich definitely got the intimidation cred. I love how hammy he gets towards the end, especially when you're fighting him, which his boss fight, super improvement over the Navarro boss fight from the first one.
I think part of why I like Lazarevich so much is because I think he's the most memorable villain. I don't for the life... Like, I remember the villains of 3 and 4... I remember their names, and I kind of know what their motivations are, but they didn't stand out to me as much as Lazarevich.
Well, I think at least one villain from one of the future games is better written than Lazarevich, but I'll get to that later.
I don't know. I don't agree with that.
Well, I mean, we,
I
let's
just
not
think
forget
I just think Lazarevich is perfect.
and let's not forget Lazarevich also wasted a lot of chances to kill Nate.
Oh,
Like,
classic
he-
James Bond.
No, but like he also used because he needed him alive. He needed him to like gain him access to Shambhala. Yes, there could have been many ways he could have killed him, but like he needed him alive from multiple cases. The only time I think he could,
then there's the part where Flynn's about to kill, Flynn's about to shoot him, and then Lazarevich is like, "Well, not yet. I want him to see Shambhala."
yeah, at that point, that's just an evil like mustaching twirly villain thing. But it's like I still think he's better written than like all the other villains. Like the other villains, there's just something about them. They just didn't stand out. Like
I mean, I still love Lazarevich and Flynn. They're definitely like as a pair, they're definitely like my second favorite villains overall. Like I certainly love like whenever they're on screen. And
I
stuff.
feel like I know who the villain you're talking about, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But like even with Flynn, like most of the time he's described as like he's like pretty incompetent because he like barely accomplishes anything. But he is the one who, like, until a later game, he is actually the one who comes the closest to killing Nate, like out of all the villains.
He almost killed Elena. Oh, I need to bitch about something about that scene a little bit. So, Neil Druckmann, the same beautiful director who made this game, gave Naughty Dog the idea that Elena should have died in that scene.
I mean,
But just thought I should. No. No, I do not want. I cannot picture.
Chloe for life.
I cannot picture an Uncharted. I cannot picture an Uncharted like moment without Elena anymore. Like
of
I
course,
can't.
Nate
Like,
and
it's-
Elena- Nate and
like,
Elena's
if-
relationship is like one of the best things about the
Kill
entire
the
series.
bitch.
Yeah, that shit's
Chloe for life.
We're not talking about Kira and Ashlyn. Noah, shut up. Elena's actually.
Chloe's better. Fuck you.
Fuck you. No, Elena.
No, Chloe.
I like Chloe, but no, I'm gonna have to go with Elena. Fuck you.
Hey, look, my type is blondes, but I still prefer Chloe.
I love them both.
Shut up, Eli. You
Shut
gotta
up,
be
Eli.
on you gotta be on one side or no side.
Yeah, don't be the middle ground, fucker.
Anyway, yeah, Uncharted 2. It's a really good game. Really love its story. Gameplay was a huge improvement, and it was just a solid experience overall.
Oh, it's
You see,
just like
part of me feels like I should put it at A because I'm not in love with it, but like having it next to Jack and Daxter feels wrong to me, so I put it in S.
This game is a perfect game. I have like little to nothing to complain about. This is like a
I
game.
have a teeny
I would-
tiny nitpick, and that's the fact that there's barely any Sully in this game.
That's a preference, I guess, but like
Yeah,
I don't.
it's
I love that, Mark. It's a preference if there's not enough old man in the game.
Like it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, I get it, but it's like because I felt that way too. But it's like for the story that they told, it was good. Like it was still the best game in the series.
it was still really good. Of course.
Funny you mentioned Sully though. We don't have anything else to say. Do these two schmucks have nothing to say about Uncharted 2? No? Okay.
I mean, I didn't
Oh
play
yeah.
it.
I also like Tenzin. Tenzin's a really cool character.
Tenzin's great.
Moving on.
Uncharted 3.
Uncharted 3.
3, 2, 1. Have fun, guys. I never played this one.
Okay. Uncharted 3 is worse than Uncharted 2. I do like it, but it has some of the similar factors I feel for Jak 3. If it ain't broke, don't fix it type of deal. But actually, no, that's wrong. Because it's like, it's not like I feel like content-wise, it's a if it ain't broke, don't fix it thing. Because it multiplayer-wise, it has almost the same exact thing as Uncharted 2. So like, if you like enjoy Uncharted 2 for its content, you'll enjoy Uncharted 3. And Uncharted 3 had co-op arenas, it had the survival modes, it has almost the exact same content Uncharted 2 had from a multiplayer standpoint. My biggest criticism I have with Uncharted 3 is that it's single player. It's the campaign. I do think that the story is a bit worse because there's a lot of moments in which there are many side characters, and by many I meant Chloe and Charlie. They appear in the story and then they're just dropped out of the face of the earth. Supposedly Charlie was originally going to have a much bigger role than the role he was given.
His actor had things to do.
Exactly. So they couldn't do much with him, and which gets me to an issue towards another game we're going to be talking about in the future. But besides the point,
Yep.
I also just don't like Uncharted 3's gameplay at all. So one of my
Well,
things,
that's the same as 2, isn't it?
no, okay, yes and no. Gunplay wise, yes. Melee combat, no, not at all. Uncharted 3
it has
and-
the combat, and then it
and
has
the
the thing
thing-
where you can throw back grenades.
And but that one I did like. I did like the ability to throw back grenades. What I did not like is the melee combat. And the thing is, like I said, I played these games on the harder difficulty, and I'm gonna be sounding like a broken record. But you take more damage in the harder difficulties, especially by shotguns. So here's the thing. One of the things I always say when I'm playing Uncharted 3, there's way too many things you do in the with the circle button. You're dodging, you're dodging, crouching, you're going through one place to another, and you're also shoving. So one of the things I mentioned in Uncharted 2, enemies don't really flank you that much in the beginning. In Uncharted 1 in Uncharted 1, they did. In Uncharted 3, that's a flanking, even in the early levels. So imagine a scenario, you're trying
I remember that in Uncharted 1 a lot, where enemies would just come out of nowhere, and there'd be like
Yes.
there'd be like no music too. That's the worst part. Like usually when an enemy attacks you, like the music picks up, but like in Uncharted 1, an enemy would just start shooting you. There'd be like no music, and you're like, oh my goodness, where'd you come from? And then you're dead.
And then but the thing about Uncharted 3 that's a problem is the shoving mechanic. Like, of course, because you can do melee combat, but when you have a shoving mechanic that's also tied to your dodge button, imagine a scenario when a dude with a shotgun comes like towards you, and you're wanting to dodge away, but because you're also hitting the circle button, which is also the shoving button, you're gonna shove the dude with the shotgun, which gives him an open to shoot you, and 9 times out of 10, you're gonna die from one shotgun blast on the harder difficulty.
I somehow don't remember the shoving in Uncharted 3, and I've played that
It's
like
more prevalent. It was probably more prevalent because I played it on hard. Because again, I died too many times when I keep shoving the shotgun guys, and it was
Maybe
annoying.
not good enough.
I mean,
Maybe-
I've beaten the first 3 games on hard difficulty, so I have some experience with like the harder difficulties. I've never done Crush, and I don't think I ever will because I don't trust myself with the difficulty. But
Yeah, no, but like Uncharted 3, that was my biggest issue. There was just too much shit you do with the circle button, and it's mostly the shoving that I had with it that it was like, it keeps putting me in ridiculous situations where it would constantly get me killed in a way that it's like I couldn't do shit about it. And then on top of that, I feel the story was just fine. Like, I did like that they explored Nate and Sully's relationship a little bit more, but in terms of the world building and just trying to connect everything, I didn't like it nearly as much as I liked Uncharted 2. The villain was subpar. She was just a bitch, really. Can't really say that there was much of a memorable moment about her. She doesn't even end up being the final boss because she just dies. So it's just her henchman that becomes... Yeah, her henchman becomes the final boss. And it's with... And I don't know, like... I know a lot of these Uncharted in general, like, you discover a lot of things, and at the end of the day, you realize why they don't go on this voyage, or why they didn't want to pursue it any further, so they don't really come out with anything most of the time. But I feel like with Uncharted 3, it felt like such a pointless quest since the get-go, because first of all, it opens up with Nate and Elena breaking up again. And at the end of the game, they get back together again.
it doesn't open up with them breaking up.
Okay, well, it doesn't open up with them, but they're not in speaking terms, is what I'm mostly trying to say.
They're like estranged because they apparently got like married in between games.
Yeah, exactly. But they're not in any speaking terms, and then they get back together.
By the time of
I'm just saying Chloe probably wouldn't be on speaking terms. I think they would have worked things out. Just saying.
What the fuck? But
Chloe's best girl.
yeah. But I don't know, like the quest for this one just felt very one note. Like it didn't feel like it was necessary, or it didn't feel like it amounted to anything. Like it goes from Nate trying to continue Sir Francis Drake's quest,
which is kind of like the first game.
exactly like the first game, but it's like, yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing. It just feels a little bit redundant. And a lot of the circumstances just feel so random. Like, okay, Nate just gets drugged, and then he gets captured, and then he has to escape this boat. And then one of the worst segments of the entire game, where you're in a fucking ocean, like, not in the ocean, but, like, you're closer to a sinking ship, you're surrounded by water, you're trying to flank everybody, there's no place to hide, you're gonna get spotted. It's a fucking madman gunfire.
But Mark, the plane scene.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, the plane scene. Yeah, how can I forget it?
It was so good. It was a stage in PlayStation All Stars.
Oh, I just remembered
It's also
something.
so good that they completely ripped it off in the movie.
In the movie, yeah. But you did remind me of something. Another thing I didn't like about the combat is that it's mostly dedicated to this one big guy enemy constantly showing up. And it's obviously a different guy every time, but it's ridiculous how it's like you get a bunch of people you're shooting. Then you see this one huge dude, no armor whatsoever, can take any bullet you throw at him, and the proper way to fight him is with melee. And the fact that you keep seeing this enemy everywhere, it's ridiculous.
There's actually a reason for that. Yeah, that man was supposed to be in Dead Rising, but like Capcom went in and fucked everything up. So yeah, you're stuck with him.
Are you actually being serious, or are you fucking with
No,
me?
I'm fucking with you.
Okay, because okay, this sounds like bullshit, but at the same time, you can never be too sure. I'm so confused.
I mean, come on, think about it. Big guy, probably crazy. Melee attacks are the way to kill him, you know?
Yeah, you know what? That does sound like Dead Rising. But yeah, I'm debating if I prefer it over Jak 3 because I feel like I have more positive things to say about Jak 3 and not a lot to say. Not a lot of because like the things that I like about Uncharted 3 are things that I already liked in Uncharted 2, which is mostly the multiplayer, which doesn't even exist anymore. Because I find the story just fine. It's also
I'll be honest, I'm mostly grading these games based on their single player experiences. Like I have played the multiplayer, but I'm just mostly grading them based on the single player.
But
I feel like that's the quintessential thing to grade them on.
Also, this game is way shorter than these other two, or at least it feels that way.
No, I wouldn't say.
Hey, with the first game, that's a positive.
Because I feel like there are moments in which it takes. Okay, for me, I'm mostly going by this by like how long it took me to beat the game. There was a moment in which I felt like there was a point where I took a break from the game, and I was already like halfway there to the game, which is not something I had an experience with these two. So I felt like Uncharted 3 was a shorter experience. At least it felt that way. Maybe it isn't, but I feel like there was
technically still the shortest.
maybe, but like maybe. Oh, actually, you know what? I wouldn't put it past that because Uncharted 1 was the one I was struggling the most. So an Uncharted 3, well, I may not like it nearly as much as Uncharted 2. It's like it wasn't like as brutal as Uncharted 1, so it's like there was still that. So maybe that was a factor. Either way, and like my subsequent playthroughs of this game, I feel like Uncharted 3 was the shortest one. It felt like you were sooner closer to the end, like upon your first playthrough. At least it felt that way with me. But either way, like story was fine. Didn't like the combat that much. Not a lot of memorable moments, I would say. Well, except the plane crash scene, I guess. And also, I guess I just didn't like the setting. Again, probably going back to the Sandy level thing. Not really a big fan of the setting. But that's all I gotta really say about Uncharted 3. I just think it's a worse version of Uncharted 2.
You know, I'm looking at your tier list, and I've seen them back to back. Uncharted 3 and Jak 3 have the same box art cover.
I'm sorry?
Looking at your tier list, Jak 3 and Uncharted 3 have the same box art.
Pretty much. Also, I didn't notice, but my tier list so far is an F.
Fuck you, Naughty Dog!
It's the rating it gets in this game. Alright, anyway, but yeah, that's my shtick with Uncharted 3.
Fresh Mark's
Fine.
tier list to pay
See,
respect.
I'm gonna be an ass. I'm looking at Sean's like tier list, and I'm like, why are you here?
I told you, I haven't played a lot of these games.
Why are you here?
To be fair, like, listen, he played The Last of Us. Like, we're gonna have a discussion on Last of Us.
Did he?
So that's what matters. I mean, he didn't put them on the never played list, so
Well, we haven't gotten there yet.
we'll get there. We'll get there. Eli, go. Uncharted 3.
So,
Why are you wrong? I'm joking.
Well, I mean, I already mentioned Uncharted 3 was how I got into this series in the first place, so of course I'm gonna
I did get into the series with Uncharted 3 actually. I played the multiplayer with a friend, and then I was like, man, this looks fun.
I played like a demo of it, and the demo was the sequence where they're escaping from the chateau that's burning down, and I thought it was like super awesome. And then I already said like, oh, I should play the first two games before I play the third one, so I did that. And I went back to 3, and I constantly debate with myself whether or not I prefer 2 over 3 or vice versa, because I feel like they're really close together for me. Like,
Two's better.
no, I mean, in some respects, I say 2 does have maybe a slightly better story. Definitely has better villains. I think the villains are more memorable.
Definitely.
I think
Definitely in the villains, but in my eyes regarding the story, I don't think it's a contest. I think Uncharted 2. Then again, I suck Uncharted 2's dick all the time.
but maybe 2 has probably a more casual, friendly experience. Like maybe not as frustrating with like certain segments, I guess. But I still really love 3. Like 3 does have a lot of really awesome set pieces to me. I love the sinking ship segment where it's just like at one point you can see that the ship has been completely turned on its side as you're trying to escape it, and it just looks really cool to me. And even though that whole segment is pretty much filler, just because it's Nate like trying to escape from something while Sully is captured and stuff. Like that's probably the most filler thing, but it's still really fun. I still really enjoy that ending part of these. It makes like everything before it worth it. And yeah, it is a bummer that Charlie Cutter and Chloe are both written out of the story. I mean, we already mentioned the reason why, but they're great for what little they're in the game for. Like I definitely like Charlie a lot as a character. I think he's really cool. I like how he's knowledgeable. He's probably just as knowledgeable about the whole treasure hunting thing as Nate is. And he's got like the strength to back it up too. He's like brains and brawn. And even though I do think Catherine Marlowe and Talbot, the villains, I think they might be a step down from Zarvich and Flynn in terms of like being more memorable. I still think they're pretty good villains. They're like really good villains. They're definitely better than Uncharted 1's villains. And
yeah, that's not a contest.
Yeah. Well, except for maybe Eddie. But,
well, yeah, but Eddie's Eddie. Yeah, Eddie's the exception.
Yeah, Eddie's Eddie. Mm-hmm.
Eddie must be.
But yeah, I definitely think that Uncharted 3, what it definitely has going for it, I think it does have a really good story, especially with like how Nate and Sully met each other. I definitely think it has like highly memorable set pieces and action sequences. Again, the plane scene, of course. And I do actually really like the sequence where Nate's walking through the Rubel Kali Desert. There's one point where you can keep like walking through the desert, and the camera's like zoomed way out, so you get like the sense of how like big the desert is. And Nate's just so small, and like walking through it, it's like, whoa, how's he gonna get out of this? It's so hot, and he's got like a long walk ahead of him and stuff. And I do also like the when the Lost City, like more or less this game almost seems like a retread of Uncharted 2 in a way. In terms
that's mostly where I'm like. That's why I say it was like it just feels like a worse Uncharted 2.
Yeah, because they both have like a Lost City, and they both have like I guess like the on again, off again stuff with Nate and Elena. which that's kind of the trade-off with this game compared to Uncharted 2. Play Uncharted 2, you'll get less Sully but more Elena. Play Uncharted 3, more Sully, less Elena. So pick your poison, I guess.
I choose Chloe.
But the game, like regardless of whatever like problems there might be, like even the opening sequence, I still like the opening sequence with like the brawl in the London pub. Like, I still think this game has like such great like action adventure set pieces and great humor that the series is known for at this point. It's like still got the witty dialogue with Nathan, Sully, and Elena, and the villains serve their purpose. They can still be fun anyway, and like just all around, I think it's. I go back and forth between Uncharted 2. I like Uncharted 2 just a little bit more, but I think the margin of that is even less than between Crash 2 and 3. If I'm being like, it's very close between the two of them. But yes, I love Uncharted 3. Also, I know I already said multiplayer isn't a big factor, but I definitely did really enjoy Uncharted 3's multiplayer. I didn't get into 2's as much because I didn't really know how it worked at first.
They were basically the same. They're very similar. Just the maps are different.
Yeah, but like I definitely got into 3. I definitely played a lot of 3's. I really did enjoy 3's. It's probably the Uncharted multiplayer that I played the most. That or 4. I mean, 4's felt good to me too, but we'll get to 4 when we get to 4.
Yeah.
Which is relatively soon because
3.
I'm going to be pushing us along.
But yeah, Uncharted 3, I say it's great. Maybe almost just as good as 2. Very much, almost.
All right, Jeremy, Sean, wake up.
Hi, I just 100% Donkey Kong Country 2.
Nice. The next we're gonna talk Last of Us first, and then we go to Uncharted 4.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, Last of Us did come out for. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, The Last of Us is next.
Yeah, Last of Us 1 first.
All right. Oh, okay, cool. I got this
came
one.
out before.
Alrighty. I forgot Uncharted 4 came out after, but anyway.
Yeah.
Last of Us. 3, 2, 1, go.
No, Josh Scorcher. This game didn't fall from grace. You're wrong.
Yep, and Sean and Jeremy, you're going first.
What?
Sean, Jeremy, what?
You two are Sean and Jeremy. You first.
Yeah, you guys didn't speak at all.
All right, cool. So this was one of 2 of the first PS4 games I got. I did play the PS4 version first. I never played the PS3 version, so I don't know if there's a lot just different between the two.
No,
So
Last of Us Remastered is literally better graphics, and it comes with a DLC, and you can still play online. So.
cool. So the main thing about it, right? So I got this game when I was 18, senior year, right?
Oh, baby Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy without a beard. Yeah, whatever. So I got this game around that time, and my parents got me, or at least my dad picked out the games. I don't know why he specifically picked out The Last of Us and Uncharted until he told me, hey, the creators of Crash made this game, so I thought you'd like it. And I was like, I'd rather have Xenoverse.
What the fuck
2,
is
but...
this?
Yeah, no, I literally was like, I swear, when I saw the games, I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, I said to myself, I wanted a PS4 for Xenoverse 2, but I got that.
You are the worst dad I've ever had.
But I was grateful, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try the games. And I tried The Last of Us first. And the thing about The Last of Us that I liked, the story is what grabbed me. As soon as I started playing it, right? Because I'm like, okay, I'm walking around, the graphics on the PlayStation 4 are great. So I'm enjoying the game, walking around, and the beginning of the game where it's like Joel's daughter just fucking dies, that hit me hard as shit. I was like, oh my fuck, what is going on? So I'll describe The Last of Us Part 1 the best way that how I perceived when I first played it. It felt like I was playing a movie. I'm not even lying. It felt like I was playing through like a horror movie, and I know there's like a series. I've never seen the series before.
I actually finished the series like a month or 2 ago. I actually really liked it.
Is it on Netflix? Is that what it's on?
It's
I'm
on
sorry?
HBO Max, I believe.
Yeah.
HBO? Okay.
HBO Max. Well, Max now.
Well, whatever. I'm
Either way it goes, right? I played through the game, and I didn't play through, like, the thing that I did with this game is I didn't just binge it, because, like I said, it was out of my element. It wasn't a game that I normally play. It wasn't my type of thing, because it was so serious tone, so gritty. It was a Sony game, so it was, like, more serious.
Imagine Donkey Kong, was depressing, you wouldn't want that.
and keep in mind, like, the tone of games I had played prior to this is, like, the first PlayStation that was mine. This was my PlayStation. The PS2 that we had was my dad's. We never owned a PS3, so this was my PlayStation, right? And I'm playing this game, and I'm like, this is intense, but, like, I like the story. I would play it every so often. I wouldn't, like, binge the game. I would play it, and every once in a while, I'm like, I want to go back to The Last of Us and then just see what the story's at. So that's what sold me more than anything. Gameplay-wise, I thought it was fun. It wasn't the same realm of Uncharted 4, because, like I said, I got both of those games at the same time. Christmas 2016. But both of those games at the same time, so it was fine gameplay-wise. I more or less was more attracted to the stories. Fuck clickers. Oh, my God. Those things fucking scared the shit out of me, and those other like enemies too. But overall, I like the story. The way that it ended was what kind of tore me apart a little bit. I like seeing runs of people go through that whole hospital scene and just blazing through it. It's like me, I died multiple fucking times. I remember that for the first time.
Man, you must be bad at video games.
No, I mean, I had it on a harder difficulty. That's all.
Man, you still be bad at video games.
Honestly, I hope you choke on Nesquik tonight. How about that? Is that?
It's one thing to be petty about what I do.
No, fuck you.
It's another thing to tell me
I
I
was
wish you
fucking
would
17.
die.
I was 18. Get off.
It's another thing to wish death upon me. God damn.
I never said I want you to die. I said just choke on Nesquik.
Yeah, as I suffocate and no one can beat the Heimlich maneuver, I'll die. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, just some slight coughs. Anyway,
Don't worry, Mark. Don't worry, Mark. I'll call 199 for you.
I'm so fucked.
I'll call 119. Don't worry, Mark. I'll call star 69. You're good.
Yeah, I'm dead.
No,
Don't worry, Mark. I'll call Brooklyn 99.
Don't worry,
Anyway.
Mark. I'll call Kevin.
Oh, great. Just finish your goddamn statement.
But yeah, I thought the Last of Us Part 1 was pretty great. Where I put it where it is, I have nostalgia for Crash and Jak and Daxter. That can't change anything. But for Crash 1 over The Last of Us, yeah, the story is what sells me every single fucking time. I actually thought about it recently. I do want to replay Part 1. And it's just a story. I think overall, I know there's multiple versions of this game to play too. I've never touched the PS3 version. I probably never will. Nothing against it.
Honestly, this is probably the one game I really like. The other ones, it's like it's most convenient. I really don't care which version you play. They're all the same. They all look pretty. If you have a PS3, play that one. PS4 or PS5 version. They need to stop milking the fuck.
Yeah, they made the PS5 version. I was like, why is this a thing? They're also
Because it's
remastering
not
Part
called
2.
Part 1.
Also,
I should point out that this game is a decade old and they've already had 2 remasters.
Also, I want to call out Jeremy for a second, and I literally mean this when I say "fuck you." Because we're talking about remasters of The Last of Us. This motherfucker in San Antonio, I was laying down on my goddamn bed. He comes up to me, he comes up the stairs, and he's like, Mark, guess what? Last of Us Part 2 remastered, and then just leaves.
Is that actually happening?
You said that? Yeah, it is a thing. Because Tom was like, yo, they're remastering Part 2. And I was like,
I think I was there
just
for
come
that.
out?
Yeah, I remember that.
And then Mark was like, he immediately gets out of bed, comes downstairs, and he's like, what the fuck?
I was perfectly at peace, and you disturbed it.
I think I might remember.
Goddamn.
Fuck you, Jeremy. Yeah, we were beating the shit. Me and Noah were beating the shit out of Tom while explaining why Last of Us Part 2 is garbage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if anything, you should be you say fuck you to
We'll
Tom.
get to
'Cause he's
that.
the one who just randomly said, oh yeah,
No,
Last
he
of
just-
Us
no,
Part
he
2
just-
remastered.
He just asked a question. Yeah, but you brought it to me, so.
Yeah, because I knew you'd have a bitch fit about it.
I should have hit you with the pillow.
That shit was hilarious. Mark was just there, he was like, what? It's like, Last of Us Part 2 is getting rematched. He's like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Are you serious? Why
No,
would I lie about
I
that?
thought the leaks because you wanted to fuck with me. That we're talking about. Noah literally just told me that Uncharted 3 had a Dead Rising thing. Okay, I don't know what's real anymore. God damn it! It couldn't have been a Last of Us Part 3 leak. No, just remaster that shit again. Anyway,
Yeah, no.
we haven't got there yet. All right, Sean, your turn.
So one thing that's interesting is I've had the controversial opinion for a long time that I don't really give a shit about zombies.
That's not controversial at all.
I mean, after
I feel like a lot of people really fucking. I feel like a lot of people really fucking love zombies.
I only like 3 zombie games. This game, Resident Evil, and Left 4 Dead.
Out of
Not
everything
even
zombie
Dead
related, there's only 3 things
Dead Rising.
in the entire fucking genre that I give a shit about: Zombieland, Shaun of the Dead, and this.
Oh yeah,
And
I like both those movies. Those are pretty
very good movies.
good.
But first of all, one thing, Clicker's horrifying. Like, just the idea of, like, this fungus is so much fucking scarier than just, oh, you die and then you come back. It's like,
because it's
I
actually
don't know,
a
the
real
design
thing.
is...
Yeah,
This fungus does this in real life. They do this to insects, and it's horrifying.
yeah. It's a sense of realism. Like even the show plays this out, like plays this realism.
I heard that too.
Well too, and it's like I know it's a video game, but like it feels like it's something that could happen, and that's actually terrifying.
Funny enough, one of my first experiences with this game is actually fine. Because it's the one of like making my way downtown with my bitch. She's gonna make me a sandwich. And it keeps running along.
I know, like, I don't want to say too much, but one of my favorite scenes of this game is actually the news thing that happens, like, after Sarah dies. Like, how it documents how the world goes to shit and how many countries are going into martial law. Like, that is legit terrifying. Like,
I like the fallout of all this stuff.
yeah.
Because I feel like a lot of zombies just don't. They don't. It's like oh, the zombies happen, and then people get supplies, and then they just fight zombies. But like, there's more interesting things you can show, like the downfall of society and like people reacting. And some people do it, but they don't do it very well. I like the fallout in Last of Us, and also the story is good, characters are good. We'll get to part 2. We'll get there. Fuck.
Yeah, because someone got drunk or had the rights to a 13-year-old when they wrote that one.
Anyway.
And then of course I think gameplay is good. I think like the big reason people are there for The Last of Us is the setting, it's the story, it's the characters, it's the atmosphere. I think that's like the big selling point of the game. It does a really good job. And even for its time, like we can feel dated, but I think the original game still looks good.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
Okay,
it's remastered twice.
Yeah. So, I guess of the group here, because I'm that one dude who made a video on this one, I should go next on this one. Last of Us is one of my favorite games of all time. I know, shocker, but I have an interesting story with this one. I remember I didn't own the game like when it first came out. I had to see, like, I had a few friends of mine. Like, I had a friend of mine show me the opening of this game, and I thought this was like the most depressing shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm not a stranger to like story and video games before this one. I know this is the one where people reference that this is when people started looking at video games as an art. There was like a whole thing, like I think they even compared this game to Pac-Man, like MatPat compared this game to Pac-Man many years ago. So like, just talking about the artistic value of video games, this is the game that really started that conversation. But I've seen like story-focused games, like I played Heavy Rain, I played like Metal Gear Solid, like a bunch of games that already had like a good, unique story prior to Last of Us. But Last of Us, it's like what Jeremy said, it generally felt like a movie. And like a really high budget, really well thought out movie. Almost to the point where I could actually recommend this game to to people who don't really play video games that much. And I think that's why the blessing of having the TV show today, I find it as such a... I love having that now because I was able to watch the whole show with my mom. And my mom was not like, she's played games before, but like she's not into these types of games. And we both enjoyed watching that show. So it's interesting that, like, it doesn't while it's a game, it takes, like, approaches in directions where it's, like, it generally feels like it's more than just that. And I think that's what I love about it. I also think that while the gameplay isn't the most crazy thing ever, I still think for what it was, for the type of character you're playing as, it fits fine enough. I wouldn't play this game on the harder difficulty. I would not do that. Like, it's a little bit...
Yeah.
Hello, Clicker. Ah!
To be fair, they do make clickers easier to deal with in the remasters. Like, they got rid of the whole...
Well,
clicker.
since they're one-hit kills, unless you have a Sheev on, yeah, probably.
I mean, as far as remasters gone, I only played the PS4 version. I haven't played the new PS5 version. Yeah. I have my fond memories of playing through this game. I've seen Sarah's Death way too many fucking times because we kept playing it on a different friend's place. Like, I have one friend that showed it to me the first time. Another friend got into it on PS3. Then he got it on PS4, and I started playing it. I don't need to see Sarah's Death anymore. I've already seen it enough times. But regardless, like, this game, like, everything about how Joel was written, how Joel and Ellie's dynamic was written was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
The world building was perfect. And they didn't have to stray too far from focusing on other characters. It was always these two that were the main focus. That's something I didn't like about the TV show that much, is that sometimes they focus too much on the side characters. And while it's good from a world
There was
standpoint,
one episode that I really like about side characters. I mean, this is obviously a different discussion, but that's just me.
yeah, but like,
Of course, I haven't seen the entire season yet. I've only seen like the first 1 episode.
But like, while it's good from a world building standpoint, pacing wise, it really hurts it, and that's something that the first game doesn't have an issue with. I think everything from its story structure, its pacing, its character arcs, everything about it, the circumstances that they put themselves into, is one of the most mature stories I think I've ever witnessed. It may not be the most flashy or action-packed game like Uncharted is, but it's so deep and complex. Like, I can't believe that this is coming from the same company that made fucking Crash Bandicoot.
I mean, it's the same company, but different people work.
I know. Like, I know some of the people technically, like...
Stop
left
ruining
by
the joke.
Like, but like, it's so interesting to look into this. I don't know, like, Last of Us is such a near and dear game in my heart. I played a little bit of Factions. Factions is pretty fun. Not as fun as some of the Uncharted multiplayer, I would say, but it was a decent enough distraction for me. And yeah, like, I really love Last of Us. I disagree with Josh Torture that this game has fallen from grace, because there's a reason why Part 2 was as divisive as is. People care about these characters. People care about what was going to happen next. Does it get milked a lot? Abso-fucking-lutely. 2 remasters is way too much. A TV show on top of that is a little bit much too. Last of Us needs to chill the fuck out. But
Yeah.
the reason why it's even being milked
Last of Us, more like Plenty of Us.
You're funny. But like, part of the reason why, despite it getting a lot of remasters, and why, despite us knowing that we're sick and tired of it, why most of us still keep buying it, is because we love The Last of Us. Part of this whole divisive debacle with Part 2, because we love the characters. Everything about Last of Us is still within our hearts, so I don't think that, I don't agree with that, like, falling for grace bullshit. But,
Yeah.
It's still a great game. I would still come back to it every once in a while. Normal playthrough. Maybe I'll do a New Game Plus, but that's, but no, yeah, Last of Us, definitely, a game of the ages, for sure.
You know what's funny? You remember that comment I sent you on that video? I got 40 likes from that.
Nice.
That's the most likes I've ever gotten from a comment.
Hopefully those 40 people subscribe to our channel so we can watch this.
Nah. Yeah, I love the story. Gameplay wise, it's very standard to me, but like, I think the story is so good that it makes up for the standardness.
And that's an important sentence.
I'm gonna be honest. I like Joel and Ellie's dynamic so much. I might like them more than Nathan, Sully, and Elena. In terms of like main characters, they're so tight, and I feel like these two can't be separated.
I would say they're better.
Are separated, but we'll get to that.
I would definitely say that in terms of the context of this game, I do think that Joel and Ellie were better written, for sure, like than the Uncharted cast.
Yeah, like I love how this game takes place in like all seasons, and winter is just all about Ellie taking care of Joel, and like her getting caught up in all that bullshit, and Joel being right there to help her.
The best scene ever! Joel torturing the cannibals!
Oh wait, is that the one where it's like, yeah, he gets fucked up in that cabin and then you have to play as,
Ellie for most of the bit. Yeah, you had to play as Ellie during the winter.
They were fucking eating people and shit in there. Yeah.
Like when Ellie was like stabbing the fuck out of that guy, and Joel is like, wait, look at me, as she's like in her emotions, and then they go for the hug. It was such a grim moment.
I love that entire segment is easily the best moment of that entire game. Joel torturing
it exists in video games.
Joel torturing the cannibals to try and find Ellie, and Joel comforting Ellie after killing that one dude. I can't remember his name. David. I don't know. I almost called him Gary.
Gary fucking Oak.
That son of a bitch.
Alright.
He turned into a cannibal.
And also, like, at the very end, where Joel decides to back off from letting Ellie sacrifice herself for mankind's sake. I really like that because it divided people. People are really like,
it divides people, but it's also like a respectful like division. Like, you know, you understand both sides. You understand that it's like the train conversation where would you pull the lever to run one person over to save a bunch of people, or vice versa? And then that same train thing where it's like, now replace that one person with like your best friend or someone really close to you. Would you still pull the lever and sacrifice that one person? It's that dilemma with Ellie, and it's like Joel. Like the thing is, Joel looked at Ellie as a prop in the beginning, like just as leverage.
She's just cargo, is what they say.
She's cargo, exactly. And then later on, she's a surrogate daughter to him. And he doesn't want to live through losing another daughter like he did.
He even starts calling her baby girl.
Baby girl. And, you know, even Ellie was well aware of it, which is why, you know, she should know why. Anyway.
That one scene in the fall chapter when they're, like, arguing in the house. Where Ellie
also one of the best scenes in the entire game. Everyone I've known has either died or left me. Everyone fucking except for you.
Don't tell me I'd be safer with someone else, because the truth is I'd just be more scared.
Yep.
Man, I hate part 2 even more now.
Yep, we'll get to that
one. Fuck me. Oh yeah, so like, great scene, makes Joel a very relatable person. That reminds me, Mark, I got another Josh Scorcher video to send you.
Fuck that guy.
It's about Joel. You wanna know what the video's called?
What?
Top 10 evil characters.
Oh, go fuck. Okay, no. Okay, alright. Everybody shut the fuck up. I need to take a moment. I feel like people are stupid, honest to fucking Christ.
No, they are.
Because, like, I hate how people can somehow look at a world like The Last of Us and still use the term, this person is a good guy, this person's a bad guy. No. Everybody is fucked up in this universe. Even Ellie has done some fucked up shit, especially when you get to this garbage. Joel is morally Joel, much like everyone in this fucking universe, is morally gray. Everyone has had to do a fucked up decision to survive for 20 fucking years.
A lot of innocent people.
Joel has robbed and killed a lot of innocent people. Mm-hmm. He's fucked up, but he's not evil. He doesn't take pleasure in this. The difference between him and a character like Lazarevich takes pleasure in power and killing people. He didn't give a rat's ass about the cameraman you carried all this way just to like save his ass, only for fucking nothing. Joel is not Lazarevich. Joel is not fucking the Joker. Joel is just a survivor, just like literally anybody in this one. If anything, a character that is most evil, like humanity itself is more evil than just Joel trying to survive the fucked up shit that we had to go through. It's
even like what Bill says, like Bill says about the infected, as bad as those things are, at least they're predictable. It's the normal people that scare me. And then he even says to Joel, you of all people should understand that.
The thing is so if anybody uses the argument one more fucking time about how Joel is a bad person or Joel is, oh my god. Has any of you seen Cosmonaut's video on Last of Us Part 2, how Joel is not a beloved character, comparing him to Winnie the fucking Pooh?
What?
What?
So this fucking dumbass, his name is Cosmonaut, he made a video on Last of Us Part 2. The video is ironically called Last of Us Part 2 is not that bad. You guys are just dumb, which is a wonderful title. At some point he talks about the death of Joel, and he's like, oh, Joel is not a beloved character. Winnie the Pooh is a beloved character. Joel is an evil.
I like Cosmonaut, but he's got some dumb
Yeah,
ideas.
that's one of his worst fucking videos. Like, honestly.
Also, I want to add something real quick. The idea of like righteousness and justice and like goodness, that is an innately human concept. And the animal world does not see that. So, in the zombie apocalypse, where all of us have to basically enter the animal world and survive, that doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah,
so,
no. So
yeah,
like,
it's stupid to consider like, oh, you're an evil person. Like, no, I'm surviving. You're not going to look at a lion killing a gazelle because it has to eat. Evil.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, and people are dumb, and it's just making me. Oh my god, it's making me reminded. It's another point of contention of what I'm saving for the sequel, but we'll get to that one. Eli, finish.
We get there.
Yeah, Eli, finish him.
Dun-dun-dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, however the new Vitality music is. So, yeah, I pretty much agree with what y'all say with, I feel like the strongest thing
Time
about
out
this
for a
game...
second, Eli. While Eli is discussing his point, I put the it's only 10. I only put 10 seconds, but if you want to watch the full thing, I timestamped it. It's in the chat. So Eli, you can talk while Mark goes fuck. Go ahead.
But I definitely feel like, jeez, losing my train of thought. I definitely feel like the strongest thing about The Last of Us is its story. Like, I do enjoy the gameplay. It is interesting and kind of engaging to like just figure out how to deal with like the next wave of enemies, and you figure out where to go. And sometimes you just walk around and have a quiet moment, or like you enjoy like the simple things like the giraffes with Ellie, or like the views and all that. But I definitely do think that the story carries this game, even though the gameplay can still be fun. Like, Joel and Ellie definitely are amazing characters. In terms of whether they're written better than Nathan, Sully, and Elena, I don't know. Maybe it's just my own personal bias of me liking Uncharted in general more than Last of Us, but it's I mean, like, even with this game, not just Joel and Ellie.
Okay, no, Josh Forcher is a fucking idiot.
Oh.
God, well, he guarantees humanity's demise by killing the fucking doctors. You mean the same people that were also harvesting they were trying to make a cure, and they were also like on the losing side, so they're keeping the cure for themselves. And even then, they're not even 100% sure if it'll actually be the cure, considering that they've also tested on other people that were immune. No, okay, all right, forget that.
Yeah.
But it's not just like Joel and Ellie that I feel are like the strong characters in the game. I think even a lot of the side characters are great as well. Like you didn't even mention Tommy. I think he's a really good character.
I'm saving Tommy in part 2.
I mean, he's really good in the first.
I love him in the first one too, but I have more to say about him in part 2.
But Bill is one of my favorite characters in the series. I love Bill. He's like both.
Left 4 Dead Bill?
Like,
Oh yeah.
but he's both like you respect him as like the crazy prepared survivalist guy who's like everything.
You brought up Left 4 Dead Bill. In the beginning of the game, you pass by a farm, and the guy who owns the farm's name was Lewis.
Yes! Actually, alright, fine. I guess I forgot about Left 4 Dead. I can add that as like an honorary zombie thing.
But like the thing with Bill that I love so much, you respect him that he's like a crazy prepared survivalist who's like pretty much ready for anything. But he's also like super funny. I think he's like the funniest character in the game. He has like some of the best dialogue. So, like the wittiest and best dialogue. I mean, I love Bill. He makes me laugh like every time. And I play through the game. And again, I'm mostly grading off the single player experience. I'll be honest, I don't really care too much about the multiplayer in this game. I didn't like how it kind of punishes you for being bad at the game. Like if you don't do well enough in the game, then you like suffer in the multiplayer and you can't like progress too much. Like you can't like unlock as much stuff or like.
That's a lot of games, and I do agree that it's like if a game is like punishing, that it's not fun to play. Kind of one of many issues I have with Overwatch, but yeah.
But yeah, I mostly grade on the single player, of course, and because of that, I actually do think that the Part 1 remaster on PS5 might be the best way to play this game because, I mean, I'm not a graphics nut. I'll be the first to admit I'm not a graphics nut, but it is definitely the best looking version of the game. And
You want to know something, Eli? I do agree with that. You want to know why? Because the doctor that you kill in the ending looks nothing like how he looks in part 2. So the fact that they had to reanimate him, they actually had to like remake him in part 1 to make him look exactly like him in part 2. Because he looked nothing like them, and I think his model even had a different name than fucking Jerry.
I think
So that's why part 1 was remastered. Okay.
Yeah, no, I literally...
The only reason.
No, I literally
I'd
told
buy
this,
it.
like, I would tell people, like, you know, of all the things that they the reason why they're remastering part 1 again, they're definitely gonna fix the Doctor and make him actually look like how he looks like in part 2. Because if you look at him in the original PS3 or PS4, doesn't matter, he looks nothing like his part 2 counterpart.
I think I even watched a video on that before.
And I
Like
think
a video on
I
that.
don't remember what the model's name, but the model's name was not Jeffrey,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
Jerry.
Jerry, I think it's
Jerry. Yeah. He had a completely different name for his model. So it's like this was a fucking retcon through and through. And part 1 was just there just to like secure it, just to make it actually make sense. Which, you know.
But like the thing is, I think the graphics actually do help in enhancing certain scenes. The better PS5 graphics help with certain scenes. Like the biggest example to me is Sarah's death. Like I think just because of the enhanced graphics, her death actually hits even harder for me. I was like actually getting a little choked up watching it on PS5 because it looked better.
You didn't cry on PS3 and 4, you sick bastard!
I mean, you know how these realistic games are. They look spectacular when you first see them, and then the next gen consoles come out, and then it looks bad.
Oh my god, it's so realistic. Go back. Oh god, it looks like milk.
Oh god, Uncharted 1.
Spoiler.
I mean, it's still a sad scene no matter how you watch it.
Yeah.
But I just think it's.
Alright.
But like
You have
like
to wrap
with
up your point, Eli, because I'm pushing us along again.
yeah, but
I also think that part 1 does great with the world building, like all the different factions, Fireflies, the Hunters that you see in Pittsburgh, Tommy's group, the Cannibals, and like the Infected, and like what Bill's got going on. Like just yeah, the world building and the story I think is the best parts about Last of Us, definitely, and like the environments too.
We're on Uncharted 4.
Uncharted 4. 3, 2,
Jeremy?
1, go.
I'm here. I'm here.
He is alive!
I'm actually not so sure if I want to put it on the bottom of top tier or the high. I'm going to put it high tier. Alright, Jeremy, since we're probably not going to see you until part 2, you can take this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here.
I want to make sure I guarantee to secure
Alright,
the first person to talk in part 2.
Same story. With this game, I did get this game alongside The Last of Us Part 1. I think what sold me the most, I was a very simple 18-year-old at the time, Crash Bandicoot was in this fucking game. And this was during the whole time frame where it was like, oh, Crash is going to come back. Here's why he's going to come back.
This is like the greatest Easter egg. In
This is how he comes back. It is. I've seen
Yeah,
this.
Sean Lathan had the Crash shirt on. Oh my god.
I had a boner.
Yeah, it was.
That's a little too much information there, pal.
It was a big boner.
That's more information I don't want to know.
Like, if it was Crash 2 instead, that boner would have exploded.
That man would
Alright,
only
can you
play
keep it in
that
your pants,
part of the
please?
game. Literally.
I couldn't, it was that big.
Did you take a picture?
Okay. Fucking stop. Stop. What's Did you take a picture? Can we see
I think of the Dragon Ball Z PP video. It's like I almost caught a fish this big. It's like I
hate-
look this big.
Fucking anyway.
I hate that sentence. The Dragon Ball PP. I hate that
Dragon
sentence.
Ball Z PP. It's a parody animation.
Bonus
Goku's
aside.
like, I once caught a fish this big.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I once had a boner this big. Oh, that's nothing.
Anyways,
Increases slightly.
Uncharted 4, when I got the game, right? I only saw it for that scene, and I was like, I just need to get to that part of the game. That's it. And in the midst of me doing all of that, I was like, you know what? The game's actually not that bad. I had never heard of an Uncharted fucking anything in my life. Never. So I was...
So you've never been in an uncharted territory.
I hate this.
Overall, short and sweet. I don't have too much to say. The online was great for what it was. I did play online with Torrance back in the day because I persuaded him to get the game. So we did have fun playing online. That was great times. I thought the online died, but it was fun for what it was. The story overall was great. It's kind of like Drake or Nathan Drake's like last little like, hey man, like don't really want to do this anymore. I'm kind of just trying to chill on the whole like thieving and shit, but. I thought the story overall was great. I don't really have too much to talk on it compared to you guys. I just played the game once and that was it.
I'm gonna go because I'm just as fast, and I know these two are gonna explain the fucking Bible of Uncharted.
I'll try and go fast with this one because I want to save all my energy with part 2. So
Yeah.
you go ahead.
So this is my first PS4 game. It was bundled with the PS4. And I've known of Uncharted because this is my first Uncharted game, but it never grabbed me because mostly because it's kind of like the whole Jeremy Death thing with Last of Us. He was like, yeah, same people that made Crash Bandicoot, and I'm like, I don't fucking care because it's not the same game, so why would I give a fuck? But like when I played it, I thought it was very whatever at first because I was more interested in playing in other games. But once I gave the game an actual shot, it was pretty good. I actually have never beaten it yet, but I had fun, and an old friend White Cheddar, we played online multiplayer.
Oh my god, that's nostalgic.
Yeah, we played Uncharted 4 multiplayer.
Isn't he in his fucking 20s now?
Yeah, probably.
Fine.
Which means you can legally marry him now.
Oh my god! I was gonna say.
People aren't going to get that.
Oh my god! I was literally about to say, was this the guy that Sean had to propose?
Yep.
Yes, it was.
Oh my god! I'm such a big
Okay.
fan.
No, now we have to fucking explain this because
No,
the
we
audience
don't.
isn't gonna fucking. No, we
No,
do.
who cares? Who
I have
cares?
to. I have
Fine,
to
go.
explain it.
You know what? You're
fine.
not.
It was a
You haven't,
dare. It was
you
a
haven't
dare.
talked
This
in a
fucker
while.
made
Go
me do
ahead.
it. It was a dare. This fucker made me do it. It was because of. It was because of a line in Twin Sanity. I was wrong. He was like, "All right, cool. You're gonna propose to White Cheddar," and he recorded that because he's a fucking bitch.
Sean, he did the exact same thing with me and
Yes,
John.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
I've seen it, and John wouldn't stop interrupting you. I know.
Yeah, he's the worst person to ever propose to. I felt bad for his future wife or husband, whatever he's into. Anyway,
Or both, neither.
or both.
Anyway,
Or
Uncharted
both
4.
neither.
Uncharted 4
I don't
was
know.
fun. The Crush minigame was cute. And, yeah, take it away, you two.
I'll be quick.
Alright.
Alright, Uncharted 4, I actually enjoyed it a lot. I've only had, like, the gross. I think my only issue with Uncharted 4 was that there was a point in which I think the pacing got super slow. There was, like, more specifically, after Elena found out that Nate was lying, and then you go into the island to try and find Avery's treasure, that entire segment felt like it took forever to get to the point where Sam was revealed to have been working with, Rafe this whole time, and then he gets exposed, and then you meet up with Elena and Sully again. I like the story overall. The Crash Bandicoot Easter egg was great, and I think the gameplay is a huge improvement over 3. The grappling hook, pretty neat. A lot of open areas. Enemy still flanking, which is a bitch. There are some levels where it's fine, but others where it's not. Crash Bandicoot's back. Fuck you, Skylanders. This is where it actually came back. Multiplayer's fun. Multiplayer's fun. Not as great as 2 and 3s in my opinion, but still fun. I think the best thing about this game is that it definitely felt climactic. Like I think once I was marathoning these games, and when I finished Uncharted 4, I felt like this. Oh God, what was the purpose of life type of thing? Like when you finish watching a TV show type of thing, when you follow these characters through to the end. And I just felt that way with Uncharted 4. It was a nice conclusion. It's not my favorite game in the series, but I do put it in a higher regard, especially recently. And yeah, Uncharted 2 is still better.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I know some people still like Uncharted 2 the most, but for me, Uncharted 4 is my favorite game in the series. I think it's an excellent finale. Like, by this point, I was definitely into Uncharted. And I was, like, super excited for this game. It's, like, one of my most anticipated games of 2016.
Same.
And I definitely think it was worth the wait. I got it for my birthday, and I pretty much, like...
Wait, I gotta cut in. You said this was a 2016 game?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Does anybody remember E3 2015?
No.
Okay, so the last game Sony shared was Uncharted 4. You know, the demo for the game starts, and Nathan wasn't moving at all.
Yep. They even make a trophy
And then
out of it.
they restarted it so it loaded properly.
Wait, what?
They even make a-
That's so
the funny thing about
funny.
that- No, the funny thing about that is they even make a trophy out of it in the full game. If you like,
Oh,
stand
did they? That's hilarious.
yeah. If you just stand there at that part for like maybe about a minute or so, you get a trophy for it.
Oh my god, that is
That's-
fucking great.
That's so funny.
That's adorable.
But yeah, Uncharted 4 is my favorite in the series. Definitely the best looking game, but of course it's a PS4 game, so of course it's the best looking game compared to the others PS3. But I think it's the best story. Like, I guess I can see the whole thing with the slow pace when they're exploring the islands after Elena finds out.
Yeah.
But I still really enjoy that part anyway. I definitely like the whole...
I did too. It just took a while.
Yeah, I mean, this one's definitely more meant for like explorations. Like, you know, it's more open than the previous 3. Like, you get to like kind of explore more. Maybe it's not as linear. Still linear,
The
but
thing is,
it's
it's more linear. It's just up until that point, and by that point, it just got exhausting.
hmm But I do really like. Yeah, the story is great. All the Easter eggs are great. I love the opening credits. I should say this actually now before I forget. I love Nate's theme. It's one of my favorite.
Nate's theme in this game is a fucking masterpiece. It's
Yes.
probably his best theme. I love his theme in this game.
I love it in this thing. And, I love it too. It's either this or Uncharted 3 was my favorite. But
I will pick this one. This one's so good.
it's like it makes me emotional every time. Like every time I listen to Nate's theme, it's like no matter the version, it's great to me. But yeah, I do love the opening credits with Nate's theme and everything. And I think this game has the I don't know if I'd say best villains, but I think they're the most.
I've had a feeling it was going to be Rafe. I like Rafe,
Yeah.
but Lazarevich still got it for me. I don't like Nadine. I'll talk about her super briefly in Lost Legacy, but yeah.
I mean that's fair, but I do think Rafe is definitely the best in terms of like being written. Like I do like how he separates himself from the other villains by his motive. Like there's no cursed treasure in this game.
I think how you feel towards Flynn is how I feel towards Rafe. I just kind of see him a bit more incompetent, but just more like a spoiled rich kid at this point.
But I mean I definitely think he stands out a lot because of his.
Better than like 3 and 1's villains for sure.
Oh
Like,
yeah, definitely. But like I was saying, the thing about this game's story is that the treasure actually isn't cursed, which is a nice change of pace. Like it's not a cursed treasure. It's just like the.
I only know one person that didn't like that, and I don't understand why.
It's a staple to the franchise.
Shut up, Noah. Go home.
It's like the whole story is about like this group of pirates who their greed gets the better of them. So throughout the entire story, you get to like learn about how they created their utopia and how they all fell apart just because of their own greed. And I think it's just one of the better told stories in like the entire series. And I love how Rafe kind of reflects that. Like I love how his motive isn't about like obtaining power or riches, because he obviously doesn't need the money because he's already super rich. But he wants like the glory of finding the treasure because he doesn't want to be remembered for his riches. He wants to be remembered as like for something more than that. And
Yeah, his motivations are there. His motivations are good.
and
I agree with that.
I love the build up to his like breakdown at the end of the game where you like sword fight him in the burning ship. Because like throughout the game, you definitely get hints of how unhinged he really is. Because he kills that guard at the beginning in that flashback when they actually made a respectable deal.
Yeah, when they made a good deal, and it's almost cost the life of Sam. Sam's a good character, but and also
Yeah, I
as well.
love Sam as well. Sam's another great character. But yeah, I love Rafe's build up to his psychotic breakdown at the end, and that leads me to the sword fight between him and Nate, which I think is like the best final boss fight in the series. I love it. I love it.
I know it's a big shocker when I say this. I will still take Uncharted 2's final boss.
That's
But,
fair. I mean,
but the sword fight was fun. If not the fact that because it's like not a gameplay you're used to doing in the games, and it's just something that they made up for that final boss, it can be a bit, But other than that, like I still did enjoy the setting and what it was and the concept of the context of what was happening throughout that. It was good.
And I definitely enjoy the several moments where you like take in the view like of where you are, like all the set pieces, you get to like see everything.
This game is gorgeous, but this is also one of the games I also turn off motion blur.
That's fair. And of course, like everybody else, I love the Crash Bandicoot cameo. That's probably like my favorite Easter egg in like any game ever. I absolutely love it, and I love how
still won't go to hell.
I love how Nate's just constantly quipping about Crash. It's just so funny, and Elena's the gamer girl.
I love making my friends who've never touched a Crash Bandicoot game play that level because they're so bad at it. I laugh at them.
Yeah, And I do like how they explore Nate and Elena's relationship in this. Like they pretty much give it the
Yeah.
biggest best it's ever had, and like Nate
I-
and Elena.
Nate and Elena have the perfect life of settling down. I want to have just a PS1, like once I settle down.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's even another thing too. I love the settle down moments where you just like you're exploring their
Right,
house.
yeah.
Like,
Those are nice.
towards the beginning, and then the
Although,
epilogue
well,
too.
one of my friends didn't like it. He's like, "When am I gonna get to shooting people?"
Oh God.
Wow, somebody's a Call of Duty player.
Anyway, let's do like a super quickie with this next one because this one doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, Uncharted Lost Legacy.
Uncharted 4 is fantastic. Love it. Favorite
Yeah.
Uncharted game.
Alright,
Yeah.
3,
Okay.
2, 1, never played a go.
Chloe Nadine's life story should have been Charlie. The end. All right, next game. All right, literally, this is just an expansion, Uncharted 4, featuring 2 characters. One of them I like, the other one I don't. It's fine. It's whatever.
Which one
It
do you not
exists.
like?
I don't like Nadine. I don't like Nadine at all. It should have been Charlie.
Alright, cool.
kind of
Moving
would've-
on.
Anyway, that's it. Now let's get to the meet and greet of things. Jeremy, come back! You can blame it all.
like,
I was waiting for
I
that.
haven't
Lost
played
Legacy. I like Lost
I haven't
Legacy for
played
what it
much
is,
of
even
part
though
2
it's
to really just judge on
Yeah.
it.
Wait, what? Hold on, Eli, stop right there. What did you just say?
I haven't. Okay, hold the.
No, you lying fuck. You said you
No.
did.
No. I haven't played enough of it to really.
Oh,
judge.
enough of it. Okay.
Not to mention, I'm not gonna go on a foot-long rant like you're about to
Yeah.
go on. I'm
Okay.
Let some of us get a little bit of word in before you start going
That's
on.
fine. I don't.
Yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Honestly,
I
I feel like me and Mark are gonna do a duet.
I feel
Alright,
like
I guess-
I don't mind going last on this
just
one.
rank the game.
Eli, we'll just
Why is the
go
Last
quick
of Us
then.
2? It's
3,
OG.
2, 1! Just put it somewhere.
Well, I didn't get to say anything about Lost Legacy then.
Lost Legacy doesn't matter.
It's Lost Legacy.
All right, so
It's also been 4 hours, Eli. You can deal.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
it's
it, I get
late.
it. Yes. Lost Legacy. I enjoyed it for what it is. Yeah, it's short, but I don't care. It was still fun. It was still fun. I still enjoy the characters. Still enjoy the story. Still enjoy the set pieces. Sam being in the game is a nice surprise. Asav, he's an alright villain. I don't really like the final battle with it too much. But otherwise, the climax is great. There's a lot of great character moments. So yeah, I do still Lost Legacy. All right, now let's get.
All right, last
Yeah, I gave you that much time because I'm debating.
Alright.
But 3, 2, 1,
I'm
go.
not.
All right.
I'm gonna go real quick on this. I haven't played this game, but I have watched it enough.
That's
Um,
enough. That's
the
enough.
whole
yeah.
story. The gameplay itself, you know, same as the first. It overall is good, but that doesn't really matter too much when there's a bastardization of the characters and story that continuously goes through that really waters and ruins down everything you experienced in the first game. There's a reason why this game was divisive. Everyone knows the reason why this game was divisive. Abby isn't good. Fighting Ellie at the end is dumb. And Joel, why? No. See, it doesn't fucking matter if the gameplay is well enough, because if the story makes you want to kill yourself, then don't fucking play it.
Only if it's a story-driven game.
I mean, yeah, but like if it's with a game like this, the story is super important, and when the story makes you fucking hate yourself, then just don't fucking play it.
Yeah.
God, sorry.
All right, Eli, go.
All right, so this game,
Time's
I
up.
I'm definitely more tolerable of it than y'all are. I don't see myself really replaying it. I would definitely replay Last of Us Part 1 a couple more times before I'd ever replay this game. Because for one thing, this game is really long. This game is long. And it certainly feels
Not in a pleasant way.
like it's
There's a reason why it's long.
and like it has pacing issues up the wazoo. Its story is just so jumbled up, like it's not told the correct way. Like really, is like you spend one half the game with one character, the other half of the game with another character. Really, I feel like it should just go like
back and forth, or at least let us choose the story option. Maybe something like a little Sonic type
Yes.
story where you like,
You know we're fucked when 06 handles that better.
The game also
Yeah,
judges you for the choices you fucking make.
Oh fuck!
You're like,
you
oh.
play you get the option, you play Ellie's story, and maybe you could play Abby's story, and then you play the last story, which starts out at the theater with the shootout between Abby and Ellie, and maybe that time you play as Ellie because let's be honest, everybody loves Ellie way more than Abby.
Yeah, instead of playing as
love
Abby and just
Ellie.
letting Ellie kill you. And finding out there's like 8 or 9 different death animations.
Yep.
I know a lot of
of course,
streamers do that.
of course, we're all gonna side with Ellie, a character that we've gotten to know for an entire game and a half, over a character that we've only known for like half a game. And like, I mean, I still went through the game myself. Like, I even like streamed it actually, and I did enjoy what I did. I did enjoy what I played. Like, I still had a decent fun time with it, but there was definitely points where I was getting all fatigued, and I was like, "Man, when am I gonna play as Ellie again?" And it's like, when is this gonna end? It's like, this game is still going. It's just like just when you think the game
That's how I felt too.
like
So
just when you think the game. Just when you think the game's gonna end, it goes on for like another 2-3 hours, and you're like, "Oh,
That was the best sound you've ever made. It's like, oh.
But yeah, I mean, not to mention all the different flashbacks too. Like, the flashbacks definitely break the pace of the game. This game feels like it has more flashbacks than like a Saw movie or an episode of Lost. It's
A Saw movie.
Jesus Christ.
He's
I
not
mean, he's
wrong.
not wrong. Jinx.
You know, it's funny. Eli said he was going to be super tame. He's kind of going in on the game, low key.
Oh, don't worry.
No, he's-
I'm gonna be tamed compared to Mark.
He's tamed. He's tamed. Trust me.
Yeah.
This is nothing.
Compared to Mark, I'm gonna be tamed.
This is nothing.
Oh, jeez, I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, the sex scene. I don't like that scene.
Like, you know,
That made me super uncomfortable.
some sick fuck put Neil Druckmann's face on Owen.
That made me
Imagine
super
the milk capping.
Neil Druckmann. Fuck Neil Druckmann, right?
Yeah, fuck.
That scene made me super uncomfortable. It did not need to
Yeah.
exist.
Imagine the mocapping.
Yeah, even though I did enjoy my time with the game, I was in no rush to like replay the game again. Like, because, of course, as I already said, it's way too long. I would rather replay the first game several times over, replay any of the Uncharted games several times over. I'd rather watch the TV show they made of the first game.
And maybe it'll fix the problems. Maybe.
I'd rather.
I know.
Yeah, we'll touch on that because I've heard the argument that the TV show could be better than the game, but I'll get to that one.
I would definitely also rather watch the Uncharted movie over playing this, because at least the
Yes.
Uncharted movie is way shorter.
At least it also.
Hey, that movie wasn't horrible. It was just a standard bad video game movie.
I don't like it, but
But
it's
it
like,
just didn't live up to the standards of the games. That's
I would so much rather watch that movie than play this crap.
yeah. But I think the gameplay itself was still fine. They made some improvements, and it was pretty much the same as Last of Us Part 1 in terms of gameplay, except for a few exceptions. There was still some nice story building stuff, some still nice interactions with Joel and Ellie, mostly in the flashbacks. But I already said the strongest thing about Last of Us 1 was its story. Last of Us 2, a much weaker story. So it doesn't really have a strong story to carry its standard gameplay. So yeah. Sorry, Naughty Dog, but
Not sorry.
kind of a really mixed bag here. Not gonna lie.
Definitely
But
didn't
anyway.
need to win all those rewards.
Oh my god, hold on. I have my reserved anger on that one. Noah, do you want to go first?
No. I want you to do it, and I'm just gonna assist you in any areas I want to talk about.
Give
So-
it to me as Miles Morales, that's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Not-
so
Alan?
here we go. Anyway, the moment you've all been waiting for. Okay.
The moment I've all been waiting for.
So apparently because I'm not charitable enough to this game, so I'm going to discuss the positives first. If we were talking about this game from a visual standpoint, the performances, the gameplay, graphics, from a technical standpoint, this game is beautiful. This game is really pretty looking.
I should say Lower barely did.
And that's why it needs a remaster.
Lower
That's why
barely
it
did.
doesn't need a remaster. But like, if we were looking at it from a technical aspect, the game is good. It's well made. I mean, if you're gonna overwork your employees, something good has to come out of it, right?
Yeah, that's why I ultimately decided I put Last of Us Part 2 over Uncharted 1.
Yeah.
Because I play games for gameplay, and I don't like Uncharted 1.
Yeah, Uncharted 1 is probably an objectively worse experience, but I would so much rather play it.
I would say gameplay experience exclusively.
Yeah, gameplay experience, it's probably the worst game, but I have a personal hatred towards this game, and it stems just beyond the story. But let's start with the story first things first.
Yeah.
First of all, everything that you loved about the first game, the moral, like the moral gray areas of certain characters, the super, like, really tough pill to swallow decision made by Joel in the end of the game of rescuing Ellie. Did you really think, like, from my understanding, that was supposed to be continued and developed and have a discussion towards in the sequel? That's the only reason why I would justify having a sequel. Otherwise, I would just have the first game and that's it. None of that gets explored whatsoever. They touch upon it here and there, but ultimately the resolution of it is lackluster compared to what the actual conversation regarding Joel saving Ellie throughout that entire hospital thing really led to. On top of that, killing off Joel in concept is not a bad idea. Many of us, including myself, knew he was going to die by this game. What we didn't know...
I will admit, when I first saw that he was dead, I refused to believe it. It's like, wait, he's actually dead? What the heck?
I have my own story.
I'm gonna say, I think Joel should have died at the very end.
That's what I'm saying. It's one thing that my issue with Joel isn't the fact that he dies. I feel like I had to preface this because everybody makes the same fucking arguments. The people defending this game. Oh, you're just mad because Joel died. No. Listen here, shit.
It's how he died.
It's how he died and when he died. He doesn't just die in the most dumb fucking way possible. That literally just fucks with his character. He also dies in the beginning of the story, which means any and all development you were hoping to go with the character after the events of the first is going to be done via flashbacks. There's nothing...
There's so many flashbacks.
I think I'd let you do this alone thing.
Oh! No, hold on, Mary. Like, you're too fast, buddy. Too fast. So, he dies in the fucking beginning of the story, so that negates all his character. The execution of his death. Okay, so he and Tommy are, like, trying to clear out the infected area, trying to clear out nearby infected. They get swarmed by a bunch of them. They run into Abby, they save her, and then they're cornered, but their only hope is to get to a house that Abby and her friends are living in. And why are they there? Because they want to get into Jackson to kill Joel. So here's the thing. Joel has always been portrayed as a hardened survivor for I need to emphasize this, 20 years.
24, I think it's...
24, my bad, extra 4 years. 24 years. No one, and I mean nobody, forgets trauma or survivability or adaptability like that for 24 years. So when Joel in the beginning of the first game even lets a family die because he wanted to protect his own daughter and Tommy. Let me get that part straight because it leads to the dumbest shit ever. He goes inside the fucking house that they're living in, completely lets his guard down. Tommy tells him, like, oh, y'all want to come in and get some supplies? Oh, my name is Tommy. Here's Joel. Joel.
Here's our social security numbers.
Wait. I thought
you heard of us.
Oh wait, I thought he introduced himself as Joel during the while they were surviving out in the snow. Getting
Oh
to the
no!
cabin.
Tommy did say to Abby. He did say, "I'm Tommy. This is my brother Joel." But like, I'm talking about when they're in the house surrounded by the group. And
Well, I know
my
that,
favorite-
but I thought Abby already knew.
Abby already knew. Yes.
Joel, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Abby already-
And then
Abby
lead
already
him to
knew.
the cabin. Yeah.
But the thing is, my favorite dialogue ever. Y'all act like you heard of us or something.
God.
As Abby just
Goes
pops
through
it, as Abby comes out of nowhere. Tommy doesn't even warn Joel that this bitch is coming in with a shotgun, and Joel leaving his guard down completely. Nice little reminder of the fact that just because you have good intentions, don't trust anybody here. He shoots her, and she shoots him in the leg, beats him up with a golf club. Even asked him nicely. Hold on, Eli. Hold on. Even ask him nicely, can you guess who I am? Like, as if Joel would have no offense, dude. Like, let me reuse this line from Thanos. I don't even know who you are. Fucking hell. He's tortured so many fucking people. He's had to do so much fucked up shit. No offense, Abby. You're nothing special. And you want to know how unspecial you are? According to, one of the people, that worked, one of the co-writers of the original Last of Us, one of the original stories with Tess was that she was supposed to be looking for Joel for revenge on a separate storyline of hers, and she begged Neil Druckmann to scrap that storyline because it's dumb. They just reused that storyline in this one. The fucking writers in the original knew that the story of this was stupid. So they just reused it for Abby's case. So she kills him, completely assassinating his character and all the things he stood by in the first game. It's already on
himself.
Can I point something out? How would she even know that that's the Joel she's looking for? Like, how does she know?
It's small world.
To be fair, there's also the fact that Tommy was a Firefly, so
I mean,
I love the idea of just I'm here to kill you because you ruined my life. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Yeah, no, I hate the term being stupid for the sake of the plot, and that's exactly what Joel did.
that's exactly what they did with
Rooster Teeth
Joel.
writing. Yeah.
And then, basically, the entire game, for this point, as of right now, is Ellie searching for Abby for revenge. So while it's not, and yes, Eli already brought this up, spoilers, but they did mislead us with one of the trailers, and it's not the only time they've misled us with the trailers. First of all, they falsely advertised Joel's inclusion in the story, because in one scene, Joel is holding Ellie, and then when Ellie realizes that it's him, he's like, you think I'm gonna let you do this on your own? What did that tell us? He's gonna be part of the story. And this is during that time where we didn't see a lot of Joel in the trailer, so people genuinely were worried. But when we saw that, we were relieved, because I'm like, okay, Joel's gonna be part of the story. So falsely advertising us, you're literally giving us hope that he's gonna be involved in the story when he really isn't. And people love to make the Marvel comparison, and there's only 2 instances in which they actually falsely advertise, and they're not even that bad. The first is Hulk's involvement in Infinity War against Thanos. While technically Bruce Banner is in the fight, Hulk is not in it. But that doesn't change much of the narrative. Bruce Banner is still taking part in the Battle of Wakanda. There's also the removal of the 2 Spider-Men in No Way Home. He's still fighting Sandman, Lizard, and the other Electro. But the difference is that he's not fighting alone, he's fighting with 2 Spider-Men.
They're hiding facts to make the sort of stories more impactful.
Yeah, just don't watch that one trailer where you can see the lizard getting kicked by air.
I mean, the thing is, they're hiding facts to make it so the story is more impactful, so it's a benefit rather than a detract.
And it's they're still not changing anything major in the context.
Yeah.
But in the game, in this trailer, you had Joel telling Ellie, "You think I'm gonna let you do this on your own?" In the game, it's a completely different character. It's Jesse, and it's you literally just
I actually like Jesse. I think he's my favorite of the new. characters.
Jesse's fine, but he's probably one of the better ones. But still, the fact that they did this, it's it just feels like you're just straight up lying to us, and it doesn't feel earned whatsoever. It just feels like a big slack in the face. You literally just did it to get us excited for fucking nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
Again, game continues. fucking throwing Molotovs at dogs, all that Gucci stuff. This game is really fucking brutal. It really shows Ellie's brutal side.
Oh, about the fucking dogs.
Ooh,
You remember when they were like saying, "Oh, you don't have to kill the dogs,"
Yeah,
and
I
then
remember
they throw you into a moment where I think it was a quick
you
time
have to
event or
kill-
something
yeah.
where you had to kill a dog.
I was gonna point
Just-
that one out.
It was just to prove like Ellie's evil and Abby's good.
I want to smack someone. No, yeah, but that did happen.
Forced narrative, definitely.
Someone genuinely asked, "Is there a way you can go through the whole game without having to kill the dogs?" And Neil Druckmann said, "Yes, you could go through the whole game without killing them." However, there's a forced encounter with Alice. One of Abby's maybe not Abby's dog, but one of the dogs that Abby works with. You have to kill that dog. If you don't do the quick time event, you die. So it's like you have to kill that dog. And the thing is, I take issues with it because while I can personally handle the death of a dog, maybe not throwing a Molotov at it, I generally feel really uncomfortable just the idea of animating a dog being set on fire. This is straight up malicious because you're literally telling people who are probably sensitive to the idea of having to maybe stab a dog, shoot a dog in the face. It's not like Fallout where they just brush it off, and it's like they don't animate the dog's death. This is like
Your encounters, just
this feels really realistic. So you just basically lied multiple times, and I'm sorry, you're fucking stupid, Neil Druckmann. Honest to fucking God, did you really think? Were you really surprised that this game was as divisive as it is, or did you really think that everybody was going to be loving this fucking game when you constantly keep lying to us with shit like Joel's involvement in the story, and as something as simple as sorry, you do have to kill a dog, or probably not. Be fucking real. I don't care if it's a spoiler or not. It's still a fucking lie, and it's just a lie that I don't really appreciate, and it really doesn't amount to anything. You don't save anything. And then we get to the... Hold on. And then there's the amount of pregnant women in this game. First you get Dina, who's just all of a sudden pregnant after going with Ellie for 2 fucking weeks. By the way, Noah was just talking about how the first game was perfectly structured on the seasons. There's a big jump between day one of Seattle and when just the aftermath of Joel's death. 2 weeks, as a matter of fact. Keep that in mind when we get to the fucking theater. So we got that 2-week gap. Okay, 3 days, kill a bunch of people, blah, blah, blah. There's a dumb, contrived scene where Dina finds Ellie as she's about to get tortured. Oh my god, one of my favorite scenes of the game. When they're interrogating Ellie, new words from the boss, kill all trespassers. Oh, wait, dude, let's talk about it. Dina approaches them, flanks them from above, and rather than shoot Dina, ask questions later, she just proceeds to put the gun away and strangles the fucker, allowing Ellie time to escape. I love contrived moments like that. Anyway, the real issue. After killing Abby and Owen, Ellie conveniently leaves the map that leads exactly back to their hidden base. So Abby finds them.
Dumb for the sake of the plot.
Dumb for the sake of the fucking plot. And then, not only that, they don't even realize that they lost the map, too. They don't really acknowledge the fact that something Ellie had was missing and something that's pretty, important.
Why even have a map if you know where you're going?
It's to mark all the WLF territory, but either way. Abby comes in, confronts Ellie. You killed my friends. We let you both live. Oh, by the way, it is really dumb that they let Ellie and Tommy live. That's so stupid. I don't even care if they believe that they would be worse than Joel if they did kill them. By simply doing the act that they did, they're no better than Joel. And the reasons behind it are, no offense, pretty fucking petty when they couldn't even guarantee a fucking cure. And I hate that Joel is depicted as this monster in this game when the fucking the fucking Fireflies were gonna operate on Ellie without her consent.
Yeah.
They're not good people either. And what the fuck do you think they were gonna do with the fucking...
I mean, they're biased because
they're fucking biased, and the game writes them like they were good guys. Like the fucking flashback scene when Marlene was talking to the doctor about how Joel deserves to know. But fucking bitch, like Last of Us Part 1, you were gonna send me out of my way without telling me what fucking happened to Ellie. What you mean he deserves to know? What the fuck? it's so like it's moments like this where are you trying to really pick the Fireflies as these good angels when they were bombing quarantine zones? And then
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. No, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say something, but you finish your thought.
So, and now back to the theater. Okay, Abby confronts Ellie. The game fucking stops. Flashes back to Abby. Now, this would have been like at least a decent a decent way to have us understand her motivations of why she wanted to kill Joel. We got to see her perspective. Her father was killed. Her father was the doctor that Joel killed in the hospital. That's good. We got a motivation. She's our antagonist. We can understand and empathize with her. But that's all.
Wait.
No, we
Wait a
got to
minute.
redo. Go ahead.
Oh, you said she's our antagonist. No, my friend.
No.
She's the
Yeah, you're-
protagonist.
No, yeah, that's the thing. She
Because
should
that-
be the antagonist. but
No, I'll say it now because this is the perfect spot to say it. No, the real reason why I fucking hate this game's story is because everything we praised about in the first game, you know, Ellie and Joel's relationship, this part demonizes them and treats these new characters that we don't give a fuck about like they're angels and heroic and shit.
Like they're the Saints, even though like they're working from a fucking organization that wants to conquer as much land and are also at war with with another faction. But like either way, we see that flashback. We got a motivation. Cool. End the flashback. No. Why are you keep going? Why am I saying Seattle Day 1 again? Why?
Sex
am I still
scene!
playing as this fucking character for 10 hours?
Sex scene.
10 hours.
And then Abby's storyline is completely disconnected from Ellie to the point that it might as well have just been DLC. It might as well have been DLC because everything that Abby does is completely separate to what Ellie does. It's focusing on this petty faction war, which now I don't even know if I want the faction game anymore. I feel like they're gonna add like fucking Christ. Anyway, you're focusing on this new plot line where Abby is dealing with these factions, trying to redeem herself by helping out these kids from the scars. I don't fucking care about any of this. And here's the thing. And then here's the
10
thing.
hours.
And then here's the thing. No matter how one feels, if you enjoyed the game, if you liked the story, if it worked for you, good for you. But here's the thing. If you're not invested into Abby's storyline, this story falls apart because you are heavily dependent on the fact that you need to get invested with this character. If you're not at all, invested with her, that's 10 hours gone. I'm assuming Jeremy had to leave.
He did. Sorry.
No worries. But, what was I saying? Fuck! What was I saying?
Not enjoying Abby's story for 10 hours.
Yeah, it's fucking 10 hours long, and the story is that disconnected. It's supposed to be a theme about forgiveness and shit, but holy shit, it really tries your hardest to make you like Abby. So, instance, Ellie, it's like when Noah said, they demonize our main old characters, the main old characters. Ellie's shooting dogs in the face. Ellie's killing everybody in the face. Abby, you get to play with the dogs. You get to interact with these people, and they're all your homies and shit.
That is
This
so
game
emotionally manipulative.
this game tries way too hard for you to like Abby. It's like, hey, do you like our characters now? And then it's not only just shown in the gameplay. I mean, in cutscenes like this, it's also shown in gameplay. Abby has objectively better equipment than Ellie. I don't remember everything by heart, but one thing that stands out: Ellie uses a bow and arrow. Abby uses a fucking crossbow.
I kind of like the set pieces that Abby goes through a bit more.
Exactly. And so here's the thing. I felt this in my playthrough, because of course, people use the argument that because I never actually played the fucking game, I don't have a proper opinion, even though I did see the whole story. So I had to endure this to myself. And guess what? I do plan to make a critique of this game and judging this objectively. So I do have to play the game again. Kill me. But either way, when I was playing Abby and I switched back to Ellie, I thought Ellie played like shit compared to Abby. Abby was had so much better equipment, was just a better character overall, that Ellie was garbage compared to how she was. It's ridiculous. And once again, Seattle, days 1, 2, and 3. They're going through it all again. There's a cool fight with Tommy that I love the fact that he just snipes the fuck out of one of Abby's friends. But unfortunately, we have to beat the shit out of Tommy. My bad. Sorry. Also, let me actually talk about the actual worst character in this entire game. It's not Abby. It's Lev. Lev is the worst character in this game. He is terribly written, and he is the cause of so much things wrong in that entire subplot. So, Lev is from the Scars. He used to formerly go by Lily. Lily was but she was assigned to be a bridesmaid as opposed to being a warrior. So what does she do to try and compensate that? Shaves her head and becomes and transitions into a male, going by Lev as opposed to Lily. Now, being in a religious cult, cliche as it is, don't support that. So they try and kill him. And because of that, they try and get Yara involved. Everything that this poor girl goes through is because of Lev. Loses an arm, Lev's fault. And when everything gets resolved, and they amputated the arm, but she's okay, and everybody was away from the Scars, this motherfucker decides to go back to the fucking Scar territory for the possibility of trying to find their mom, who Yara already warns them would totally side with them and try to kill you. Lev got his sister killed, and at no point does he take any accountability. Does he realize his fuck-ups? He blames Abby for the fuck-up, for his sister's death, if anything. When the reason why they're even there in the first place was because this motherfucker left to that same place. He doesn't learn from anything. He just fucks up, and that's it.
Actually, I really like the...
Absolutely atrocious character.
I did actually want to bring something up before I forget. I mean, you can go back after I'm done. But I remember I actually didn't really like the ending of the first game all that much, just because I didn't like how it just ended just like that, like so abruptly. But at least it had like a kind of idea that maybe there's still some hope. Like maybe their relationship can still like keep going. like Joel and Ellie's relationship can survive still, and like maybe they can rebuild humanity with like Tommy's group and stuff. But,
look at this fucking idiot having hope for this franchise.
No, but like part 2 does everything it can to just like destroy what little hope.
It destroys everything you've been invested in it. It's like the characters you liked from the first game don't matter in this one, because now we're focusing on Abby. She's important. Her stuffs are better. Her story's more interesting. She's not murdering dogs. Like it's like everything that demonizes our main characters. It's a praise to these characters. And then on top of that, once we go back to the theater scene, it's not a back and forth fight between Ellie and Abby where you play as both, and it's like not one-sided and it's evenly matched. No, you're Abby fighting Ellie throughout the entire thing. And then on top of that, Tommy gets fucked up. Abby almost kills Dina, knowing that she's pregnant, by the way. Unlike Ellie, who didn't know that Mel was pregnant. Abby.
I gasped out loud when she was about to kill Dina.
And this is the character that I'm supposed to empathize with. By the way, going back to the Prego characters for a second, there's way too many cases of them like being put in ridiculous situations that I cannot for the life of me see a pregnant lady put themselves into. Mel looks like she's about to give birth anytime soon. And she's doing hoops and trips and climbing shits. That baby is fucking dead. She crushed that baby the moment she climbed the first fucking wall.
Yeah.
And again, but unlike Ellie, who killed her by not out of out of self-defense, B, she didn't know she was pregnant. Abby knew that Dina was pregnant, and I'm supposed to empathize with this character. This is supposed to be the character that has grown, or have learned from her violent tendencies that has scared her away, that scared her friends away. Keep in mind that it took them. Also, keep in mind. No worries. I'm sorry. Keep in mind that Ellie and Dina took 2 weeks to get to Seattle, on top of the already 3 days. All three of them got fucked up on top of a dead Jesse, no horse, nothing. God knows that they even have resources, but it'd be dumb if Abby didn't take their resources. They should be dead. they somehow were able to get back to Jackson despite those odds against them. How? Don't fucking know. Joel was
For
in
the
a
sake of the plot.
Joel was like, when he got injured, was out of commission for a long time. So Boyton Ellie needed to take care of him. It took time, lots of time, and you felt that time. 2 weeks means like nothing to this fucking game. Like the travel from one state to another, it's not a big deal. I mean, we only spent a whole year traveling from one state to another in the first game, so 2 weeks is nothing. So it's like, and then. What they did to Tommy, I think, is probably the worst character assassination they've done in any media, because Tommy went from Tommy in the beginning of the game left to go search for Abby on his own and told Maria to keep Ellie in Jackson to protect her. He knew that Joel would want Ellie to stay home regardless. He wanted to protect her. He went from that to a year later saying, "Fuck you, Ellie, for not going after Abby for revenge." A huge stark in contrast, going from protecting this your niece, essentially, to being so pissy about her not going for revenge, for choosing to settle down, as if the 2-week shit wasn't traumatizing. They lost a friend, and they even agreed to move past it. That they went a bit too far. Ellie went to pick up Tommy. That was supposed to be her objective. They move on. They were willing to accept that they were not going to go for Abby. What the fuck happened? I feel like I'm talking to a completely different person. On top of that, Ellie does continue going for Abby. We're introduced to a whole nother clan. A whole other fucking clan. Although it's Fat Geralt, so I'm fine with it. But now we get to the meat and greedy of the entire story, the ending. I had to, I didn't touch upon the flashbacks, but the only flashback I think I actually liked was the first one, which is when it was Ellie's birthday and Joel, because it felt reminiscent of the first game a little bit. It had that dynamic that we wanted so much. The other two is just Ellie being so bitter about Joel, and the one thing I didn't like is the fact that, okay, Ellie being mad at Joel for saving her life from the hospital, fine. But being mad at him for 2 fucking years and not talking to him for that long is blasphemy. This is the same character that it's bullshit because, again, a whole year, 4 extra years in Jackson, you really, you know he lost his daughter. So why are you I understand being upset, but talk to him. You already know what he went through when he lost his first daughter. Why do you have to be such a spoiled brat?
You know what the sad part is? Like that entire plot feel like it could have been like the game by itself, like about
exactly
to forgive Joel.
Her trying to rebuild that friendship would have been an already good enough plot, and it actually continues on what the first one left behind. But no,
it's just flashbacks.
We need to focus on this one we need to focus on the Abby, man. Mm-hmm. So I don't mind Ellie being mad at Joel, but to the extent that she was mad at him, I don't agree with it. And especially the fact that the last conversation they had with him was trying to forgive him. And I know that this game loves to point out the whole forgiveness message. But while you can see her trying to forgive Joel, that doesn't work with her forgiving Abby. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your stance is on this. If you believe that this ending was actually, well executed or well developed, anything, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You can like the message all you want, but you are wrong. While we have a reason to maybe forgive Abby if you were invested in the story, the audience is not the character. Ellie has killed way too many people to get to Abby to this day, only for her to let her go, and she doesn't have a reason to do it. Abby has done nothing but cause torment to her. She killed her father figure, she killed a close friend of hers, severely wounded her uncle, and because of her lust for revenge, she lost her girlfriend. Her girlfriend left her and took the baby too.
Yeah. She lost a finger.
Oh, she lost a finger. She can't even play the guitar anymore. It's such a depressing ending to leave the series on. So much so
Hey,
that
I like this character, but fuck you.
It's like so much so that I don't know what the fuck they even have next for this series. I feel like after Joel's death, I don't even care. They already assassinated Tommy in a way. So it's like, what's there to look forward to? This message about forgiveness does not translate well. And I say this not as someone who purely hates this game from an emotional standpoint, as objectively speaking, it doesn't work. There's no reason for Ellie to forgive Abby, and there's no reason for Abby to even forgive Ellie. Well, maybe. I don't fucking know about that one. No. But, like, Ellie should not have been able to forgive Abby. She should have killed her ass. In fact, her letting her out of the cross just to have a one-on-one fight is also dumb as shit.
Yeah.
So, we got the game story. I hate it. Now, I hate the story, but I hate a lot of the things that goes around this game as well. I hate the reaction towards this game. Not the negative one, but the blind people that defend this game. I hate this game's fan base. It's probably more toxic than the Smash Brothers community, or than one of the most toxic, probably just in the same level as Star Wars fans. Because so much as you have a single criticism you have towards this game, you are automatically transphobic, a bigot. You hate you just hate women altogether. You hate diversity, like just in general, and you hate good storytelling writing. It's such a toxic environment. I hate engaging with it, but I can't help but feeling like I need to shout at some of those people for being so stupid. Because I get it. This game has lesbians. This game has a trans person. This game has a mocap sex scene. But all of that,
I don't person is a fucking villain, though.
But I don't care. Well, that's not Abby. Abby's not trans. I was talking about Lev.
No, I'm not talking about Abby.
But I don't care about any of that if I don't like the story. If they're not exploring the characters that I followed in the first game, why should I care about this one? And you want to know something? I wouldn't have even known about the leaks if it weren't for fucking Troy Baker himself. Troy Baker should have. If Troy Baker didn't open his goddamn mouth, I wouldn't have known that Joel died before the game came out. Because the game got leaked.
Hey, don't bring Troy Baker into this. He was trying to warn us.
Hold on. Troy Baker said to be open-minded towards this game. When he said that, I immediately knew that Joel was going to die in the beginning. And ever since then...
He was trying to warn us.
He was trying to... Yeah, exactly. But I can't be open-minded over something that completely bastardizes the characters and the story that I loved. So, like, everything I liked about the first game is gone in this one. And the entire fan base of this game, even the director, Neil Cuckman himself, is a toxic, egotistical motherfucker who just loves to argue with people and just retweet people that agree with his shitty vision. No matter what the message they interpret, they can make up an entirely message on its own. They can literally say shit like, The Last of Us Part 2, like, taught me the meaning of life, and he'll retweet it saying, see, that's what I wanted to do. Fucking Christ. I feel like The Last of Us 1 and Uncharted 4 were as good as they are because of Bruce Staley, as opposed to fucking Neil Druckmann himself.
You know, I got a funny Game Awards fun fact with that guy. So, as we all know, it's all fixed. But there is one reward that actually matters. I think it's the Player's Choice Award, where players actually vote. And I remember this on Twitter. He posted like the poll, where you can vote, and he's like, vote for Last of Us Part 2 here.
Yeah, every vote, a hater loses their caps lock or something like that.
Yeah.
And he had to delete the Twitter because it really was disingenuous for him to call out like the people that genuinely don't like this game. And like, I hate it when reviewers, when they talk about the game, you know, when they throw shade at the people that have issues with it, it's like they all put it in the same bubble. I already talked about Cosmonaut. Donkey was another one. And while I don't think Girlfriend Reviews intended to be malicious with her video, I can't help but feel a little bit pissed off when watching her video too, because there are some things that she says that just did kind of like, okay, fuck you. This game also swept the fucking Game Awards. I don't understand how. I get it, it's pretty, but I don't fucking get
I know
it.
it's fixed.
And it's like you said, it's probably the most rigged shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, there's no way something this divisive could win Game of the Year when there was a more beloved title, Ghost of Tsushima, released that same year. In fact, I heard more praise from Hades that year. Doom Eternal
Ghost of
also came out that year.
Machina.
Oh yeah, that was a stacked fucking year.
Yeah, no, Ghost of. I can't say that last word.
Ghost
But
of
like
Tsushima.
that game won Player's Choice, which means
Yeah.
it actually was Game of the Year.
Yeah, I don't
That's the one that
understand.
matters.
I don't understand. And again, that game was way more beloved than Last of Us Part 2. Even though this game has its fans, and I've heard people say that they love this game. I know people that like this game. But to say it probably deserves it with how polarizing it is, I don't see it. The only reward I think this game deserves was accessibility. Because this game does have some customization options that allow people that are visually impaired or deaf to still be able to play this game. So, it has that, but that's all I would give it. Best music? Doom Eternal was better. Best artwork? You can make a good argument like either Final Fantasy VII Remake. And it's like, Game of the Year as a whole. Ghost of Tsushima. That's the one that did win the Player's Choice. Why didn't that one win? Also, can I just say that the fucking Game Awards was so fucking cringe? They had I'm Team Ellie, and this person's Team Abby type of thing. Like, come on, this isn't Captain America Civil War. I didn't follow Abby long enough to care.
Yeah.
To say that this game is the last Jedi of gaming, I think is an understatement. I think everybody agreed that the Star Wars sequel trilogy was a fucking mess. I don't know what's the agreed upon opinion on this one, because I hear people say it's their favorite games ever, and then I hear people like us who were disappointed by the direction of the story. It's so fucking polarizing. It's so disappointing, so polarizing. I really don't like this game. I hate everything about it. Like, even if it's technically a good game, I personally can't get into it. And then going to the TV show for a second. People say that this could be a better TV show. If they don't keep Abby as a secret, like the way this game was marketed as, and don't save her at the very fucking end, story and structure-wise, maybe. It could be, the TV show could be better than the actual game. However, I hear that Last of Us Part 2 might take up multiple seasons, so I don't know how that's going to turn out. And second, I feel like regardless of how they approach this story, I'm still not going to be on board with it. Maybe unless they fix some of the issues I had with exploring Joel and Ellie's characters based off what happens in the ending of the first game, and the first season in this case. But until they do something that gives me a similar reaction to how I would have reacted to a true, proper sequel, because I tried writing a how to fix Last of Us Part 2 thing, and the only thing I really did was just mostly put Abby next to Ellie in a sense of, like, structure it the same. Don't save Abby till, like, halfway through the fucking game. But even then, because of how Abby was introduced, and the storyline feeling as disconnected as it is, I don't think I could ever really get along with the story. I really don't think I would ever vibe with it. I really don't like it. And I don't know if it's because I feel like Last of Us should have never had a sequel, or if we deserved a better sequel. Regardless, this story in particular, I will never like it. I've given this game enough chances. I've seen the story through and through on YouTube. I've played the game myself. I've interacted with people that feel the same as me, or differently as me. And I still feel the same way. I still feel bitter and sour towards this game. I don't like it. And I never will like it. I don't see myself really appreciating this game unless Last of Us Part 3 starts with Joel waking up from a bad nightmare, and Last of Us Part 2 was that nightmare. But to me, while Uncharted 1 is probably from a gameplay standpoint the worst one, I would still prefer playing that game than this. This game completely shits on everything that you liked about The Last of Us. At least Uncharted 1 still has that Uncharted feel. At least literally every game you see above it still respects the IP and the characters and the world that it's a part of. I can't say the same thing about this one. I can't. And people compare this to Pulp Fiction. Go fuck yourself. Just because it's not linear doesn't mean it's like Pulp Fiction at all. Like, goddamn. So this is why, and of course, off topic a little bit. Video game crunches is a terrible thing, and Naughty Dog is one of those companies that have been doing it at the very least from this game. Don't support that. Please don't.
I feel like with me, I have more of a problem with how the story is structured than the story itself. But even though I can totally understand being upset with the story, because
Yeah.
it is definitely.
It's more of a lot of things. It's a factor of like I don't like how it's structured, but I don't think I would ever gonna like this type of story. Maybe, I don't know. I live in this timeline. I'm not gonna imagine a what if scenario where the game story actually makes sense. We live in this timeline. I'm not happy. Here's to HBO Max for hopefully doing a better job than this fucking game. I'm done.
I gotta watch the rest of that show.
Fuck Neil Druckmann. Fuck Naughty Dog. Most importantly of all, fuck The Last of Us Part 2.
Yep.
So fun
What
fact
else?
before we end the night, streamers are great people. Favorite highlights that most streamers have done is in the Ellie boss fight, they let him kill them. Let Ellie kill them. And then they act like it's the ending.
My favorite, I have two favorites. One was when PewDiePie almost uninstalled the game after Joel died, and second was when someone actually did uninstall the game when Tommy got shot by Abby.
Oh,
He didn't even-
I got
he didn't
one
even-
better.
He didn't even die in that one, and he still was like, "Fuck this game."
I got one better. There was this one guy who finished the game, and then he uninstalled the game.
Broke the disc.
Yeah, he took a pair of scissors and snipped it.
Nice.
Yeah, fuck this
That
game.
one,
It-
that one game of the year. That's hilarious.
that game won Game of the Year. The game that's in the bottom of most of our lists. Jeremy is also a lying fuck because he said he played the game and said he liked it. Now he can give us.
I mean, I feel like even if I had played the Jack and Dexter games, Last of Us Part 2 is probably a pretty good chance it'd still be at the bottom of my list.
Yeah, because at least there was some. Even Jack 2 is better. I would still much rather play
At least
Jack
there's
2.
no sex scene.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Always about
I hate this game. I absolutely hate it.
Entirely fair.
yep, it is. It's been 5 hours. This series has been a mistake. That will see you guys next month. Bye.
We'll see you guys
And
next
when
time.
I'll see you when Last of Us Part 3 comes out.